back at the Imperial Palace of the Ronmer Empire? A voice from way off started poking through my thoughts. Giselle! Giselle! It got louder, and just like that I snapped out of my daydream. I turned around to see a maid just standing there. Madame Brita wants to see you, she said totally deadpan. For what? I asked. How should I know? Go see, she shot back. Great. As I started walking, my head went right back to the dream. Yeah, seeing the future is cool and all, but for me just getting through the day is a struggle. I'm just a maid at the palace. So far that dream hasn't changed a single thing about my life. Not too far off, a couple of maids were dishing the dirt. One of them goes, "Did you hear His Highness gave another maid the boot?" The other one's like, "Seriously, isn't that the 8th one this month?" Then the first one leans in, "Any idea who the next poor sucker is gonna be?" And cue my stomach dropping. My mom's warning started ringing in my ears. Baby, whatever you do, do not get fired from this palace. If you leave, you won't last a day out there. Yeah, getting kicked out would literally be the end of me. I've chanted that in my head more than 1,000 times just to survive. So of course the second I walk in, Madame Brita gives me a look and says, "Starting tomorrow, you'll be serving His Highness the Crown Prince." I totally froze. Wait, what? You know that's a one-way ticket to getting fired, right? I can't leave the palace. If I leave, I've got nowhere to go. My mom is supposed to come find me here. Brita just sighed. We took you in when you were a nobody and raised you. I think I've done more than my fair share. I just whispered, "Madame Brita," and I could practically see her thinking, "Sorry kid, my hands are tied this time, Giselle. All the senior maids nominated you. No friends, no family. You're the easiest one to throw to the wolves." Then she puts a hand on my shoulder, all fake sympathy. "Giselle, I know you'll do great. After all, I raised you." And just like that, I was sentenced to the Sun Palace. I showed up at the gates and they basically marched me to my doom. The head housekeeper of the Sun Palace, Marianne, was my escort. "Posture, Giselle, stand up straight." I flinched. She kept going. "You do remember what the Sun Palace is, don't you?" "It's where His Majesty and His Highness live." Oh, I remembered. My brain was running a highlight reel on the Prince Levan clinic, a party boy with a major personality problem, lazy, stuck up. A total drama king, and basically just beautiful trash who lives to get wasted. Almost every single maid who worked for him got fired in less than 2 weeks. So I asked Madame Marianne, "Why did His Highness fire all the other maids?" Marianne sighed like she'd answered this 1,000,000 times. "His Highness, he asks them a question." "A question?" I said. "He asks them about a woman's taste. Things like which flower is prettier, or which perfume and jewelry are more elegant. Every single one who answered wrong got the axe, so you better stay on your toes, Giselle. From this second on, your entire life hangs on every little thing you do." Great. We walked into a room where a guy was sitting looking at papers. "So this is him, the guy I have to work for, the Crown Prince of the Empire Levan Clinic. I smell something I don't recognize. It's strong." I bowed real low. "Starting tomorrow, I'll be assisting your highness with your bath." He just said, "Look at me." Gulp. I lifted my head. "Where are you from?" he asked, grabbing my shaky hands out of nowhere. I managed to say, "I was born and raised right here in the palace. I've been working at the Moonlight Palace until now." "Born in the palace," he repeated, totally skeptical. He was probably thinking, her hair's a color you can't even find in Ronmer and she's lying with a straight face. We got a bold one this time. He lifted his hand and 2 maids brought in 2 bouquets. They set them on the table. "Okay, pop quiz. Which bouquet is more beautiful?" My brain just went, so this is the question. Marianne immediately bowed, probably praying for me. "Your Highness, the girl just got to the Sun Palace today. She hasn't even unpacked." "Good," Levan said with a smirk. "Then she won't have to bother packing up again." The silence after that burn was deafening. I decided to risk it. "May I ask what this is for your Highness?" "It's a gift for a lady," he shot back. I took a deep breath and went for it. Then if I can be totally honest, neither of them are right. His eyebrows shot up. "Neither of them? And why's that?" I thought to myself. "Oh, the reason's simple, buddy. Because in the future I saw in my dreams you were there with this lady. And she hates both roses and lilies. One's just too over the top," I explained. "The other one starts to smell weird if you leave it out. Instead, what about Frias? Now if you're just picking based on your personal taste." "But you're just a palace maid," Levan cut in. "You really think a noble lady's taste would be the same as yours?" "I've worked my whole life in the Moonlight Palace," I retorted. "During that time I've served countless nobles. So yeah, I'm pretty much an expert on what noble ladies my age like." Levan actually grinned. "I see. So my choices in roses and lilies are trash, huh?" My heart skipped a beat. "Your Highness, that's not what I—" "How dare you!" Levan interrupted, though he looked like he was having fun. "Seeing as you're so confident you'd criticize a prince's choice, I'm guessing you're ready to take full responsibility for this little suggestion." "Fine. I'll send the Frias." The second we were out of the room, Marianne was all over me. "What were you thinking? I've been in this palace way longer than you and I have never even heard of Frias?" I couldn't just say I saw it in a magic dream, could I? No one would believe me. I lied, I admitted. Marianne looked horrified. "It's your first day and you lied to His Highness. Yeah, I'll be more careful. Although, let's be real, His Highness has probably already decided to give me the boot. Later that night, the Crown Prince's right-hand man, Count Varn, swung by. Your Highness, the messengers are back. Levan, taking a long drag from his cigar, asked, So what's the word on the bouquet? Lady Regina was absolutely thrilled and wanted to thank you personally. You're kidding. Nope, Levan muttered under his breath. The daughter of a duke who doesn't even flinch at the most insane jewelry is sending thank you notes for a bunch of flowers that any commoner could buy. What was that maid's name again? He asked. Giselle, Your Highness. Her mother, who's currently off the grid, gave her the name. It's also a type of wildflower. What kind of mom names their kid after a weed, he thought. Get me the full scoop on the maid and her mother. I want every detail. Yes, Your Highness, Levan smirked, and send in the housekeeper. A little later, Marianne found Giselle. You've got a new job. You're assisting His Highness with his bath. Huh. Wait, what is even happening right now? Giselle's mind was reeling. Marianne added, A senior maid will fill you in on the schedule later. Wait, Madame Marianne. So, I'm not getting fired. Marianne replied, His Highness told me to give you a message. He said, unpack your things, petals. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Levan started his day at the crack of dawn with some intense sword training. While he was busy, Giselle was on a mission tidying up his bedroom and getting his bath ready for his return. After clearing out the incense burner and the cigar ashtray, it was time for her most important duty, the incense. She'd light one stick while he was away, and another right before he hit the hay. Levan stumbled back from his training looking totally wiped. He trudged in and just flopped onto the sofa. Giselle thought, Okay, mental note, I can't ever forget this. If I want to last here, I have to stay as far away from the Crown Prince as humanly possible. The gossip around the Sun Palace was that every single maid who got fired had a thing for him. Meanwhile, a servant hurried over to the Emperor. Your Majesty, the Pontifex has arrived. Send him in, the Emperor commanded. The Pontifex entered with a bow. Greetings, son of the Ronmer Empire. Welcome, Pontifex, the Emperor replied. How is His Highness feeling? The Pontifex asked. The Emperor just sighed. I've heard he's smoking special cigars to help with his symptoms, and he's burning incense nonstop. He tries to hide it, but things aren't looking good. And to think, just like everyone else, Levan got his blessing from the temple when he came of age this year. Yes, that's right, the Pontifex confirmed. The divine power His Highness unleashed was nothing short of a miracle. Then why is it, the Emperor asked, his voice dripping with bitterness, that the very same power is literally eating my son alive? Remind me of the oracle that was given when he was born. The Pontifex began. The sun has risen, but it has failed to shine with its full light. In the near future, a noble baby girl will be born. She will become his light. The only way to save the sun is to find and embrace that light. You know who else was blessed with an insane amount of divine power? The Duke of Basilian's daughter, Regina Basilian. Maybe we should tell her family about the oracle and ask for her help. The Emperor shook his head. Are you kidding? The Basilian family basically runs the nobility. If word of this gets out, any power we have left will completely crumble and the nobles will take over. Levan knows this. He's so stubborn he refuses to send the Duke's daughter so much as a gift. He said that if he becomes a burden to the Imperial family, he'll take care of it himself. Your Majesty, if only I could find my lost daughter, we could cure His Highness in a heartbeat, the Pontifex murmured. I am positive she's alive, the Emperor stated firmly. Your daughter had the gift of prophecy. Back in Levan's chamber, he was smoking a cigar. Then out of the blue he said, Those flowers. Giselle flinched. If it turns out freesias aren't the answer, Levan asked, how exactly are you going to take responsibility? Throw me in prison, I'll stay there, she blurted out. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it as long as I can, Levan scoffed. Getting rid of a maid, all I have to do is fire you. How incredibly boring. But in my vision, the freesias were definitely the right answer. Giselle panicked internally. Oh God, don't tell me he knows I made it all up. She dropped to her knees. Your Highness, I was completely out of line. Out of line. Levan stood up and walked over, stopping right in front of her. I dared to meddle in your Highness's business and got way too assertive. I gave my opinion when I'm just a maid. Please forgive me. He lifted her chin. You know, Petals, I'm actually impressed. The freesias weren't a bad move, but seeing you shaking like this, I can tell you know you got caught lying to my face. Her eyes shot open in pure terror. Levan turned away. I have a meeting to get to. Hurry up and get my bath ready. Later, as the Pontifex was walking down the hall, he pushed open a door. What's that scent? He wondered. Inside, Levan was waiting for him. Welcome, Your Holiness. I trust you've been well. Greetings, young son of Ronmer, the Pontifex bowed. I'm looking forward to your help again, Levan said. Of course, the Pontifex replied. Just like before, I will share my divine power with you. This isn't the usual cigar smell, the Pontifex thought. Has anything around you changed recently, Your Highness? He asked. I don't think there have been any major changes, Levan replied smoothly. Is that so? Well, let's get you this divine power first. Thank you, Your Holiness. There! This plus the incense should keep you stable for a while. the Pontifex said. Back in Levan's room, Jiselle lit a new stick of incense. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. Jiselle, you have to make sure you never ever leave the palace. One more slip up and you're toast. Ugh, Levan's voice was literally haunting her. You got caught red-handed lying to my face. I dodged getting kicked out for now. But who knows when I'll get the boot for real. Oh, Mom, what am I supposed to do now? Suddenly she was a little kid again, her mom's voice humming in her ear. Jiselle, my sweet little thing, another bad dream, come here. Mama will sing you a song. Nothing to be scared of. Okay, the Frias weren't a terrible choice, Jiselle tried to convince herself. Yeah, it's fine, totally fine. I cleared the first boss level. Just as she was cruising down the hall, Levan shows up and catches her sneaking out of his room. Busted. He strolled in and plopped down on the sofa. What's different lately? He thought. I've seen a million maids come and go, but this one, she's something else. The way she talks is just not maid-like. She's got a quick mind, super clever, and her whole vibe. It's definitely not Maid. So something asterisk has asterisk changed. Aha. I guess you could say asterisk she's asterisk the change. Later on. So Giselle's in the middle of chowing down when some servant barges in yelling, Petals, is there a Petals in the house? Giselle practically jumped out of her skin. Excuse me. Every single maid whipped their head around to stare. Petals, seriously. What kind of name is that? One of them whispered. That's the new girl who handles the prince's bedroom, another dished. A third one chimed in. Yeah, I heard he gave her that nickname himself. Ooh, the tea is hot. The servant was like, So you're Petals, the prince wants to see you. As Giselle trailed behind him, her mind was racing. But it's after hours. Why does he want me now? Oh my god, what did I do wrong? Did I mess up the sheets? Did I use the wrong incense? Is this incense gate? She cracked open the door and squeaked, Your Highness, you, wanted to see me. The second she walked in, bam, she was hit with this super strong smell. Wait a sec. This is the same incense I light in his room every day. Whoa, my head is getting all fuzzy. I can't feel my everything. Seriously, why is he always burning this stuff? Just then, Levan pulls out a chair for her and says, So are you just gonna stand there all day or what's it? She completely froze. Asterisk. Hold up. Did the Crown Prince just pull out a chair? For me, asterisk? For a maid, a mere maid. After she finally sat down, he was like, You gave me some solid advice on that bouquet. Now here's a bunch of paper for invitations. Pick one that doesn't suck. Giselle grabbed the paper thinking, Okay, my mission is to stay far, far away from him after hours. I'll just pick something super fast and bolt. But then Levan totally blindsided her. So that crazy hair color, who'd you get that from? She totally flinched at the random question. I have no idea. And why's that? He pushed. And then it clicked. Asterisk. Oh, I get it. My weird hair color is why a freaking crown prince is suddenly giving a simple maid the time of day. She answered super carefully. Never really heard anything about my dad. And my mom, well, she vanished. I honestly don't remember much about her. The room went quiet for a beat. Then Levan asked, What were you up to before I dragged you in here? Sorry, she stammered out. Finally, she just admitted it. I was eating dinner. Levan let out a little laugh. So that's why you looked so thrilled to be here. Practically humming a show tune on your way over. I'm sorry, what? Giselle just blinked as he took the papers back. Looks like I pulled you away from your food. My bad. I'll have a plate sent to your room. You know I was trying to keep a low profile here. But that plan went up in flames, didn't it? Giselle thought, completely bewildered. Later that night, Levan was glued to his desk drowning in paperwork. Dude, you gotta take a break, Your Highness, Varn pleaded. You're gonna wreck your health. Like there's anything left to wreck, Levan grumbled back. Gotta get as much done as I can while this incense is still working its magic, right? Varn's heart sank. The prince says the pain is like being stabbed with 1,000 tiny needles. A normal person wouldn't even be able to stand, but here he is grinding away. Trying to change the subject, Varn said, Hey, maybe it's time to finally meet up with Lady Regina. She really liked that bouquet you sent. You could, I don't know, send her a letter this time. Don't, Levan snapped. Look, I've been tight with the Basil Alliance since we were kids. But they're the ones who burned that bridge. For 6 months, I've sent letters, gifts, I've even tried to get her to come here. And what do I get from Regina Radio Silence? He glanced down at a report on his desk and asked, What's this? Varn replied. It's the file on that maid you asked for. Came to the palace as a baby with her mom, lived in the Moonlight Palace, then got transferred to the Sun Palace. Apparently the Moonlight housekeeper recommended the move. Anything on her mother? Levan pushed. Well, it looks like she was one of the maids who died. On asterisk that asterisk day 15 years ago. Varn said, choosing his words very carefully. Asterisk 15 years ago. The day his mother, the Empress of Ronmer, was assassinated. Levan's thoughts turned black. The one Imperial knight they all trusted turned on them, cutting down every servant he saw. And then he just vanished, with the Basilian's help. Asterisk. So we both lost our mothers on the same day to the same man. A flash of a memory. A little voice asking, Why are you crying, asterisk, huh? What was that asterisk? Levan's brow furrowed. She was probably just a baby, Varn went on. She doesn't seem to remember her mom's death at all. So she's 19, Levan said, thinking out loud. And in all that time, nobody ever told her what happened to her mother. Looks like the only person she was ever close to was the Moonlight Palace housekeeper. No friends, no family. Just a maid with some funky hair, Levan mused. All right, that's enough, he decided. No reason to dig any deeper. That night back in the servants' area, Jiselle was confused. A welcome party this late at night, one of the maids grinned. It's the only time we're all free to say hi to the new girl. It'll be quick, promise you in? Then another one sneered. So asterisk you, re-asterisk the famous petals. A third girl giggled. How is that special delivery dinner from the prince? Oh boy. What am I supposed to do if I don't get any sleep? Tomorrow's totally shot. But if I tick these witches off, I'm toast. Lights out, newbie. Let's go. One of them barked, snuffing out her candle. All right, I'm coming, Jiselle mumbled. Fast forward a few days and there's Jiselle tidying up Levan's room. Asterisk yikes, she looks like a flower that got run over by a lawnmower, asterisk, Levan thought, watching her. Once she was done, he just said, finished, you can bounce. She dipped out with a bow, and he let out a huge sigh. Man, I swore I wouldn't get sidetracked by her, but she's like a neon sign in a library. I ain't got time for this drama. Gotta grind this out while I still can. He hunched over his desk, scribbling away when bam, a wave of pain just body slammed him. His hand started shaking like a leaf. Teeth clenched, he reached for a smoke. And right on cue, a scream from outside shattered the moment. Levan shot up and peered out the window. Get off me, some lady was yelling. Oh look, 2 maids throwing down in the courtyard. Levan smirked, thinking, hot dinner and a show. And then his face just completely froze. So rewind a few nights, the mean girls told Jiselle she had to wash asterisk all asterisk the servants' blankets. Yep, her welcome party was a date with a scrub brush and a pile of stinky laundry. Giselle was thinking, it's cool I can just power nap on my break. Oh, you sweet summer child. They didn't give her a single second to breathe. Instead, they dumped all their work on her room's halls, you name it, she cleaned it. She was a total zombie running on fumes, telling herself, come on, girl, stay awake, no napping on the job. And this little nightmare went on for 4 whole days. Then one of the maids pipes up, hey, you know, these need to be cleaned by morning, got it? How much longer do we have to freeze our butts off without blankets? And Giselle's just thinking, okay, so we weren't exactly besties before either. But honestly, I liked it better when they just ignored me. Who knows what'll happen if I poke the bears? But you know what, I am so done with this, she said out loud. Heck no, why am I the one washing everyone else's laundry? This is totally against the rules. They just busted out laughing. Against the rules, another one sneered. Oh yeah, speaking of which, weren't you all buddy-buddy with the head housekeeper over at the Moonlight Palace? What you gonna go tattle on us? They all started snickering like a bunch of hyenas. Giselle shot back. I'm not an idiot. I wouldn't tell her. If she found out. And then bam. She just lunged at one of them, shouting, and grabbed a fistful of hair. It'd just be a slap on the wrist for me. Let go, hey, somebody get her off me, the girl shrieked. Giselle just clocked her one, yelling, you guys had this coming. If you're gonna work someone to the bone, at least let him sleep. The screaming finally got Levan's full attention. He looked out the window and just froze solid when he saw Giselle in the middle of a brawl. Petal. A few seconds later, all the maids were lined up, heads bowed so low they could probably lick the dirt. Levan had arrived. Well, looks like you all decided to put on quite the entertaining show right outside my window, he said, his voice dripping with ice. One of the girls literally threw herself on the ground, wailing, Your Highness, we messed up big time, please forgive us. Levan lifted her chin. Grave sin, you say? And are you prepared for grave punishment? Giselle was thinking, welp, this is it. I'm getting the boot. Levan walked right up to her. She squeezed her eyes shut, ready for the worst, and then he just patted her on the head. You really think you can take on the world with that little frame of yours, wow? Looks like my little petal is way more of a wild card than I figured. Later, back in his room, Levan asked, Okay, Spill, what happened? Marianne answered. Well, it appears the senior maids were throwing the new girl a welcome party. A welcome party? Levan's eyebrows shot into his hairline. That looked more like a welcome to the Thunderdome. Don't worry, I've already decided their punishment. Marianne blinked, totally shocked. Excuse me, you handled it. Yourself, Your Highness. Yep, so we can consider this case closed, Levan replied. Yes, Your Highness, Marianne said, and bowed out. Levan thought, man, the look on her face was screaming, why didn't you punish the new girl? It's not like it would have been hard, I just didn't want to. Is it because I found out about her? Lonely life here, or because I realized she was there that day it rained like crazy 15 years ago? Whatever. I gave the bullies what they deserved, so we're all good now. And now finally I can stop thinking about her. Famous last words. Later, Giselle woke up in her own bed. She'd gotten back and basically face-planted into her pillow. She remembered what Izar Taylor had ordered earlier. Haul these ones down to the dungeon. The actual head of the Imperial Order is getting involved in a catfight between maids, seriously. Giselle had thought, mind blown. Izar then told the mean girls, His Highness has decreed that you get 0 food for a week. Then he turned to Giselle and said, Hey you, purple hair, the prince says you're in the clear. Nobody's allowed to mess with you. Let me walk you back to your room. Lying there, Giselle thought, he was super clear it was an order from the prince. So, the crown prince saved my butt. He even sicked the imperial order on them for a nobody maid like me. But, why? A knock on the door. Coming in. In walked Madame Marianne. She sat down and got right to it. The girls in the slammer have all been demoted. As of now, you're the new senior bed chambermaid, Giselle. Wait, what? But don't you have to be like an adult to be a senior maid? And I've been here for less than a week, Giselle sputtered. The prince made it so. And Giselle, just so you know, the rumor mill is churning. People are saying you're his new favorite, Marianne said flatly. What? Giselle thought, completely floored. Marianne just kept going. So you better walk the straight and narrow from here on out. You're a senior maid, so you need to be extra careful. That night, as Giselle walked into Levan's room, her mind was racing. Crown Prince Levan Clowitz, what are you up to? Okay, memo to self, he's the guy I need to avoid like the plague if I want to keep my head attached to my neck. So stealth mode it is. Light the incense, hide the hair, head down, and when the job's done. I just hold my breath and poof, I'm a ghost. Suddenly a groan. She whipped her head toward the bed. What in the world was that? Sounded painful. Oh man, what do I do? Should I check? She froze. Nope, if I butt in, I'll just get yelled at for waking him up. But then she wavered. But what if he's actually sick? Finally giving in, she ripped back the curtain. Your Highness. And there was Levan panting and looking like he'd just run a marathon in a swamp. She started shaking him, yelling, Your Highness, come on, wake up, Your Highness. Turning away, she thought, All right, I'm calling for backup. But then Bam Levan snatched her hand. Whoa, Your Highness, she whispered. Just stay here, he mumbled. But Your Highness, I really can't, she protested. He just squeezed her hand tighter. Well, guess she wasn't going anywhere. After a few awkward moments, his death grip finally loosened. His hand flopped onto the bed, and just like that, he was out. She tiptoed out of there like a ninja. The next day in the prince's office, Luis Rovian, the Duke's #2 son, pipes up. So I'm hearing things about some knight from the Starin region. He's all anyone's talking about. Word on the street is he's gonna compete in the joust. And get this, he's only 15 years old. Varn just scoffed. Yeah, whatever. Sir Izar will still mop the floor with him. Being the new kid won't help him one bit against a legend. Louis pouted. Dude, I'm telling you this kid's the real deal this time, right, Aaron? Aaron Crusoe, the prince's personal bodyguard, added. He's definitely got talent, but until last year, the only guys even in the running were Izar and my dad. See, exactly, Louis shouted. It's about time we got a new champ. Don't you think so, Your Highness? Levan, totally zoned in on his work, muttered. It's not the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Holding out his hand, he told Varn, Give me the papers. But as Vaughn passed them over, a sharp pain shot through Levan's hand. Varn saw it instantly. Your Highness, I'll go get your, special cigar. No, not yet. But sir, it's been a hot minute since the Pontifex treated you. It's gonna get rough without your cigars. Levan frowned. That's so weird. The pain isn't nearly as bad as usual. What happened? And then a flashback grabbing Giselle's hand. Huh. Petals. Meanwhile, out back of the Imperial Palace, some guy sidles up to Giselle. You the maid they call Giselle? Yep, that's me, she said. He gave her a slimy smirk. Well, you're certainly a sight for sore eyes. I can see why the Crown Prince is so fond of you. Oh, great Viscount Belton, she thought. Total palace sleazeball. My future vision already showed me he's on Team Regina Basilian, a classic suck-up aristocrat. Belton got right to it. So is it true you're the Crown Prince's little secret? You think I called you out here to tell jokes? A lowly maid like me becoming His Highness's woman, get real, Giselle shot back. I've heard the rumors, but honestly I have no idea. The only maids he ever punished were the ones who were trying to hurt me. I'm guessing that's how this whole crazy story started. Belton let out a nasty laugh. Oh, sweetie, that's what favoring someone looks like. You think he ever gave a damn about maids before you turns out the ice-cold prince is just a wolf in fancy clothing? Just like every other guy. It's hilarious how hard he tried to play it cool only to fall for a simple maid. He suddenly grabbed her face. You're going to find out what the Crown Prince is hiding, and you're going to tell me everything. You help me, and who knows, I might just turn you into a noble lady. Shaking, she tried to look away. He yanked her face right back. How dare you look away from me? You're nothing but a maid. You should be thanking me for even talking to you. He let her go with a click of his tongue. Go on, put that little brain of yours to work. Figure out the smartest way to stay alive in this snake pit. Giselle just crumpled to the ground. The Regina Basilian from my dreams was already the Empress. Thing is, the guy sitting next to her on the throne was definitely not Levan Clonitz. The writing on the wall is pretty clear. The nobles are going to stage a coup, and the Crown Prince is a dead man. So do I back the guy who's going to win the rebellion and take all the power, or do I stay loyal to the bad boy prince who's got a giant target on his back? Yeah, the answer's kind of obvious, isn't it? Later, Levan was taking a walk through the garden. He sat down and plucked a flower thinking, my pain just disappeared. And then there's that maid. Is there some kind of weird voodoo connection between us? He shot to his feet. Connection or not, I'm gonna find out for myself. Back in his room, a maid came in and bowed. Hey, isn't that maid Giselle supposed to be on dawn duty for my chambers? Levan asked. Well, she stammered. Then she spilled the whole story of how Giselle begged her, please, you have to switch spots with me. She told me, I'm not important enough to serve His Highness that closely, but it's fine, your job's way easier anyway. From now on, I'll just be cleaning the hallways. And that's what happened, Your Highness. A little later, Giselle was scrubbing the hallway floor when Levan's voice echoed, Hey, Petals. She took off like a shot. Levan poked his head out a nearby door. Petals, he asked the maid inside. Where's that maid Giselle? She was literally right here a second ago. Huh. The maid turned just in time to see Giselle sprinting for her life. Hey, Petals. Petals, stop running, Levan yelled after her. Later, back in Levan's office, Varn was saying, Sir, people who run like that are usually hiding something. It's obvious she's plotting against you. You need to be careful. Levan thought to himself, that maid scheming, I doubt it. She's just deliberately running away from me. The absolute nerve. A small laugh escaped him. But no matter how much she plays hide and seek, she's still trapped in the Sun Palace. Let's see how long she can keep up this pointless little chase. This ought to be entertaining. Elsewhere, the Emperor was deep in thought. After my older brother, the Emperor before me, died after falling off his horse, I got stuck with the throne instead of my 3-year-old nephew. I ended up with the top job in the Empire, a job I swear I never wanted in a million years. And from that day on, my life basically became a total dumpster fire. People started whispering that I intentionally set up my brother's accident. Then my wife got taken out by some knight still loyal to the old emperor. And my son, Levan, you know, the one born with a super ominous "you're doomed" oracle. Yeah, he's just been getting sicker and sicker. The poor kid hasn't cracked a single smile since his mom died. Levan goes, Hey, Dad, I gotta ask you for a solid. I need you to hit up the Pontiff His Holiness and ask him to swing by. I was like, Whoa, are you feeling that bad? Levan just shakes his head. Nah, I'm fine. There's just something I really need to check out. Maybe, just maybe, it'll help with some of this pain. And I'm like, for real, all right, you got it. I'll send a message to get him to the palace like yesterday. Levan just gives this little nod. Thanks, Your Majesty. I couldn't help but smile a little. Hey, I'm just happy you're giving me some good news for a change. I actually thought you were looking better and was wondering what was up. Oh, you know, Levan said. There have been a few amusing things happening lately. Flashback to last night in Levan's room where he's all right, Petals, spill it. What's the 5-star excuse you've cooked up for avoiding me like the plague? I mean, come on, you're just a maid. There has to be a pretty wild reason why you've been ghosting the Crown Prince. Giselle shot back. I was worried about that ridiculous rumor going around with the other servants. I thought it might, mess with your highness's royal street cred. Levan's like, a rumor you say, and what rumor would that be? Giselle got all shy. The one that says, your highness is, into me. He just scoffed. Me fond of asterisk, you asterisk, get out of here. He plops down on the bed saying, wow, in the eyes of the oh-so-proud Miss Petals, my authority must be so pathetic that a dumb rumor could actually hurt it. She totally flinched. No, that's not what I meant at all. And then bam, he winces. He's gripping his head like it's about to explode. He grunts, give me your hand. She was completely startled. Oh, what? He just snapped, now. So super slowly she reaches out her hand, and he gently takes it. Your Highness, she whispered as he laced their fingers together. Whoa, it's just like that other night, Levan thought. It feels like all these tiny thorns stuck inside me are just dissolving. This crazy, refreshing energy is shooting up my arm. It's clearing my head, my vision's getting sharper. He slowly lets go of her hand. Okay, I'm good now. You can bounce. This maid, Giselle, she's got some kind of weird unknown power, doesn't she? The next day, while she's cleaning a window, Giselle is totally replaying the way he looked at her. He was staring at me like he was completely mesmerized or something. There's literally no other way to describe it. Then Marianne's words popped into her head. The gossip is that His Highness has a major crush on you. Yeah, right, Giselle thought. That's impossible. The Crown Prince I know not in a million years. Just then, another maid slides a folded piece of paper onto the windowsill and vanishes. Ooh, what's this? Giselle picks it up. The note read, come to the 3rd pillar behind the garden. Viscount Belton, a noble who's basically next in line for power, versus a crown prince everyone's betting is gonna kick the bucket. She walked out to the garden. And in this little power struggle, I chose option C, absolutely nobody. Belton just smacks her right across the face. I'm just trying to stay alive in this snake pit for a really, really long time. And to do that, I've been desperately dodging the crown prince and straight up ignoring the Viscount's little errands. Belton sneered. I thought you were supposed to be clever, but it looks like you're dumber than a box of rocks. She shot back. I didn't lie. His Highness has 0 secrets to tell. He got furious, shoving something in her face. Then what do you call this? Her mind raced. Oh crap, that's the special incense. You can't just walk out of the Crown Prince's chambers with that. Only the bedchamber maid is supposed to know that even exists. Stop trying to be cute and just tell me the truth, he growled. Do you honestly think I'm wasting my time out here to trade jokes with you? I seriously don't know anything. All I heard is that the incense is supposed to help His Highness chill out, she said, getting desperate. Belton stepped back, disgusted. What a total fool. You're betting your future on a sandcastle that's one wave away from collapsing. You still actually believe the Crown Prince is going to protect you, don't you? She thought to herself. Delicate little wildflowers might survive in the cracks for a while, but sooner or later they get crushed by something way more powerful. So that means... She looked up. Please, my lord, just tell me. How can I stay alive? What do I have to do to get on your good side? She thought, the only thing I can do now is act. Play the part of the clueless, harmless little flower that nobody would ever pay attention to. She said people might say the Crown Prince favors me. But trust me, he hasn't told me a single one of his secrets. He probably thinks I'm completely untrustworthy. Belton smirked. Oh, you poor thing. Just find out what the prince's weaknesses are. If you can pull that off, I'll protect you. I give you my word. Now go on, put that pretty face of yours to good use. He turned and walked off. To guys like him, a maid is like a gnat. Something to be swatted and crushed. A creature that can't even fight back. No matter how unfair and horrible it is. Something that's forgotten about the second it's gone. Yep, if I'm being honest, this whole mess started the day I became the Crown Prince's maid. She stood up, her heart feeling like a lead weight. No matter how hard I try, I don't think I can ever really escape the Crown Prince. From a window inside the palace, a shadowy figure was watching the whole drama unfold. Later in Levan's office. Are you positive? Levan asked. Isar replied. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, but I couldn't hear the juicy details. He had his goons keeping people away, so I couldn't get close. Your Highness, you want me to go have a little chat with Jiselle the maid? Levan leaned back. Isar, let me ask you something. What's the one thing a person needs more than anything when they're hanging off the edge of a cliff? Isar just blinked. Help, obviously. Levan grinned. Exactly. And while I'm at it, I'm going to make sure she owes me. Big time. Later that night in Levan's chamber, Jiselle was lighting the incense. Levan's voice cut through the quiet. Well, look what the cat dragged in. It's been a while since I've seen you this late. Petals, he said, practically purring. Welcome back to the glamorous life of a chambermaid. I see you didn't make a run for it today. Jiselle said flatly. I'm just doing my job, Your Highness. He chirped. Oh, you most definitely are. Such a responsible little Petals, Jiselle thought. Seriously, he has no clue what's going on, and he's grinning like he just told the joke of the century. He yawned. Good night, Your Highness. It's late. Turning over like he owned the place. Oh, so that's Prince speak for shut your mouth, huh? She thought. The nerve on this guy is almost impressive. He added. Oh, and Petals, you're back on bath duty tomorrow. Fun, right? Jiselle sighed. Yes, Your Highness. She thought, but why can't I actually hate him? What is wrong with me? The next morning, Levan was living his best life soaking in a marble tub, so fancy it probably had a mortgage with sunlight just pouring in. Through these giant windows with actual flower petals floating on the water. For real. Jiselle came in, soaked a cloth, and started her work. Levan thought, every time she gets near me I smell flowers. An annoying maid with some kind of freaky healing powers? Great. Looks like I'm stuck with her. And just like that, bam, he snatched her hand. She yelped, Your Highness! He demanded, spill it. What did you and Viscount Belton talk about? She was totally shocked. How did you even Levan cut her off? Did he ask you to dig up my weaknesses? She shook her head frantically. No, I swear I didn't say anything. It's true, Your Highness, you have to believe me. Viscount Belton totally got the wrong idea. He thinks you favor me. He told me to use that to find your secrets, but I promised my lips were sealed. Levan just raised an eyebrow. The wrong idea, you say? She stammered. Well, yeah, as you know, it's just a silly rumor. Levan smirked. A rumor. He gently grabbed her chin. And what makes you so positive it's asterisk, just asterisk a rumor? Are you absolutely sure you don't wish it were true? Then poof, he let her go. You can go now. Make me some tea on your way out. She bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Right away. As she scurried out, she was mentally kicking herself. I am such an idiot, she thought. I can't believe I was trying to play both sides with the prince and the viscount. Let's be real, the shot caller in this palace and this whole empire isn't some duke's daughter. It's the Clownetsk family. And let's not forget, if the crown prince bites the dust, the maid who serves him becomes totally disposable. Since I can't leave this place, it looks like I need him. His teasing words echoed in her head. What makes you say it's simply a rumor? A light bulb went off. Oh, I get it. He wants me to believe the rumor so he can watch me have a meltdown. Fine. You want a show? I'll give you a show. Levan suddenly appeared behind her. Is that tea ready yet? She was still deep in her new master plan. From now on, I am just a harmless little wildflower totally clueless about your dangerous future or my own. Levan grabbed her arm. Oh dear me, your sleeves are all wet. He leaned in super close and whispered, So, where were we? Moments later, back in his chamber, he was sprawled out on a sofa. Jiselle laid it all out. I think Viscount Belton is getting suspicious about the incense you use. He showed me one of the cones and asked me what kind it was. Levan sighed dramatically. Ugh, so many rats in this palace. Guess I'll have to call the exterminator. Then he looked her right in the eye. By the way, do you know what happens to people who spill secrets about what goes on in here? She gulped. I don't know. You lock them in a dungeon. He laughed. Nah, I just kicked them out of the palace. See, I'm a pretty generous guy, don't you think? The list of people who got the boot was already 13. 15 names long. They were all my chambermaids, Jiselle realized with a jolt. So he wasn't firing them just for kicks. There was a reason. But if that's true, where did that crazy rumor come from? Levan waved a hand. You said you didn't tell Viscount Belton a thing. Fine. I'll take your word for it. She bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. He slapped an envelope on the table. Enough of that drama. I sent out that invitation using the paper you picked out. And hey, I got a reply. Giselle's heart did a little flip. Could that be from Regina Basilian? The future is already different from my dreams? Maybe, just maybe, I can get an ending that doesn't totally suck, Levan went on. She wants me to pick the time and place, and since you're my new guru on this stuff, I'm leaving the location up to you again. Her mind went into overdrive. Okay, mission. Make them fall madly in love. If I can pull this off, maybe I won't get fired. So she said, how about the garden inside the Moonlight Palace? Levan looked at her waiting. She explained, it's filled with all these exotic flowers and trees from other countries that you can't see anywhere else. I'm sure Lady Regina would be totally impressed. Levan smirked. A perfect spot for a romantic walk with her. Except, I only said it was an invitation. I never actually said it was from Regina Basilian. Giselle's brain screeched to a halt for a second. Oh, the seal on the letter was from House Basilian. That's why I just assumed. She bowed low. My apologies for being so out of line, Your Highness. He just grinned and said, lift your head. I was just messing with you. I had to see if you could recognize the seal of the most powerful family in the Empire. Not bad. He stood up. All right, then. I'll send a reply for tea time in the Moonlight Palace garden. You can go now. She bowed again and practically ran out. Meanwhile, over at Basilian Manor, the Duke, Duchess, and Regina were having tea. So, the Duke started, I hear you're meeting the Crown Prince. Did you get a reply from him? Regina answered calmly. It's only been a few days since I sent my letter. I'm sure he'll reply soon. The Duchess frowned. Even so, he's the Crown Prince. I thought he'd be banging down the door to meet with you. He's been chasing after you for 6 months already. Regina just took a sip of tea. I don't know. Maybe he's not that desperate. Or maybe he's still... As they were figuring out where to meet the Duchess, just asterisk had asterisk to chime in. Now don't let him sweet-talk you. The Basilian family has a reputation to uphold, you know. Regina's voice went sharp. Excuse me, Swade. Do you seriously think I'm that much of an airhead? The Duchess immediately went into damage control mode. Oh, honey, no. That's not what I meant at all. You looked a little down and I wanted to make you feel better. Offering comfort where it's not needed is just a fancy word for lying asterisk mother asterisk. The second my real mom was gone, this woman slid right into her place like she'd been camping out for the job. Seriously, just looking at her makes me want to hurl. The Duchess gave this pathetic little smile. Well, I'm sorry you took it that way. Regina was so over this. She stood up. Father, may I please be excused? As she stormed down the hall, a certain phrase kept bouncing around in her head. Levant Clonid is on his way out. Pfft, the Imperial family tried to keep it under wraps, but a secret that big. My family sniffed out that oracle in no time. Which is exactly how I know he's completely utterly desperate for me. And yet I've been ghosting him. Why, all because I wanted to knock him off that high horse he was on at my debutante ball. The nerve, he just looked right through me with this ridiculously calm, I'm so above this expression. I swear I won't be satisfied until I see that man on his knees begging. But would you look at him? He's literally at death's door and still doesn't get it. So dense and slow, same as always. It's not like he's going to make it without me anyway. So why is he letting his stupid pride get in the way? Fine. If he won't learn the easy way, I'll just have to teach him. Oh, he's about to find out exactly asterisk, who holds his life in the palm of her hand. Meanwhile, over in the palace's servant quarters, Jiselle was tossing and turning, caught in a total nightmare. Her mother's voice echoed frantic. Jiselle, you can't ever leave the palace. Your only chance to survive is here. The second you step outside, that's it. The shadow of death will find you. You have to live, my baby. Jiselle shot up in bed, gasping for air. She stumbled to her feet, grabbing her shoulders. What the heck? Ow, my shoulders feel like they're on fire. She spun around to face the mirror and just froze. Whoa, what is that? Is that a butterfly pattern? A knock on the door snapped her out of it. Jiselle, you're gonna be late for His Highness's bath. Giselle's eyes went wide and she bolted out the door. Coming, I'm on my way! Meanwhile, out in the courtyard, the Pontifex stopped dead in his tracks. He felt something coming from one of the buildings, a tremor of divine power, and it felt dangerously unstable. He glanced to his side. Captain, is that building where His Highness's room is? The captain of the Imperial Guard replied, No, that's the servants' quarters. Is there a problem? The Pontifex just shook his head. No, nothing. Let's keep moving. When Jiselle got to Levan's chamber, another maid told her, His Highness is already back from his sword practice. He's back already. But why didn't anyone call for me? His Highness said he'd just wait for you. He did, Jiselle wondered, a pit forming in her stomach. Something felt off. She cracked open the door to the bath chamber and bam! The tray she was holding went crashing to the floor. Quick, go get Viscount Vaughn now! She yelled. The other maid just blinked at her. Huh? Get all the other maids out of here and you go back to your room and wait. Oh, okay, the maid squeaked and took off. Jiselle threw the door wide open and sprinted inside. Oh my god, there was blood everywhere. Your Highness, she shrieked, running to Levan's side. He was just collapsed on the floor. She managed to pull him up into a sitting position. Your Highness, Viscount Vaughn is coming. Should I get the physician too? Levan barely had the strength to grab her hand and shake his head no. Blood trickled from his mouth as he coughed and then he just went limp. Your Highness, wake up. Come on. The door creaked open behind her. Oh, thank goodness Viscount Vaughn must be here, she said, turning around. But it was the Pontifex. Her eyes shot open. Your Holiness. The Pontifex went rigid. That smell. What, please, you have to help him, Jiselle pleaded. What did you do? He roared. I beg your pardon? She stammered, totally stunned. Are you just going to stand there and pretend you don't smell that overpowering scent? The Pontifex yelled. Can't you feel the raw power pouring out of this room? Jiselle was flustered. I honestly have no clue what you're talking about, Your Holiness. He was already passed out when I got here. There was nothing I could do, and he told me not to call a doctor. The Pontifex's eyes narrowed to slits. Asterisk. Wait a second, he thought. Asterisk. This maid's energy? It's actually starting to calm His Highness down. His divine power is going completely haywire. The only way to stop that is with someone who has even more divine power. Asterisk. And the only people who can do that are Lady Regina and me. Just then Varn walked in, his jaw on the floor. What in God's name happened here? Viscount Halade. The Pontifex's voice was pure ice. Take this maid and lock her in the temple's prison. All the color drained from Giselle's face. Your Holiness, please. And post several Imperial priests to watch her around the clock, the Pontifex added. Just outside Levan's room, the captain of the Imperial Guard, He Crusoe, and the Crown Prince's personal bodyguard, Aaron Crusoe, were standing watch. Varn slipped inside, closing the door quietly behind him. The Emperor and the Pontifex were already sitting by Levan's bedside. The Pontifex spoke, his voice heavy. I have to be honest, I did not see his divine power lashing out like this. It can only mean one thing, his condition is getting much worse. The Emperor's face clouded over. But I was told he was getting better. Isn't that right, Viscount Halade? Varn gave a slight bow. That is correct, Your Majesty. He's been using the incense a lot less, and he's completely stopped smoking those cigars. The Pontifex then asked, Viscount, that maid we just locked up, you know her? Yes, Your Holiness, Varn answered. His Highness has been keeping her nearby. And, the Emperor pushed. Varn looked a little uncomfortable. Well, Viscount Belton was seen talking to her recently. The Emperor shot out of his chair. Viscount Belton, are you telling me she's a spy for the nobles? Why wasn't something done about this sooner? Get her in for questioning immediately. Perhaps, the Pontifex cut in quietly. His Highness already knew all of this. The Emperor whipped around. What are you trying to say? I'm saying, the Pontifex explained, that Maid has some kind of mysterious power. It's the only thing that chills out His Highness's crazy divine power. By the time I got there, his power had already settled down, and get this, the maid's energy was flowing right into him. I'm pretty sure His Highness figured it out and was dying to see me to confirm it. He thought to himself, wow, he even pinpointed the energy flow while he was basically powerless. Seriously, if it wasn't for that whole oracle thing, he'd be the best emperor Ronmer could ask for. A crown prince cursed by a god doomed to die unless his soulmate saves him. Talk about a cruel plot twist. The Pontifex then said out loud. The maid herself acted like she had no idea about her powers. I mean, it could all be a big act, but if it's real, then she's the exact person His Highness needs right now. The Emperor just leaned back, not buying it. That maid is a walking red flag. Okay, so she can heal him, but what if her real goal is to take Levan out? Our safest bet isn't some random maid, it's Lady Regina. I'm having her locked up until we figure this out. Whatever you say, Your Majesty, the Pontifex said. All of a sudden, a weak voice piped up from the bed. No! The maid! She's mine! The Emperor whipped his head around. Levan, you're awake! Are you okay? Levan slowly pushed himself up. I've got a plan. I can get her completely on our side, so don't even think about kicking her out, Your Majesty. Oh yeah, and what if she's a spy sent by the nobles? The Emperor shot back. What's your brilliant move then? Levan's eyes practically sparkled. 1 week. Just give me 1 week to prove she's got nothing to do with them. If I can pull this off. He leaned in, whispering his genius plan. After hearing him out, the Emperor let out a huge sigh. So that's how you want to play it? Fine. You've got 1 week, Levan. A little later, down in the temple prison, Jiselle was just sitting there. The massive door creaked open and some guards stomped in. "You're coming with us," one of them grunted. "You've got an appointment to keep." As they dragged her along, she suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. "Wait, this place is—" "Don't stop walking, move it," the guard snapped. "No way are they throwing me in the underground dungeon. Does this mean the prince hasn't woken up yet?" "These are the Emperor's orders," the guard said, totally monotone. "But when His Highness wakes up, he'll tell you I'm innocent," she begged. "This is a total setup." "Zip it and get inside," the guard growled, shoving her into a cell. "I'm telling you, I'm—" The door slammed shut with a final clang. Giselle just crumpled to the floor, her head hanging low. What in the world is going to happen to me now? Suddenly she heard footsteps getting closer. She looked up and completely froze. "Your Highness," she breathed, scrambling to the bars. "You're okay. Oh, please, you have to prove I'm innocent." Levan's voice cut through her panic. "The Pontifex told me that special power of yours almost checked me out for good." Her eyes went wide. "What do you mean powers? I haven't even had my coming-of-age party yet. I can't use divine powers. I don't get any of this." She flinched, her voice shaking. "Wait a second. Are you trying to pin this on me? You're trying to make everyone think it's my fault you collapsed, aren't you? Because it would look really bad for the Imperial family if word got out that you just fainted." Tears started streaming down her face as she sobbed. "You powerful people with your swords are all the same. You didn't even have to work for that power, but you treat the rest of us like we're just prizes to be won. Just because you have all the authority doesn't give you the right to ruin somebody's life." Levan's voice suddenly got softer. "Hey, if I was going to abandon you, I wouldn't have bothered coming all the way down here." She froze. "Your Highness?" "Look, I can't prove it right now, but you definitely have some kind of power," he said, dead serious. "And it totally had an effect on me. And because of that, I'm planning to go against my father's orders and bust you out of here. Like I said, it was the Pontifex's theory that you nearly took me out. I don't buy it. You're my petals, the one I'm fond of." He actually believes me," she thought, her mind racing. "Why though? I'm just a maid. Why is he sticking his neck out for me?" Levan reached his hand through the bars and gently touched her cheek. "In return, you have to promise me one thing. If you walk out of here a free woman, you become mine. Promise me you'll live for me, and I promise that I'll trust you and protect you just like before." Not a bad deal at all, Giselle thought to herself. Being the Crown Prince's personal property, giving him my entire life. A proposal I have absolutely no reason to turn down, especially since I know the future can be changed. Then she said quietly, "I actually have something I'd like for your Highness to promise me too." Levan let out a little smirk. "Ooh, a bold one, aren't you? All right, lay it on me. What do you want?" Giselle looked him right in the eye. Please become the Emperor, she thought. I know it sounds crazy to say this to the Crown Prince, who's obviously going to be Emperor, but I have to hear him say it and get his promise. She went on in her head. "Promise me, Your Highness, that you'll become the Emperor and let me stay here in the palace for the rest of my life. I'm not trying to get by your side or anything. All I want is to stay in the palace as your maid, as your servant." Levan thought, she's definitely just trying to stick around the palace as long as she can, waiting for her mom to come back. Then he said out loud, "Become the Emperor, Puff, that's already a done deal." Reaching through the bars, he shook her hand. "All right, you have my word. You can stay in the palace. My fate is already sealed." Adding one more little reason to it all doesn't change a thing. A few days later, footsteps echoed toward the prison again. Giselle remembered what Levan had told her. "Petals, from now on, there's a little something I need you to do for me in here." It was Viscount Belton. She gasped and rushed to the bars. "My lord." Tears filled her eyes as she begged. My lord, please, you have to get me out of here. I swear I didn't do anything wrong." Belton just clicked his tongue. "I warned you, didn't I? The Crown Prince doesn't have the power to protect you. If you had just listened to me in the first place, you never would have ended up in this mess." Shaking, she pleaded, "My lord, can't you take me with you now? Please just get me out of this horrible place." She slid to the floor in a heap. This place is so gross and freezing." Belton just chuckled. "Hey, chill out, I'm your knight in shining armor. Just spill the tea. Tell me what you know, and I'll spring you from this dump pronto." Giselle thought, perfect asterisk, remembering exactly what Levan told her to do. "Okay, so in a couple of days, Viscount Belton is gonna pop by for a visit. I've already started a juicy rumor that I totally collapsed and you got thrown in the slammer for figuring out why. Trust me, he's gonna bite so hard. He's gonna do the same old thing and ask for my weaknesses. When he does, you say this?" She played her part, asking nervously, You mean the prince's secrets asterisk?" Belton's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. "Yes, keep talking," she whispered. "It's all about the cigars, the ones the prince is always smoking. You should definitely check them out." And just like that, some good news came flying in. Maids were practically screaming in the warehouse. "What, no way, you're lying, I swear I'm not." "It's totally true." Just then, Madame Marianne stormed in. "What is all this racket about?" A head maid pointed a finger. The staff caught this one red-handed trying to swipe some stuff. The guilty maid just collapsed onto the floor in a heap. "No, I was just told to grab some things from here. Oh, don't you dare lie to my face," the head maid shot back. "Like half a dozen maids saw you, but I really didn't do it," the girl cried. "That's enough. Everybody back to your rooms now," Marianne ordered. "I'm going to talk to each of you one by one." Suddenly, another maid burst in. Ma'am, the prince wants to see asterisk that asterisk maid. Marianne froze solid. The prince? Meanwhile, somewhere else. Belton was stomping down the hall, practically steaming from the ears. Dang it, that useless maid. She had one simple job. How hard is it to grab a box of cigars from a warehouse? Just then, Izar opened a door. The prince is waiting for you. Please come right in. Oh, thank you, Sir Izar, Belton mumbled, shuffling inside. Slam! Izar shut the door behind him with a little extra oomph. Levan smirked. Well, welcome, Viscount. Long time no see. Wasn't it the big coming-of-age bash where I saw you last? Belton bowed so low his nose almost touched the floor. Your Highness, it is I, the humble son of Ronmer. Levan just turned away. Varn, bring her in. In walked Varn with the thieving maid in tow. Funny she wasn't in her palace uniform, but was dressed in regular old commoner clothes. Belton Levan asked casually, You know this woman? Belton went rigid. Asterisk? Oh crap, that's the maid I sent for the cigars, asterisk. I'm not sure, he lied through his teeth. Never seen her a day in my life. Your Highness. Levan's eyes narrowed. Never seen her before, but you somehow know she's a maid. Funny how that works. Belton flinched. Levan's voice dropped 10 degrees. Looks like this asterisk maid asterisk got busted trying to lift something of mine. But guess what I heard? You're tied up in this little mess. Any idea why that might be? Belton started sweating bullets. It's a huge misunderstanding. Your Highness. Levan shrugged. Well, this maid here told me you were a pretty big fan of the stuff yourself. She's setting me up, Belton yelled. She's probably claiming I sent her, but I have never ever smoked a cigar. Go on, ask anyone at my house if you don't believe me. He spun around to face the maid, absolutely furious. Why, you little... How dare you try and pull a fast one on me? Are you completely insane? Levan just waved a hand. We're done here. You can go now. The girl bowed and practically teleported out of the room. Levan's voice got sharp. That maid. Yeah, she was caught trying to steal the asterisk liquor asterisk that you supply to the palace. Belton just blinked confused. Liquor? Levan's smirk was pure evil. Oh, that's right. You mentioned something else, didn't you? Something about... Cigars, was it? He closed the distance between them. See, the thing is the fact that I smoke cigars is a little secret only my own staff knows. He grabbed Belton's shoulder, his voice a low hiss. Do you really think I'm an idiot? You should have stayed in your lane. A while later, Belton stumbled out of the room fuming. Dang it all, I got totally played by a kid. Fine, let's see you follow through on this, I dare you. The very next day, an official made an announcement for the attempted murder of the Crown Prince, leaking confidential Imperial secrets, embezzling Imperial property, and threatening Imperial servants. Viscount Belton is hereby commanded to appear before the Imperial court. As the guards dragged him away, Belton was still fuming. Asterisk. He really challenged a noble that even the Emperor leaves alone. That kid has no idea who he's messing with. Standing in the courtroom dock, Belton was smirking to himself. Asterisk, most of the judges in Ronmer are in our pocket. I knew this was coming and I'm totally prepared. Pitting the word of some random maid against a noble like me, asterisk. Asterisk. Yeah, it's pretty obvious who they're gonna believe. The head judge glanced at the paperwork. It seems we have another witness. Bring in Lady Jiselle Martina, daughter of Count Martina. Belton's face froze over. What, no way? That's the maid. The doors swung open and in walked Jiselle, decked out in the fanciest noble getup you've ever seen. Belton screamed, That woman is a maid. She works at the Sun Palace. She's not a noble. The judge shot him a look. Watch your tone, Viscount. You're being incredibly disrespectful to Lady Jiselle Martina. Belton just kept yelling, This is impossible. It's all a setup. A dirty trick. Keep your voice down, Viscount, the judge commanded. How am I supposed to do that? Belton roared back. And yep, everything was going perfectly exactly according to Levan's master plan. It all started right after Belton's little visit to the dungeon, when Sir Izar Taylor showed up for Jiselle. I'm here on the prince's orders to escort you, he'd said. This was all happening 2 days before the trial. The second Jiselle walked out of that prison, 2 maids bowed low. We're at your service, Lady Jiselle. Jiselle literally gasped. Madame Breda, Madame Marianne. The 2 head housekeepers led her straight to the Starlight Palace, the fancy place where all the nobles crash. Jiselle was so confused. Okay, what is going on? Can someone please give me a hint? Madame Breda just replied, Our only orders are to treat you like royalty, Lady Jiselle. But why are you calling me that? Jiselle stammered. Marianne gave her a gentle, reassuring look. We don't know all the details, but trust us, everything's going to be just fine. Asterisk. Okay, yeah, it'll be fine, asterisk, Jiselle thought. Next thing she knew, she was at Levan's palace. He greeted her with a huge smile. Well, look at you. It seems my little petal has blossomed again. And may I just say you look absolutely stunning. Come on, have a seat. I'm guessing you've got a million questions for me. Once they were both sitting, Levan started to explain. So I happened to hear that Margrave Martina has a daughter. One that's been missing for a long time. So get this, he just happens to be in the capital, because he heard some gossip about a girl who looked like his long-lost daughter? And surprised that girl is you. Giselle's brain just blue-screened. I'm sorry, Lady Asterisk, who asterisk now, Jiselle Martina? He announced all official-like, "Daughter of Margrave Martina." A Margrave's daughter. Is that even a thing that can happen to me? Yeah, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park, Levan admitted. And I've still got a ton on my to-do list, she whispered, trying out the name. Giselle Martina. It felt so weird, like putting a fancy diamond collar on a stray cat. Okay, but why the glow up to a noble title, she asked. Levan just smirked. Hey, I promised you back in that gross dungeon that I'd have your back. Now nobody in this palace can so much as look at you funny. So listen up. I'm dragging Viscount Belton into court. Once I strip him of his title, his little reign of terror is over. And you're gonna be my star witness and spill all the tea on what he did to you. The Viscount is basically Duke Bazillion's personal little gremlin, Giselle thought. Asterisk. Yeah, right. There's no way that guy is going down easy. So, that's really all I have to do, she asked. You look nervous, Levan teased. You think my genius plan is gonna fail just like you doubted I'd ever get the throne. You still don't trust me, Giselle shot back. Okay then, why do you trust me ? Is it just because of these weird mystery powers I've got? Is that the whole deal? And he was just like, yep, that's pretty much it. Levan said straight up. And so their weird partnership was born one part total suspicion, one part blind trust. Still asterisk. Giselle thought, he's kept his word so far, so I guess I have to trust the guy. Besides, I did promise I'd live for him. The day before the big trial back in Levan's office, Varn was pacing. Are you seriously going to try and take down Belton? The nobles are going to flip out. They'll use this chance to get rid of me, Levan finished for him. Exactly. Varn looked horrified. Levan's voice went ice cold. Look, when your attack dog knows where all the bodies are buried, you have to put him down. Yikes. Belton's at the end of his rope, frantically sending out SOS messages to all his shady friends. I want you to slip these little surprises into his mail threats that look like they came straight from him. The lucky recipients will be all the nobles who've been in on Belton's dirty deeds. This is insane, Varn protested. You think His Majesty is just going to let this fly? Levan just grinned. Oh, he'll have to. Because I'm gonna make it the one condition for me finally taking those boring successor classes I've been dodging. Varn's jaw literally dropped. I'm sorry, what? His mind was blown. The prince. The guy who's always acted like the throne was a piece of moldy cheese as if he couldn't care less. Even when the nobles were looking for a replacement, Levan snapped. Seriously, is me becoming emperor that unbelievable? Why is everyone reacting like I just grew a second head? Everyone, Varn thought, completely lost. He quickly recovered. Oh, not me, your highness. I've always been Team Levan 100%. Good. Then do what I told you, Levan commanded. And just like that, it was trial day. Done. Viscount Belton, the judge boomed. You not only threatened and manipulated palace servants, but you also tried to steal confidential information from the Crown Prince. Do you admit that your actions put His Highness in danger, and were a big screw you to the Imperial family, because that, my friend, is called treason? Treason, Belton sputtered. Who in the world is spreading that nonsense? The judge just smiled. We have a witness right here, the judge shot back. Crap, Belton thought, grinding his teeth. I knew I should have been suspicious when that maid just vanished from the prison. So it was the pretty boy prince who snatched her just to stab me in the back, He screamed. Someone made up her identity to frame me. You can't tell me this court didn't even bother to check the facts. The judge dropped the mic with, oh, we did. In fact, Margrave Martina himself is here today. Ha! Belton's brain practically melted. You are standing in front of a father who lost his daughter for years and years, the judge continued. You really want to stand by those words, Viscount? The nobles in the audience started buzzing. So this is it, Belton thought. Bazillion threw me under the bus. After all the dirty work I did for him, he's the one who ordered me to dig up dirt on the prince, Belton realized, and the bitterness was real. Then he just started laughing like a maniac. You really think I'm going down alone? He shrieked. You think you're gonna sleep at night after betraying me? Think again. Do you have any idea how much dirt I have on all of you? Silence, Viscount Belton, the judge demanded. Fine, Belton roared, pointing at the judge. Then start by giving me back all the bribe money you took from me. The judge ordered. Somebody tie him up. Belton kept right on screaming. If I'm guilty, then half the people in this room are guilty too. You really think you're safe now? His epic rant was cut short when the guards finally gagged him. Whoa, the future just got a major rewrite, Giselle thought. Viscount Belton was supposed to get a promotion, but instead he got absolutely wrecked by the Crown Prince. And that predator's smile on the prince's face after his win, sweeter than a whole candy store. Later, Varn found Giselle with a new mission. Excuse me, I'm the prince's lady-in-waiting? Giselle asked, completely baffled. Yep, Varn confirmed. From now on, your ladyship will be living here in the palace as his lady-in-waiting. It's a very respectable, super fancy job, you know. Yeah, but my lord, Giselle argued. You're aware of the totally baseless rumors that His Highness is into me, right? First I'm a noble now, I'm his lady-in-waiting. The gossip columns are going to have a field day. And plus, shouldn't he have a asterisk lord asterisk in waiting? Varn leaned in and lowered his voice. Well, it's not totally unheard of. Once upon a time, a prince actually ended up marrying his lady-in-waiting. So, he trailed off. Frankly, what the other nobles think doesn't matter. Only one person's opinion counts, and that's Lady Regina Bazillion's. Asterisk well, asterisk Giselle thought, asterisk, whether I'm in my weird dream future or reality, I guess one thing never changes. Okay, no way it's a coincidence I know what's up with Regina Bazillion. So spill the tea. Is His Highness totally crushing on Lady Regina and thinking about putting a ring on it? I asked all quiet-like. Varn was like, yup, totally. And I'm just thinking, great. Past, present, future? Some things are a constant. Prince Levan is head over heels for Lady Regina. Seriously, me knowing this asterisk has asterisk to be a sign, right? Maybe I'm like a divine matchmaker, Cupid's got nothing on me. Just then Varn cuts in. Lady Giselle, maybe you want to ditch the formal wear for some sweatpants. Allow me to show you your new digs. Okay, I squeaked. So Varn leads me down this fancy hall, stops at a door, and is all, ta-da, home sweet home. I've even summoned your personal entourage of maids, so kick back and relax. Wait a second. This was the prince's asterisk study asterisk. And hold on, is that a connecting door to his bedroom asterisk internal screaming intensifies? Just then, 2 maids pop in and give me the royal bow. We've brought your stuff from your old place. Oh, cool, just hand it over, I can totally unpack myself, I said. But one of them was like, oh honey, no. The prince gave us strict orders to wait on you hand and foot. So they start unpacking and I'm just thinking, I have hands, I know how to fold. Then a maid goes, if you just take a seat, my lady, I'll fix your skirt. Ugh, fine. So I plopped down feeling totally useless. Thanks, I mumbled. It's so weird. One minute they're my work buddies spreading the most insane gossip about me, and the next poof I'm suddenly on the other side of the velvet rope. Talk about a social ladder whiplash. So yay, I didn't get kicked out of the palace all thanks to Mr. Prince Charming. But I'm still drawing a total blank on this super secret power he needs from me. Asterisk knock knock. Coming, I yelled. I trotted over to the door, figuring it led back to the hallway. Nope, I swung it open and bam, the Pontifex himself. Ah, there you are, Giselle, he said. I basically folded in half. Your Holiness. Dude, stand up straight. The Pontifex basically scolded me. You gonna stare at the floor forever, even when you're schmoozing with the fancy folks? Then he spun around. Come on, let's go. I've got a little job for you. Yes, Your Holiness, I chirped. We walked into this room and he's like, okay, so this is basically a divine power Tupperware container. Nothing gets out. You were probably in here right before we, threw you in the dungeon. My eyes went wide. Wait, is that what I have divine power? I asked, patting my pockets like I'd find it in there. The Pontifex just looked at me. Nope. We're about to find out what kind of superpower you're rocking starting right now. He whipped out this little ring box and held it out. Put this on. I looked at it. Huh. It's just a plain boring ring. No bling at all. So I slipped it on. All right now. Can you juice up the ring with your power? He asked. Fun fact. I've literally never done this before, I confessed. He gently tapped my finger. Focus it. Right here. Just picture all the power in your body flowing out like a tiny little string all the way to the ring. Okay, I'll give it a shot, I said. Tiny power string, flowing to the ring. And then bam, the lights went out. I stumbled forward into this crazy bright light that made me slam my eyes shut. Then kaboom! An explosion rocked everything. People were screaming, help, I'm too pretty to die. And then I heard Giselle. I whipped around. There's a guy standing there completely covered in blood. My face was a waterfall of tears. Who even are you? Why am I ugly crying? No, please. No. Goodbye, Giselle, he whispered. Don't you dare go. No. I screamed, and then I woke up gasping for air like I just ran a marathon. Giselle, you with me? The Pontifex's voice cut through the fog. I was hit with this wave of sadness for... I have no idea what. I'd already forgotten the guy's face. But that heavy gut punch of sadness... Oh yeah, that stuck around. A little later we were sitting at a table, and the Pontifex was like, you good now? I nodded. Yeah, Your Holiness. But what in the world was that ring? Oh, that just a little something called the Breath of Antiquity. The ancients were super into them, he said casually. My jaw dropped. The Breath of Antiquity. Dude, there are only 3 of those on the whole continent. It's a majorly powerful ancient artifact. Whoa, if my mystery power is a big enough deal for him to whip out the fancy jewelry, what's going on with the prince? This is way more than just a case of the sniffles. This is like a might not become emperor level of serious. The Pontifex just calmly poured some tea and handed it to me. Here, drink this. It'll chill you out. Thanks, Your Holiness. Hey, this is OT. He looked a little surprised. You know, OT, I bet you've never seen this stuff in the palace. I grinned. You're right. It's what all the regular folks drink. My mom was obsessed with it. But wait, how do you know about it? My daughter liked it, he said, his voice getting all soft. After she visited the slums, she'd always drink it, said it reminded her of her trip. Okay, brain blast. The Pontifex's daughter is the former crown princess who married the Cetrian Empire's crown prince 20 years ago. She's the empress now, but since she's basically a hermit who never goes out, she's a total enigma. Oh, but wait, I know what happens. A year from now she goes missing and it's huge news even way out in Ronmer. Then the Pontifex goes looking for her and he vanishes too, dun dun dun. Aw man, I bet he really misses his daughter right now. Should I tell him? Should I warn him about the whole vanishing act? Then again, would he even believe me? I can just hear it. Sure kid who just passed out from a magic ring, tell me my future. I decided to just go for it. Your Holiness, can I ask you something? Shoot, he said. That ring you gave me the breath of antiquity? Did it, tell you what my superpower is? I'm thinking, come on, this is the Pontifex, the guy with a direct line to God. He's gotta know what's up with me. And then he goes, I'm not really sure yet. Are you kidding me? But since he's not even sharing that kind of info with me, he'd probably just laugh in my face if I tried to warn him about the future. Yeah, now's definitely not the time, Giselle thought. So are you gonna tell me what you saw in the ring or what the Pontiff pushed? You were crying your eyes out, so it must have been something juicy. That awful scene immediately flashed through her mind. The sound of people screaming. I don't want to die. Somebody please help me. I don't remember, Giselle whispered. You don't remember ? The Pontiff's eyes narrowed into slits. Are you trying to play me right now? Let's not forget I'm someone His Highness needs, she reminded herself. Which means even this guy can't just boss me around. There are certain things I have to know if I'm going to survive in this place, she said, her voice full of new confidence. If you want something from me, then you need to tell me. What is this power I have, and why is His Highness so desperate to have it? The Pontiff just stared at her. It's uncanny. She looks just like that kid. He pushed himself to his feet. All right, fine. I'll be back soon, and I'll answer your questions then, I promise. Yes, Your Holiness. The second the Pontiff stepped out of the room, he let out a chuckle. Geez, I just can't bring myself to lie to her when she looks so much like that kid. The child's voice echoed in his memory. I just want you to be happy, Father. I really mean it. Later that made Giselle think of a conversation with her own mother. Giselle? Sweetie, why do you look like you're about to cry? Is living in the Imperial Palace that hard? Her mother had asked so gently. Mommy, the wall is just too high, Giselle had sniffled. But a high wall is a good thing. No, it's not. It keeps all the bad things out, her mother said with a soft smile. But if the wall is supposed to protect us, Giselle fired back, then why am I not safe when I'm not behind it? The classic complaint of a kid dying to know about the world on the other side of that giant wall, totally ready to rebel against the whole never ever leave the palace rule. But the moment I saw the tears in my mother's eyes, I clammed up about the outside world and never mentioned it again. It's been like that ever since, but now for the first time I have my own power. Thanks to this, they can't kick me out, and I can finally ask for what I want without being scared. If I just keep collecting little victories like this, maybe one day, I'll actually get to climb over that wall. A knock echoed from the door. Is that the maid? Giselle wondered. You can come in, she called out. Levan strolled in. You know, this setup is actually kind of dangerous, don't you think? He said, leaning against the door. I can just waltz in and out with only a single door between us. No one would ever know if something happened in here. What do you say Petals want me to put a lock on it for you? It's okay, Giselle replied. It's okay, he repeated with a grin. I was thinking all day about why Your Highness decided to put me in the room right next to yours. You thought about me all day, I'm so flattered, he teased. It's so I can help you immediately when you pass out. So no, a lock would be a very bad idea. Levan just blinked. What? Then a laugh escaped him. Right. I almost forgot how smart you are, Petals. Anyway, the whole Viscount Belton situation is taken care of, so don't worry about it anymore. Get some rest. You did great. Petals, seriously, I was shocked at how you kept your cool while testifying in court. Staring at him, she thought his hair. It's the color of a sunset again. That bizarre vision flashed in her mind. What is this memory ? Seeing a tear escape her eye, Levan stepped closer. Petals, she flinched. Oh, I think I just got some dust in my eye. She whipped around quickly, wiping her face. My apologies for startling you. Your Highness. He paused, clearly not buying it for a second, then headed for the door. If you say so, well, get some sleep. Oh, by the way, she called out. What am I supposed to do starting tomorrow, Your Highness? Did the Pontiff not tell you you can spend the rest of your time here doing whatever you want? Excuse me. You've spent your entire life working your tail off as a maid, he said. You should try stopping to smell the roses for a change. Roses, Giselle muttered. Yeah, right. The Crown Prince's lady-in-waiting can't afford to be smelling any roses. Yep, I know just the person who can tell me what to do. The next day, Giselle found Brita, who instantly bowed. Oh, please don't do that, Madame Brita. You really don't have to, Giselle said, flustered. Lady Giselle, you are the one and only lady-in-waiting in this entire palace. Brita replied firmly. You must get used to this and please speak to me casually. Those are the rules of the palace. Asterisk, great. I didn't take this job just to get this kind of royal treatment, asterisk, Jiselle thought with an internal eye roll. So how can I help you? Brita asked. Well, I'm not totally sure what my job is supposed to be. I came to ask if you knew the official duties of a lady-in-waiting, Jiselle explained. I'd suggest a trip to the Imperial Library, Brita suggested. They should have a record of every lady-in-waiting who has ever served the Imperial family. If you'd like, I can have the girls bring the books to your room. No, I'll go check myself, Jiselle blurted out. As you wish. Please be careful on your way back. Brita bowed. Later in Levan's chamber, Jiselle announced, I'll bring you some clothes to change into. Levan had just gotten out of his bath. It's fine, I can get it, he said. When he glanced into the dressing room, he saw her totally captivated by his accessories. He couldn't resist sneaking up behind her. How about the one on the bottom right? He whispered in her ear. Your Highness, she yelped, tripping over her own feet. Levan swooped in and caught her in his arms. Careful there. Oh my God, did I break the jewelry box or wrinkle the clothes? She asked in a total panic. Hey, it's okay. Calm down, he soothed her. So what were you doing snooping around in my dressing room? I was just picking out your Highness's clothes and accessories for the day. You know there's a maid for that, right? I read in the books that it's the duty of a lady-in-waiting to assist the person she serves with their clothes and accessories. I'm the Crown Prince, not a doll. You don't need to try so hard, Petals. Oh, maybe pick up a book or go for a stroll. Get a hobby. Don't sweat the small stuff. Time is money, blah, blah, blah. Asterisk. Yeah, right, asterisk, she thought, asterisk. If I don't do this, I'm pretty sure my soul will literally crawl out of my body and quit. So without a second thought, she just went for it. Your Highness, please let me handle the tea party with Lady Regina. I swear on my life I can do a way better job with her ladies than anyone else, guaranteed. I'm sure you already know what's up, Your Highness. Meanwhile, over at Bazillion Manor, Regina was just vibing watering her flowers when knock-knock. Come on in, she called out. A maid scurried in, bowing low. My lady. Spit it out, Regina asked. Well, we got a reply from His Highness. And just like that, Regina's mind flashed back to that super dramatic oracle. Asterisk. The sun has risen, but it's like only half-powered. Coming soon. A noble baby girl is gonna pop out and she'll be his personal little ray of sunshine. Pff, yeah, that's me, she thought. Ever since my coming-of-age party, Crown Prince Levan has been showering me with pricey gifts and love letters basically every single day. I played hard to get for a solid 6 months before finally giving him the yes he was begging for. And now this dude takes over a week to write back the nerve. She snapped open the letter. So glad you agreed to meet up. I was thinking we could meet in the Imperial Palace garden. The Moonlight Garden is packed with all these exotic flowers from other empires. You'll totally love it, I promise. I'll get a cute little tea table all set up for us in 3 days. Just please, please let me gaze upon that gorgeous face of yours this time. Huh, Regina thought. Asterisk. Even the palace regulars can't just waltz into the Moonlight Garden. Not bad. For a guy who's usually clueless, he picked a pretty good spot. The maid chimed in. Oh, and my lady, get this. It looks like His Highness has a new lady-in-waiting. Regina's eyebrows shot up. Asterisk lady-in-waiting asterisk. You're telling me it's not some new male attendant? The maid nodded eagerly. They're saying it's that same young lady who was a witness at Viscount Belton's trial. Just the other day. Lady Giselle Martina. Asterisk Viscount Belton's trial. Regina mused. Oh yeah, that was the talk of the town. The Viscount had made a huge mess, basically blackmailing a bunch of nobles by using their dirty little secrets as leverage. He'd been threatening them under the guise of asking for a favor. But then the Basilian family stepped in and gave the Viscount the boot, and bam. Suddenly the long-lost youngest daughter of Margrave Martina just materializes out of thin air. And just like that, the Viscount was toast, couldn't save his own skin, and got himself exiled. Turns out the Margrave's missing daughter was working as a palace maid all along, and now the Crown Prince, the one who's supposedly struggling with his crazy out-of-control divine power, sends me this super chill letter. This little get-together is shaping up to be very asterisk interesting. So on the day of the big meeting, Jiselle rolled a food cart into the garden, and Regina immediately put on her best polite but confused face. Oh my, I wasn't aware we'd have company besides His Highness. Forgive me, but who are you exactly? Instantly, Jiselle heard the Pontifex's voice in her head. Straighten up. Are you gonna stare at the dirt forever, even when you're talking to other nobles? Taking a deep breath, she pulled her shoulders back. My apologies for the late introduction, my lady. I'm Giselle Martina. Regina's smile was pure sugar. Ah, Lady Giselle, I've heard so much about you. It's just wonderful that you're back after all this time. If only I'd known you were coming, I would have brought a little welcome back present. Oh no, not at all, Giselle sputtered. I'm just here as His Highness's lady-in-waiting. I know I'm not perfect, but I'll be the one serving your tea today. I do hope you like it. Lady-in-waiting? Regina repeated slowly, and Giselle couldn't help but flinch. Varn's warning echoed in her ears. Listen, who cares what any of the other nobles think? There's only one opinion that matters, and it belongs to Lady Regina Basilian. And she remembered asking him, Oh, right now His Highness is considering Lady Regina for the position of Crown Princess, Giselle explained, trying to clear the air. I was just a maid for him before, but I asked if I could stay at the palace, so he appointed me as his lady-in-waiting. Regina let out a little laugh. Oh, His Highness has always had a soft spot for stray animals, even when he was a little boy. Ouch. But before anyone could react to that sick burn, a chilly voice sliced through the air. I see that's what the oh-so-proud Basilian family calls good manners. And speak of the devil, Levan was here. Regina instantly dropped into a curtsy. Your Highness, the radiant son of Ronmer. Then she glanced at Giselle. I'm so sorry if you misunderstood me, Lady Giselle. That's not what I meant at all. Levan's eyes narrowed to slits. Oh, really? How exactly is someone supposed to misunderstand being compared to an animal I can— Lays, see right through your little act. Giselle jumped in before things got ugly. Your Highness, it's totally fine. I didn't misunderstand a thing. She shot a quick look at Regina. My lady, shall I show you to your seat? A little trash talk, puffed whatever. I've dealt with way worse, like hundreds of times. The only thing that matters right now is making sure this tea party doesn't turn into a total disaster. If you would, Lady Giselle, Regina said, turning. Right this way, my lady, Giselle replied. Asterisk. This is it, asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, if I can pull this off, His Highness will totally trust me with all the Lady Regina stuff. And then as God is my witness, I can finally play matchmaker, asterisk. Once they were settled, Giselle got to work serving the tea. Regina took a delicate sniff of her cup. Marigold tea. That's the one, my lady, Giselle confirmed. Asterisk asterisk Regina thought, asterisk marigold tea. That's practically peasant tea to most nobles. And Frisia's the commoner's favorite flower. Asterisk. But I love all of these things. And wait a second, it wasn't just that. The envelope the letter came in was totally my taste. The teacup is exactly my style. Even the freaking table decorations are perfect. You've clearly done your homework on me, Regina stated, her voice flat. Levan just smirked. Hey, you gotta shoot your shot when you get the chance. I don't know when I'll get to have you all to myself again, so I figured I'd pull out all the stops. Is that so? Regina murmured. I was half expecting you to think I was pathetic, Levan went on. But honestly, you're not giving me much of a reaction here. You're not pathetic, Your Highness, Regina replied, her voice like ice. Not that I know of. Wow, I had no idea you held me in such high regard. His tone suddenly got all sharp. Considering you ghosted all my letters, I figured I must have become some kind of villain in your story. Regina's expression went cold as ice. I am a Basilian. I'm sure Your Highness is well aware of what that implies, Levan shot back. I didn't realize declining a letter was a major political move. Honestly, the etiquette of House Basilian is a real head-scratcher. After a beat, Regina said, Lady Giselle, could you give us a moment? But of course, my lady, Giselle said, stepping away like a pro. Levan balled his hands into fists. The Basilians totally know what the Oracle said, and they know they've got the Imperial family wrapped around their little finger. So she blew off all my letters, 'cause she thinks we're a total pushover. Regina asked, all innocent like, So why were you so desperate to see me? Levan just thought this whole who me act is completely fake. Out loud he said, I'm not sure if you remember way back when my mother was still with us. My father wasn't the emperor yet, and we were best buds. You were always going on about how you wanted to be the empress even when we were just kids. That was a time when I had zero clue Your Highness would end up being the crown prince, Regina retorted. So does that mean you've ditched your dream of being empress just because I'm the crown prince? Not a chance, she said, her voice dripping with frost. Your Highness means absolutely nothing to me. Levan thought, welp, so much for childhood friends sharing sweet memories. Right now it's just the daughter of a duke playing her power cards, and a sad sack crown prince getting played. He let out a little smirk. Fine. It's not like I have any other options, he thought. If Destiny and the big guy upstairs want me to bend the knee to my enemies, then who am I to argue? I have no choice but to roll with it. Then speaking up, he said, Let me offer you the position of crown princess. He got to his feet. For way too long, the imperial family and the nobles have been butting heads. It's high time we buried that hatchet. I mean, wasn't it your dream to cut out all the pointless political drama and build a unified empire? I scratch your back, you scratch mine? I'd say it's a pretty sweet deal where we both get what we want. Regina stood up slowly, her eyes practically on fire. The nerve of him talking about the crown princess position, like he's ordering a coffee. Then and now he still has no clue who's really in charge here. I get it, the imperial family is desperate to get the nobles on their side, she said coolly. I will give Your Highness's proposal some serious thought. She paused for dramatic effect. But you'll have to ditch any and all expectations of me playing the dutiful wife. And with that, she turned on her heel and walked out. Giselle shuffled forward. Your Highness. Levan glanced at her and said, Oh, you worked so hard on the table petals. Great job. Thanks, he said, his voice suddenly soft. Did you enjoy your little tea time? He moved closer, put a hand on her shoulder, and his voice turned to steel. Look, I get that you want to live in a happy little bubble like you don't know what's going on. But from now on, you will not be taking orders from anyone else like you did just now. You haven't forgotten who you work for, have you? Giselle's stomach dropped. I was so mortified that I'd just followed Lady Regina's orders out of habit like I was still her maid. This was my chance to prove I was the Crown Prince's lady-in-waiting, and I totally blew it. She bowed low. Of course not, Your Highness. Levan stalked off without another word. Giselle could practically hear Madame Breda's warning. You better get used to it. Those are the rules of the palace. Snap out of it, Giselle, she muttered to herself. You're not just a maid anymore. A little while later, Regina's carriage pulled up to Bazillion Manor. My lady, a servant said, bowing. His lordship is expecting you? Got it, Regina said as she hopped down. I'll be right there. Well, that wasn't a total loss, she thought. Levan offered me the Crown Princess gig, like he'd been waiting his whole life for the chance. He's really giving it his all, like the sun putting on one last spectacular show before it disappears. Inside, Duke Basilian greeted her with a sharp tone. You met with the Crown Prince? Why would you do something so pointless? I heard he couldn't even be bothered to reply on time. If you can't even handle him, how are you ever going to be a proper empress? He offered me the Crown Princess position, Regina stated flatly. If our goal is to marry into the Imperial family, isn't starting more fights kind of counterproductive? What is it you actually want from me, father? The Duke just clicked his tongue. Do you really think Crown Princess and Empress are the same thing? I didn't spend years giving you the best education just so you could be his arm candy. A man with so many weaknesses doesn't deserve to be the son. The person who's actually fit to be Emperor of Ranmer is Arden Kloneck. Wouldn't you agree? Arden Kloneck, Regina's mind raced, the son of the last emperor. The old Crown Prince who got knocked down to Grand Duke after his dad died young. I'd heard powerful people were flocking to him, but I had no idea my own family was running the fan club. The Duke kept going. So, Regina, my daughter, don't you dare dream of being some run-of-the-mill empress. You are going to be the first empress of Ronmer I who wields the power of an emperor herself. Do you finally understand your place in all this? The good old days of reminiscing are over, Levan, Regina thought. And I'm sure you know that too. Yes, father. I'll keep that in mind, she said out loud. Back at the Imperial Palace, the Emperor was freaking out. An ancient power. Are you for real? I can't believe it. You're saying the maid's power is really... The pontiff chimed in. The ancient power was something humans supposedly had way back before there were even kings. It was this crazy mix of God nature and the soul. A gift from God said to be stronger than anything. Ancient. Back in the day, humans used it to run the whole show and basically rule the world. But you know how it goes? One day, greed just had to crash the party, and the itch to control each other got way stronger. And that's when, bam, the power got split into 3 different forms. The Emperor gave a serious nod. You got it. Divine power, the very foundation of Ranmer, the magic power that belongs to Cetrion and the energy of Hina. Man, what a history lesson. And get this, Cetrion is out here teaching that this epic ancient power is just some bedtime story. I mean, even coming from you, Pontifex, that's a pretty tall tale to swallow. The Pontifex slid a ring box onto the table. Please, Your Majesty, you've got to see this, the Emperor said. Is this the breath of antiquity? Yes, Your Majesty, the Pontifex confirmed. Go on, take a peek inside. Whoa, there's a pattern inside the ring that definitely wasn't there before. It looks like her powers totally woke this thing up. So does this ring have some kind of special juice, the Emperor asked. I can't say for sure, the Pontifex had to admit. But it's crystal clear her ability is super useful to His Highness. Yeah, she did help kick Viscount Belton to the curb, the Emperor said, his voice like ice. But I still don't trust her one bit. I totally get it, Your Majesty, the Pontifex replied, thinking to himself, yikes, His Majesty lost the Empress to someone he trusted with his life. No wonder the guy's got major trust issues. But the Emperor kept going. Look, if this maid really has ancient power, it'll be a game changer for Levan, especially since it's basically a gift from God. So, Pontifex, I'm counting on you to make the smart play. That's good for Levan. A little while later, Giselle was parked at a table with a book. All right, tea time in the garden is over. I asked His Highness if I could start taking lessons on how to be a proper noble. From greeting etiquette to figuring out which fork to use, let me tell you, learning this stuff at my age was no joke. But he must have been pretty pleased with how hard I was trying because Viscount Hallad said he'd teach me. All the inside scoop on the Imperial Palace later. Speaking of which, the whole palace is buzzing getting ready for the big jousting competition. All the knights who passed the preliminary rounds are about to roll into the capital and battle it out for the Empire's #1 title. Since I don't have any more classes today, Giselle thought, maybe I'll go check out all the action? Over in the Crown Prince's office, Levan was practically buried under a mountain of paperwork, while Varn was making the loudest crunching sounds nearby. Levan finally stopped. Varn, what in the world are you eating? Fried sweet potatoes, I got 'em from Lady Jiselle, Varn replied, grinning from ear to ear. She said she made them herself. Jiselle did, Levan asked, raising an eyebrow. Yep, Varn said. They were my reward for answering her questions like how Your Highness got to know Lady Regina, and when you guys first met, she asked all sorts of stuff like that. So let me get this straight, Levan cut in. That's a bribe you got in return for selling me out. Hand him over. Varn's face fell. A bribe? No way. But he reluctantly passed the snack over, grumbling, "Besides, your highness doesn't even like snacking." "Quiet you," Levan ordered, snatching them. "I told her to take it easy, but here she is taking lessons on noble culture." He thought, "Guess she can't shake that habit of always staying busy from her maid days. She's still a total busy bee." Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted in from outside. Levan shot out of his chair and rushed over to the balcony. "Giselle, and that guy," he thought. The man was saying, "So it's you, the famous lady-in-waiting everyone's whispering about." Then he quickly tried to play it off. Sorry, that just slipped out. Not that I believe those rumors, of course. A lady-in-waiting who's the prince's favorite pet, I don't believe for a second His Highness would ever do that." Giselle asked, "So you know him pretty well?" He gave a slight bow. "You could say we're quite close." Seeing that smooth, elegant gesture, Giselle thought, "Okay, that is some serious refinement. This guy is no ordinary commoner. So why is he hiding who he is, *?" She asked him, "What were you doing here?" He replied, "Oh, just looking around. My mother used to tend to this rose garden. After she passed away, His Highness helped me maintain it. He and my mother were very close." Giselle sat down next to the flowers. "I see. That finally clears up my question about this garden," he asked. "And what question was that, if I may ask?" She answered, "Well, white roses aren't exactly a hit with the nobles. So I was always wondering why there'd be a whole garden full of them right in the center of the Imperial Palace." Then you must not be a fan of them either." "What makes you say that?" Giselle asked. "Because you're a noble now. Nobles tend to follow the same trends and tastes. Otherwise, you could get branded a total maverick in high society." "If that's the reason," Giselle said firmly, "then I don't think I could ever dislike them. That's just like how I used to be treated with contempt and discrimination just because of how I look," she thought. "I don't think having a slightly different taste in flowers changes a thing," she said softly. "If we're talking about white roses, I'll like them to my heart's content." A little later, the man went to Levan and greeted him. "Your Highness, the little son of Ronmer, it's been a while. Have you been well?" Levan looked right into his eyes, then a huge grin spread across his face. "I know your magic skills are insane, but I also know you can't change your eyes, Ardan." Ardan Klenetsk let his magic mask dissolve. You're no fun anymore. It's good to see you, cousin." Levan pulled him into a hug. "Dude, why'd you go completely off the grid? I couldn't even summon you because I had no idea where you were." Ardan replied, "You know the deal. It's just better if I'm not here, Ardan." "It's not because of you, man. I'm just avoiding those annoying slimy snakes," Levan thought. After the previous emperor passed away, Ardan got demoted to Grand Duke at a super young age, way before his coming-of-age ceremony. All the nobles who got the boot started crawling back to him, snagging power left and right. Ardan went on, "And that's exactly why I bounced to Cetrian to hit the magic books. Yeah, Ronmer's imperial law is a real buzzkill. It says I can't get blessed if I mess with magic. So basically, I told the throne thanks but no thanks." He flopped onto the sofa. "The whole throne and power thing, not my scene. Hard pass." Levan, "Hey, I'm loving life right now. I'm loaded, I know what I'm doing, I'm free, and let's be real, I'm ridiculously good looking," Levan said with a smirk. "But seriously, don't be a stranger." "I just want to know where you are and what you're up to, you know." Ardan smirked. "Oh, for sure. I'll send a carrier pigeon with a tiny scroll just for you." The two buddies kicked back with some drinks. Then Ardan leaned in. "So spill the tea. Is it true you've got a lady-in-waiting you're super into?" Levan just coolly replied, "Well, where there's smoke, there's fire." "Huh." Ardan practically spit out his drink. "But you haven't given any woman the time of day recently." He added, "I actually just bumped into her in the White Rose Garden. We chatted for a minute, and she's not at all what the rumors make her out to be. Plus, I thought it was pretty cool that she's a fan of white roses." "Petals," Levan said almost in a whisper. "She's special to me." Ardan physically recoiled. "Wait, petals, as in her name means wildflower. You're not actually calling her Petals, are you?" "I get that she's a newly minted noble lady and all, but come on, ladies don't usually go by goofy pet names like that." Levan's expression went cold. "Ever since I took this title, I've never felt like anything was truly mine. Not the crown, not the title, son of the Empire, and not even a lady-in-waiting with a cutesy nickname." Ardan's voice cracked. "Dude, I know. You know I know. You tried to give the whole Crown Prince gig back to me." Levan explained, "I used to think that if you don't have anything, you can't lose anything. No stress, no fighting to hold on to what's yours. But I was totally wrong." He thought to himself, they don't just want the Emperor's chair. They want to grind the entire imperial family into dust so they can stand on top of the rubble. Levan then said out loud, "So from this moment on, I'm going to start wanting things I never allowed myself to have." Later that night, ***************** went Giselle's bell. "Welp, His Highness is summoning me," she thought. Walking into his room, she asked, "You wanted to see me, Your Highness?" The smell of booze hit her like a wall. He's definitely been drinking, she thought. Levan mumbled, "That door isn't an open invitation to just waltz in petals." She got closer. "Sorry, I didn't realize it was an emergency. Have you been drinking?" He was swaying on his feet. "A little." "You look totally wasted." "I'm not." Then he asked, "Hey, Petals, real talk. Were you trying to bribe my secrets out of someone with fried sweet potatoes? Giselle's jaw dropped. Your Highness, how did you know? He collapsed onto the sofa. From now on, if you want to know something, just ask me directly. I'll tell you whatever you want, no fried sweet potatoes required. He let out a sad little laugh. So ungrateful, my little petal. I'm gonna pluck you and toss you in a salad. Your Highness, what's wrong? Why are you drinking so much? But hey, if all that sneaky business was just for me, then I guess it's not so bad. Petals, you belong to me. Yes, Your Highness. I know. Knew it. Something's definitely wrong, Giselle thought. He's been in a funk ever since that tea party with Lady Regina. His Highness always seems so perfect, so seeing him vulnerable like this just tugged at my heartstrings. She said softly, Your Highness, I will never let you down, as I promised. As long as you're protecting me, I am yours. Levan turned away, covering his eyes with his hand, and let out a little snort. Oh, my dependable petals, you're gonna make me cry. But then I look at your face and I just have to laugh. Your Highness, it's getting late. You really should get to bed, she pleaded. But suddenly his whole body started shaking. She cried out, Your Highness! Levan let out a pained groan, smashing his hand down on the liquor tray. Glass went flying everywhere. He collapsed, grabbing his chest. Your Highness! Giselle screamed. She started shaking him, yelling, Are you okay? Your Highness, wake up! He groaned, his hand clamping onto her arm. I have to use my powers, she thought frantically. But how do I even do it? Then Pontifex's voice echoed in her head. Focus the energy inside you, into the hand with the ring. Can I really do this again? She grabbed his hand, thinking, Wait, there's no time to be scared. She closed her eyes and focused. Okay, guide the energy, all the way through me, and out my fingertips. A swirl of power left her and flowed right into him. It's working, I'm doing it, she thought. Levan gasped for air. Giselle leaned in close. Your Highness, can you hear me? But a new wave of fear washed over her. Was that enough? How long can he last on my power alone? What do I do now? Just then a hand clamped down on her shoulder from behind. It was Pontifex. He said with authority, Stop thinking of it as something flowing asterisk through asterisk you. You are the one asterisk controlling asterisk it. She whipped her head around, stunned. Your Holiness, Pontifex said, I'm going to add my divine power to yours. Now use your power to wrestle his chaotic energy back under control, she replied, her voice shaking. Oh, okay, I'll try. Pontifex added his power to hers, and she pushed the combined energy into Levan. A bright glow of divine light wrapped around his body. Suddenly, Giselle felt like she was flying through a pitch-black void. And there it was, a massive black snake. I found it, she thought, just as Pontifex's voice echoed in her mind. Be careful! Do not let it consume you! Her power coiled around the snake. The creature let out a horrifying shriek before it detonated in a blast of dark energy. Giselle, are you all right? Pontifex asked as she gasped for breath. She snapped back into her own body. Pontifex sounded worried. Oh my goodness, if you overdo it like that? Tears were streaming down Giselle's face, her vision blurring as her eyelids felt like lead weights. Giselle! Pontifex yelled, his voice filled with alarm. Giselle earth to Giselle! And boom, she's out cold! Pontifex is totally freaking out like, Giselle! Cut to the next morning, Giselle shoots up in bed looking around like, wait a minute, this is asterisk my asterisk room. What the heck? She practically launched herself out of bed. Oh my god, what about His Highness? She peeks into his room empty. Just as she's about to go full-on panic mode, a maid casually strolls by. Oh, you're up, my lady. Let me just grab you a fresh outfit. Giselle grabs her all wide-eyed like, so, what's the deal with yesterday? Did anything you know asterisk happen asterisk? The maid just smiles and says, Oh, His Highness just had a little too much fun and passed out. But don't worry, he was back to work this morning bright and early. And Giselle's just thinking, right, so that's the story we're going with. The maid chirps, Yep, seems like he's totally fine now. And then oh so casually she adds, By the way, His Holiness has been waiting to see you for a while. Giselle's brain just blue-screened. He's what? And on that bombshell, we'll be right back. So here's the deal. I've been having these wild dreams about some gorgeous noble lady's future. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, her boyfriend, her destiny. I saw every last detail of her life. Meanwhile, so I'm chilling with Pontifex and he's like, You feeling okay, Giselle? You totally conked out last night. It looked like a full-on system shutdown. I just told him, a little groggy, but I'll live. Pontifex got all serious. Yeah, you can't just go 0 to 100 with your energy like that. You'll burn yourself out. You gotta pace yourself from now on. I was like, got it, Your Holiness? But then I kind of trailed off. And I had to ask, the second I saw those things, I totally freaked out. What even were they? And if it happens again, am I gonna be able to handle it myself without you swooping in to save the day? Seriously, Your Holiness, you've got to teach me how to use these powers I've got. So rewind a bit over in the Emperor's throne room. The big guy asks Levan, Are you actually planning to spill the beans about your oracle to asterisk that Maid asterisk? Levan just goes, Yep, Your Majesty. The Emperor snapped back. Don't think I haven't noticed how hard you've worked to keep this under wraps. But Levan was like, It's too late for that. She's already seen my kryptonite. Last night, she actually managed to calm down my divine power when it went totally haywire, Levan added. The Emperor was still grumbling. Yeah, but even so, when Pontifex jumped in respectfully, Your Majesty, if we're going to teach her how to control her own abilities, we kinda have to give her the whole story. The Emperor just stared at him. Pontifex, let me ask you something. How can you be so sure we can trust this girl? And boom, back to the present, Pontifex is thinking, good question. How asterisk can asterisk I? I had to snap him out of it. Your Holiness. He finally looked at me and asked, you know how divine power is basically a gift from God, right? I'm like, yeah, I got that part. He went on, well, His Highness was blessed with a ton of it. Like, way too much. So much that it's actually a problem for him. His big weakness is that he can't control the fire hose of divine power he's got. I just stammered, wait, what are you? Pontifex laid it all out. And you have the power to calm that storm when it kicks up. My guess is you're rocking some seriously ancient powers. So to teach you how to use your gift, I figured I had to let you in on His Highness's big secret. So is that a heavy burden knowing the royal family's dirty little secret? And I'm thinking, yeah, it is. But for some reason, all I can think about right now are His Highness's words. I could just hear Levan saying, I get it. You just want to float through life pretending you don't know anything. So I said out loud, okay, honestly, I'm terrified. I have no idea if knowing this stuff is going to be a good thing or a really, really bad thing for me. But then I thought, but I am so done with living in blissful ignorance. So I looked him in the eye and said, but I don't regret it. Because you know what, I'm not just going to be some doll whose job title changed. From maid to lady-in-waiting. Pfft, I want to be someone he actually genuinely needs. Just then, Pontifex slid this little ring box across the table. All right then, if that's really how you feel. Take this and check out what's inside. I popped it open and whoa, it's the breath of antiquity. But there's a pattern in here I've never seen before. Pontifex was like, yep. It showed up after you juiced the ring up with your energy. Take a good look and tell me if it jogs any memories. I squinted and read the tiny writing out loud. This is the second shard of memory. I looked up at him, totally confused. Your Holiness, what in the world does that mean? And then Pontifex just rocketed out of his chair so fast, he knocked his teacup over and it shattered everywhere. He stared at me completely bug-eyed and was like, you, before practically shouting, you can read ancient writing. I just squeaked. Excuse me. Meanwhile, over at the totally not evil Basilian Manor, Regina's like, Dad, what is all this creepy-looking stuff? Duke Basilian just smiles and says, oh, we're just having a little ceremony. She flinched. A ceremony? He nodded. That's right. A ceremony to make the Crown Prince's divine power go completely bonkers. Regina's jaw hit the floor. Making the Crown Prince's power go bonkers, Dad, that was you. But the Duke was as cool as a cucumber. This is just one piece of the puzzle, Regina, my dear. No need to get your panties in a twist over one little detail. She was horrified. How could you? You're one of the great nobles of Ronmer, Dad. She cried out. That is exactly why I can do this, the Duke said, dead serious. I'm a patriot who truly loves the Ronmer Empire. And don't forget, Ronmer is a holy nation built on power borrowed from God himself. She shot back. So how can you justify using the power of some evil spirit? Weren't all the other incidents enough for you? The Duke just stared right through her. Regina, let's not forget you had a hand in this plan too. Didn't you? She totally flinched. But she thought. I just wanted to make Levan desperate enough to come crawling to me. I wanted him to beg me for help. Is that so wrong? That's it. Her dad just put a hand on her shoulder. And the Duke just kept going. Like you said, it wasn't enough. Offing the Empress, not enough. Spreading rumors that the royal family couldn't run a bake sale, also not enough. But now you see just how truly useless they are. So my plan is to kick the current family to the curb and set up a new one. And Regina, don't you forget that you're going to be the queen of this brand new imperial family? It's time to stop acting like a spoiled brat. Regina just lowered her head. Yes, father. And swoop, we're back at the Imperial Palace where the Pontifex was still freaking out. You can read ancient writing, he asked again. No, I have no idea how, I said, trying not to sound as freaked out as I felt. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've never seen these letters in my life, but the second I looked at them, my brain just downloaded the translation. Could this be part of the power? I decided to just come clean. Your Holiness, there's something else I have to tell you. The very first day I put this ring on, I saw this vision. Well, it felt way too real to be just a vision. And the person in it was totally me. I just had to stand there and watch as people died and the whole world crumbled and I couldn't do a single thing about it. It was absolutely gut-wrenching. The Pontifex got this super serious look on his face. Jiselle, based on what this ring says, I think you might have just watched a memory from someone who lived ages and ages ago. I hesitated for a second, then added, and someone called my name. You think that was the name of whoever owned this ring? Well, for now we're kinda in the dark, the Pontifex admitted. I've got to track down all these ancient whispers. Are there others besides this one, she asked? Oh yeah, 3 of them in total, he explained. This little guy belonged to Ronmer. Another one stashed away in Cetrian's mage tower. And the last one that's with the imperial family of Hina. If this ring is the second piece of the memory puzzle, then the others must also have little bits and pieces of ancient memories. Getting up, he added, funny enough, I was already planning a trip to the Cetrian Empire, so I'll just swing by the mage's tower while I'm out there. Wait a minute. Cetrion Giselle's eyes practically popped out of her head. Something is way off. This isn't how it went in my dream. In it, the Pontifex headed straight to Cetrion. A year from now, you'll be right here by His Highness's side. The Pontifex promised her, so I can totally take off without a single worry. Oh no, the future must have changed 'cause of me. But what if some parts are still the same? What if, just like in my dream, His Holiness just poofs? As he was walking out, he mumbled, "Man, it's been ages since I saw my daughter." Giselle shot up from her seat and yelled, "No, don't go!" He spun around. "And why exactly can't I, well, I had this dream," she sputtered. "And in it you went to Cetrion and you were in like mortal danger. What are you seriously telling me? You saw the future in a dream? I know it's a lot to take in. But listen, Giselle," he cut in. "When your divine power is super strong, getting visions of the future is totally possible. And your power's there on a whole other level. So yeah, it's not impossible at all." "Wait, so you actually believe me? Then you really can't go." "On the contrary," the Pontifex said, his tone turning serious. "Hearing about your premonition gives me even more reason to go." Patting her head, he smiled. "If something big is waiting for me in the Cetrian Empire, it probably means my daughter, the Empress, is in deep trouble. So thank you, Giselle. Because of you, I can go save her life. Come with me. There's the place you need to be." "Huh. Thanks to you, I know there's danger ahead. Now I've got to cook up a safety plan." As they strolled through the hallway, nobles were practically scraping the floor with their bows. "Greetings, Your Holiness. Your Holiness." Whoa, everyone's bowing. This guy is basically on the same level as the Emperor here. Suddenly, the Pontifex stopped in his tracks, spun around and announced to the whole world, "Hey, everyone, listen up. I want you all to remember I am this child's guardian." Giselle's jaw dropped. "Say what now?" He repeated it right to Madame Marianne's face. "I am this child's guardian." Marianne looked like she'd seen a ghost. Yes, Your Holiness." Then he turned to Varn. "She's important to me, so you better treat her right." "Yes, Your Holiness," Varn snapped back. The Pontifex just kept spreading the news until finally, as he hopped into his carriage, he muttered, "Yeah, that ought to do it." What was all that about?" Giselle asked, totally confused. "Told you I was preparing a safety measure," he explained. "If I'm not around, there won't be anyone to watch your back." Giselle broke into a cold sweat. So his big plan was to spread a rumor so nobody would dare mess with me. That's his safety measure. A few days later, the Pontifex slipped out of town heading for Cetrion on the down low. Only a couple of people even knew he was gone. He picked a time when the capital was going nuts for the fall festival, so he could sneak across the border. Levan and Giselle were there to see him off. "Oh, that reminds me," the Pontifex told her, "I've got a little job for you." "A job? Come a little closer." He leaned in and whispered. Giselle's face went completely white. "I'm sorry, what?" The Pontifex just gave her a little smile and patted her on the head. "Well, time for me to hit the road." As he took off, Levan said, "Wow, you two got super close super fast. People would totally believe you if you said you were his granddaughter." "You sad to see him go?" "Yeah, I just hope he makes it back." "Okay," she admitted. Levan just burst out laughing. "What's so funny? I'm just worried. Worried. Who do you think the Pontifex is? He's literally the most powerful guy on the entire continent, and you're worried about him." He smirked as he walked away. "You should be worrying about yourself, Petals. He's the one who's completely clueless," Giselle thought. Meanwhile, near the Cetrion border, "What the who are you people?" Belton shouted as a bunch of shady hooded figures closed in on him. "If it's my stuff you want, I can give you as much as you want," he stammered. One of the hooded figures knelt and shoved a portrait in his face. "You know this woman?" Belton's eyes went wide. "That violet hair, those blue eyes. But her face. Something's different." Why are you guys looking for her?" he asked cautiously. The hooded figure's voice was pure ice. "Just answer the question. Where is she?" Once Ranmer's Fall Festival kicked off, the capital was more alive and chaotic than ever before. All that crazy energy spilled right over the palace walls and washed over Giselle. The main event of the whole thing was, of course, the big jousting tournament. Giselle thought everyone in the palace is running around like a chicken with its head cut off for this competition. I'm literally the only one here with nothing to do. The palace is a ghost town. She shook her head. "No snap out of it. This is no time to be lazy. I've got that mission His Holiness gave me." With that, she jumped up and bolted out of the room. As she was heading downstairs, Taylor showed up. "Good morning, my lady," Iser said. He was the head of the Second Imperial Order, and just like last year, everyone was betting on him to win the whole jousting competition. Giselle asked, "Are you here to see the prince?" Iser replied, "Nope, I actually came to see you, my lady." "Me?" she squeaked, totally shocked. Holding out a fancy-looking request letter, he said, "At the Imperial banquet after the competition, would you do me the honor of being my partner, my lady?" She just blinked at him. Pardon looking at the letter, she thought. You have got to be kidding me. "So this is a partner request," Giselle mused. "For the Imperial banquet, huh? But wait, haven't you already been asked by like a ton of people? Does it really matter how many offers I've gotten?" He shot back with a smirk. "Well, not really, but," she mumbled under his breath. "So, is there some other guy you're thinking of going with?" he pressed. "No, it's not that. It's just..." She trailed off totally unsure. Isar just dipped his head a little. "Well, if that's the case, sounds like I've still got a shot." "I'll be waiting for your answer, my lady." And get this, Levan was totally hiding behind a wall, eavesdropping on the whole thing. Iser then added, "Oh, by the way, if you've got a free moment, you should totally come watch the competition. I'd be thrilled to see you there." Giselle's brain was screaming, "No freaking way, asterisk, have a good one," Iser said with a wave as he walked off. Hold on, asterisk, she thought. I've only met Sir Iser like a couple of times for work stuff. We've never actually had a real conversation, asterisk. And then bam, Levan just pops out from behind her. So that was a partner request from Sir Iser, was it? She just about jumped out of her skin. Your Highness. A little disappointing, I gotta admit, he said with a sigh. I was really hoping I'd have a date this year. Giselle was like, aren't you going to ask Lady Regina to be your partner? I'll have to pass on that, he said way too casually. I'm sorry, asterisk, what asterisk did you just say, Your Highness? She asked, completely floored. Anyway, he continued, brushing it off. I want your first dance to be with me. She totally froze for a second, then blurted out, I'll practice like crazy, I promise I won't make you look bad. Levan just grinned. Oh, I'm sure you will. As they started walking together, Levan asked, So you all done with lessons for the day? Yup, she replied. I was just about to head off and handle that little task His Holiness gave me. A task? He questioned. Yeah, well, she started to explain. He said there's some super old book tucked away in the back of the Imperial Library. My mission is to see if I can actually read the ancient text. Then she remembered the pontiff saying, Oh, and one more thing, Giselle. When I get back from Cetrion, I'm thinking about making you my foster daughter. Whoa. But you can't just waltz into the Imperial Library without the Emperor's permission? Levan pointed out. Excuse me. Then what am I supposed to do? Giselle asked, totally freaking out. Well, what else can you do, he started, but got cut off mid-sentence. A servant walked up to them asking, Pardon me, are you Lady Giselle Martina? She turned around. Yes, that's me. The Emperor wants to see you, the servant announced. Giselle shot a panicked look at Levan, who just gave her a big old shrug. So off she went to see the Emperor, bowing low. Your Majesty, the glorious son of Ronmer. Ah, right. You're the Giselle girl. Go on, have a seat, the Emperor said. Once she was settled, he went on. You know, I was meaning to call you in sooner, but things got busy. I've been hearing you're a huge help to Levan. Even if it's just in a small way, I was told I'm helping, so I'm giving it my all, she said respectfully. The Emperor nodded. The Pontiff seems to think the world of you, which I'll admit made me pretty curious. And it looks like Levan's taken a real shine to you, too. The Emperor thought to himself. Seriously, why was the Pontiff so insistent that I look after this kid? Asterisk. Then he asked out loud. So what's your take on Levan? I'd love to hear the opinion of someone who works so closely with the Crown Prince. She instantly sat up straight and said, His Highness is hardworking, incredibly skilled, and absolutely perfect in every way. Oh yeah, and what exactly makes you say that? The Emperor pushed. Oh well, based on my observations from working with him, she started. Inside her head, she was panicking. Crap, I can't think of anything super special. Asterisk. So she just blurted out, he never ever misses his morning sword practice. And he plows through his work flawlessly and at lightning speed. I mean, Viscount Hallett even said he can barely keep up with him. You know how they say you're supposed to look up to the sun? Well, His Highness is this amazing person that everyone in the entire Empire respects. And as the words left her mouth, Giselle's brain did a hard rewind to all those nasty rumors she'd heard that he was lazy, stuck up, and fired maids just for fun. You know, the whole self-centered Crown Prince thing. But now I know that was all just a bunch of nonsense spread by people who had no idea what he's really like, she said, her voice full of conviction. He's hardworking and perfect, and honestly, I'm proud to be able to serve him. I truly am. Is that a fact? The Emperor replied, studying her. Wow, asterisk, he thought. She's not just sucking up. She actually believes it, quote, asterisk. Then he said, Well, I'd like to show you my gratitude for everything you've done for Levan. Name your price. In that case, Your Majesty, could I possibly get permission to go into the Imperial Library? His Holiness asked me to check out an ancient book in there, she asked, shooting her shot. The Emperor looked totally stunned. An ancient book? Are you telling me you can read ancient text? I'm pretty sure I can, she answered. The Emperor's mind was reeling. Not even the Pontiff could make heads or tails of that entire book. If this girl can actually read that stuff, asterisk, he thought, she could be the very first person to uncover the secrets of the ancient world. Ah, so this is what the Pontiff is playing at, quote, asterisk. The Emperor lifted his hand and called to a servant, Bring me the thing! Turning back to Giselle, he said, I'm giving you this. It's the Emperor's tablet, a symbol of absolute authority. With this bad boy, you'll be able to get into the library, no questions asked. I'll expect you back here same time tomorrow. And hey, if you can actually read that book, you gotta tell me what it says, okay? And with that, Giselle stepped into the legendary Imperial Library. Turns out there were only 2 ancient books in all of Ronmer. What was inside, a total mystery for thousands of years. Okay, deep breaths. Can I actually do this? Asterisk, she wondered. She glanced at the titles and read the first one out loud. Secret Techniques to Spark Up the Night. Her eyes went wide. What in the world is that supposed to mean, asterisk? The other one was titled Ledger of Exchanged Goods. Huh. So people were bartering thousands of years ago. She started flipping through the pages, mumbling to herself as she read. Whoa. Bronze feathers, hezen eggs. All the way to wheat corn and even gold traded for traces of what they called mysterious beings. It's a whole mix of stuff, even some things I recognize. Then on the very last page, she saw a big piece of paper all folded up and tucked inside. Okay, what do we have here? She whispered, unfolding it. She read the name Baham Vale Von Asterisk, and then all of a sudden, the sheet lit up like a firefly and a world map just popped onto the paper. She whispered, her eyes scanning the words, Rhonda, Zayden. She thought, wait, aren't these the OG spots of the Empire? And hold up, what's this asterisk place? On a modern map, this would be smack dab in the middle of the ocean. Tronin. How did a whole continent just poof disappear? This thing is a ledger of nations that history class totally forgot to mention. So is this book for real, or? Later back in the Emperor's audience room, the Emperor smirked. Secret techniques to asterisk spark up the night asterisk. Unfortunately, this little how-to guide is total bunk. It's all fake, Jiselle said, completely floored. Wait, what? The Emperor continued. I checked it against some of the stuff the Pontifex decoded, and yeah, it's pure fiction. Jiselle was thinking, you have got asterisk to be kidding me. The Empire has been hoarding these books for thousands of years, and it's all just fan fiction. The Emperor asked. Anyway, you were saying this book is a ledger. She snapped back to it. Oh right, I even found a hidden ancient map tucked in the back. It shows all these civilizations that are totally gone now. He asked. Vanished civilizations, you don't mean Tronin? She gasped. You know about Tronin, Your Majesty? He nodded. I do. It's known as a civilization that got cozy with an evil spirit a long time ago. She blurted out, an asterisk evil spirit asterisk. The Emperor explained that Tronin got super ambitious, wanted to rule the whole continent, and decided to team up with some seriously bad juju. Because of that, people basically had a massive book-burning party for anything related to Tronin. They wanted to scrub its name from history completely. Only the Imperial family and the high priests would have even heard of it. I only know a little because the last Emperor mentioned it once. Jiselle gazed out the window and said softly, maybe His Holiness knows the real scoop on this. The Emperor sighed. So I guess we're stuck playing the waiting game until he gets back. Jiselle thought, His Holiness, man. I hope he's okay out there. A few days flew by, and suddenly it was the day of the jousting finals. As their carriage bounced along, Levan said, so I heard His Majesty gave you that special Emperor's tablet the other day. Giselle replied, oh, that I guess His Majesty was just happy that I'm being useful to you. He basically told me to name my prize. Levan raised an eyebrow. An asterisk, that's asterisk how you got the Emperor's tablet. Pretty slick, she said nervously. I know I feel like I totally don't deserve it. He said firmly, no, that's not true at all. For the person who saved my life, it's the least he could do. And His Majesty? Isn't a guy who just trusts anyone. There's no way he would have just handed over the tablet. She asked, so, does that mean I've officially got the Emperor's seal of approval? Levan chuckled. Now that's a bold question. Ah, look, I can see the castle gates. We're leaving the palace, so we should be at the arena in a flash. Hearing that, Jiselle flinched and mumbled, okay. Levan thought, and here I thought she was finally starting to chill out. She's been a bundle of nerves lately. He asked, you know, come to think of it, you really seem to hate leaving the palace. Is there a specific reason? She hesitated, her fist tightening, then said, it's something my mother always told me. If you leave the palace, the shadow of death will fall on you. So I have to stay inside the palace. No, matter. What? He looked concerned. The shadow of death, did she mean someone is trying to, take you out? She shook her head. I don't know. It's a really fuzzy memory from when I was just a little kid. Levan thought, so asterisk, that's asterisk why she's so freaked out. But as my lady-in-waiting, she had no choice but to come with me. Now that I think about it. She was worried sick about the Pontifex, and then she had that private meeting with His Majesty. She must have been totally stressed. Then he held out his hand, saying, Petal, come sit here. She said, huh? He said gently, come on. She placed her hand in his, got up, and slid in right next to him. Even after she was settled, Levan kept holding her hand. She whispered, Your Highness, looking out the window. He said, your hands are like ice. We can stay like this for a minute. Jiselle thought, he smells like a cool misty forest. His hands are so big and warm, strong from all his sword training. Outside, the green trees were a blur, and the sunlight pouring in was so warm. She remembered his promise. I promise I'll trust you and protect you. She thought, was it because of what he said, or because his hand holding mine was just so warm? Whatever it was, this whole moment just felt so safe. Later at the arena, the place was buzzing like a beehive. The Emperor raised one hand and the entire crowd went dead silent. The Emperor declared, by the grace of God, Ronmer welcomes another blessed fall season. I pray to God watching us from above that every person in this empire can live a life of peace and plenty. May Ronmer have endless riches and glory, and may everyone compete safely today. While the Emperor was giving his speech, Levan glanced at Jiselle and thought, she looks way more relaxed than before. Giselle said in awe. I've never seen so many people in my life, Varn said with a huge grin. Oh, you're in for a real show, Levan smirked, thinking she's amazed by literally everything. Her jaw is practically on the floor. The Emperor finished, May Ronmer be eternally blessed, and then the trumpets went wild. Levan thought, Heh, what's she so hyped about? The announcer's voice boomed. And now it's time to welcome our 2 contestants who will go head-to-head in the finals, Varn yelled excitedly. Look over there, Lady Jiselle. She said, Yeah, I'm looking. Varn was practically bouncing. It's the top contender again this year, Sir Taylor. Just like everyone expected, the reigning champ who bulldozed his way to the finals was the one with the most victories in this whole competition's history, the legend himself. Sir Isar Taylor, his opponent Geg Guile, some kid from the sticks who basically became a superstar overnight. Giselle was like, Hey, I heard he's the youngest guy to ever compete. Varn just busted out laughing. Yeah, and that title means squat when you're up against Sir Isar. The rules were simple. They go at it 11 times, and whoever scores the most points takes home the trophy. Of the whole jousting tourney, the announcer's voice boomed. All right, folks, let the finals begin. The horses tore across the field, and bam, Geg lands a super quick hit. The announcer lost it. Guile 1 point. Varn was in total shock. You've got to be kidding me. Giselle yelled, My lord, you have to see this. The horses charged again, but this time Isar came back with a vengeance, slamming into both Guile and his horse. The announcer screamed, Taylor 1 point. Varn jumped up totally hyped. Yes, I knew Sir Taylor would pull through. Giselle just stared her jaw on the floor. Varn got all smug and asked her, So what do you think now, my lady? She just said, This is intense. Levan, who was watching her the whole time, cracked a tiny smile. That's when Regina decided to slide in. Such a wonderfully happy day. Don't you think so, Your Highness? He shot back. Regina Basilian. Well, who'd have thought I'd be the first person you'd come see? She didn't miss a beat. I'm just here to give you an answer about that letter you sent, Your Highness. He scoffed. Oh, really? And since when do you bother replying to my letters? She fired back. You're the one who offered me the Crown Princess position. It'd be nice if you could at least pretend to be happy about it instead of moping. I didn't exactly twist your arm, did I? He asked, cutting to the chase. So what's the deal? Are you telling me you're finally accepting my proposal? She looked him dead in the eye and said firmly, Yes, Your Highness. I will accept your partner request. He just blinked, totally stunned. What? But you always say no! Just then a horrible scream ripped through the arena. Guile was down, blood gushing from a nasty wound, and the crowd went into a full-blown panic. Oh my God, this can't be happening. Levan shot out of his seat, his face pale with shock. Even the Emperor himself rushed down to the field. Isar was trying to explain, his voice shaking. The second my spear hit his, I felt this weird energy surge through it. By the time I realized something was wrong, it was too late to stop. The Emperor's face was grim. That's impossible. The lances for these competitions can't pierce armor. Where is the spear that Guile was using? A servant scrambled forward with it. Here, Your Majesty. The Emperor reached for it, then yanked his hand back when he saw some creepy dark energy practically oozing from the weapon. He gasped. What in the world? His mind was racing. This isn't divine power and it's not magic. It's some kind of dark energy I've never felt in my entire life. Captain Hevel Crusoe leaned in. Your Majesty, the whole stadium is watching us. We have to get that contestant treated now. The crowd started yelling. The Crown Prince can heal him with his divine power. What are you just standing there for, Your Highness? Hurry up and fix him. We've all seen you use those crazy strong divine powers before, haven't we? In the chaos, Regina's servant slipped up to her and whispered, My lady, you need to go back to His Grace's side. Immediately. Regina asked, Is my father okay? The servant nodded. Yes, he made it back safely. I really think you should do the same. But the crowd was only getting louder. Your Highness, what is the holdup? The Emperor looked over at Levan and thought, Oh, he's totally freaking out. If he tries to use his divine powers now, they'll for sure go haywire. But if he backs down, the people will hate him for it. Captain, he whispered, Your Majesty, should I go get Lady Regina? She could probably heal him without breaking a sweat. The Emperor scowled, thinking, and then Regina Basilian would be the hero of the day. The crowd kept on chanting, What are you waiting for, Your Highness Crown Prince Klenetsk? Levan clenched his fists, thinking, Damn it all. If my power goes nuts in front of everyone, I can kiss my chances of being Emperor goodbye. I'm still so pathetic, just a half-baked prince stuck between a rock and a hard place. He flinched when someone suddenly grabbed his hand. He turned his head and breathed petals. Looking right into her eyes, Levan felt like he could hear her saying, Don't worry, I'll help you. He gave her a firm nod, then stepped forward and announced, I will treat the patient. Other than my lady-in-waiting who is going to help me with the wound, I need everyone else to take 50 steps back. The Emperor commanded, You heard the prince. Everybody follow his orders. Levan knelt down next to Guile. Giselle hurried over and said, His Majesty also wanted me to assist you. He just nodded. Okay, I trust you. Levan started channeling his divine power, and Giselle immediately used hers to keep his from spiraling out of control. Levan groaned as a wave of pain hit him. He thought, For a second there, the pain was so bad, I thought I was going to lose it. But then a familiar scent I'd been dreaming of drifted past me. A smell that makes my heart pound so hard I feel like I could just cry. If any of this went wrong, her powers could have been exposed, putting her in serious danger. She really is such a goofball. A ridiculously innocent goofball who actually kept her promise to help me. Later, Jiselle shot awake in her room. She sat up totally confused. Whoa, when did I even fall asleep? What happened before that? It all feels like a weird dream. I left the palace, watched the match. And then that awful accident happened. An image of Levan, his golden blonde hair whipping around in that brilliant white light, popped into her head. He seriously looked like an angel. That's when she heard a knock at her door. A voice asked, "Can I come in for a moment?" Jiselle got up, opened the door, and was like, "Lady Regina, how did you even get into the Sun Palace? Pretty sure this place is off limits to just anyone." Regina just smiled sweetly. "Oh my, is that so? No one stopped me on my way in, so I guess I just didn't know. Well, since I'm here, you might as well keep me company for a bit." Giselle stepped aside with a sigh and said, "Come in." And in walked Regina. She was all like, "So I heard you were crashing at the palace, but I didn't think you'd get your own suite, and right next to His Highness's room, no less." Giselle just tried to keep her cool, thinking, "Okay, chill out. I'm not a maid anymore. This is just one noble lady chatting with another." Then she said out loud, "Please have a seat. Can I get you some tea or something, my lady?" Regina plopped down and was like, "No worries, I'm not planning on sticking around. Besides, you look like you could use a nap." "Okay," Giselle whispered. Regina leaned in. "Hey, there's something I wanted to ask you, Lady Giselle." "Oh, what's up?" Giselle asked. "Is His Highness doing all right?" Regina asked, all careful-like. Giselle's brow furrowed. "Wait, did something happen to him?" Regina quickly shook her head. No, I just mean after he healed that night. He would have been in a real jam if he'd used his divine powers right then." An alarm went off in Giselle's head. "Whoa, how in the world does Lady Regina know about that?" "Only a handful of people in the palace even know," Regina went on. "Since you're always by his side, I figured you'd be in on it. The only way to keep his power from going totally haywire is to have the woman of the oracle with him. It's his destiny," Giselle thought to herself. "The prince is... What now? Never heard of it," she asked out loud. "The woman of the oracle. Oh my gosh, you didn't know. I am so sorry. I totally put my foot in my mouth. Can you just pretend you didn't hear that?" Regina said. Giselle balled up her fist and muttered, "Sure." Regina gave a tiny fake smile. "You are just so sweet, Lady Giselle." But Giselle was thinking, my gut is screaming right now. Lady Regina knows some huge secret about the prince that I don't. And why do I have a super bad feeling about this? Regina then said all high and mighty, "But you know how people talk. I'm the woman of the oracle. His Highness needs me. It's my destiny to be by his side." Giselle's voice shot up. "So you knew all that and you just sat back and did nothing?" "I wanted to help, I really did, but things were complicated," Regina shot back. "No way, that's a total lie. My BS detector is off the charts," Giselle thought. Then she asked, "So why are you telling me all this?" "They offered me the crown princess position," Regina admitted. "But I don't want to be just some pretty face. I want to build a real family and a great empire with him. So from now on, I'm going to be glued to his side for his sake, willingly." "So you get what I'm saying, right?" Later that night, Giselle's eyes fluttered open again. When did I pass out? I guess I'm still not 100%, she thought. She felt her hand resting on top of another one. It was Levan sitting right by her bed. He grinned. "You know I'm seriously going to have to put a lock on you. The second you grab my hand, you refuse to let go." Startled, she gasped, "Your Highness." "How are you feeling?" he asked softly. "Good, just a little sleepy. Did it all work out?" she asked. "The knight is awake and Iser Taylor was declared the winner, though we still haven't figured out the root cause of the problem," Levan said. Giselle sat up a little. "You mean someone did this on purpose? Were they after Sir Gert?" "Not him," Levan said, his voice firm. "They were after me. They wanted everyone to see me try to use my divine powers and fail spectacularly. Did you really offer to help me without knowing that?" "I honestly thought it was just a crazy coincidence," Giselle answered. "I just saw His Highness was in a tight spot and wanted to help," she thought. Levan stood up, putting a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, don't look so scared. Most people would have thought the same thing. The Imperial Ball is in 3 days, so just focus on resting up until then." He started to leave, but she shot out a hand and grabbed his sleeve. Your Highness, there's something I need to tell you." This is so not how it happens in my daydreams, she thought. The Regina I know now is trying to be a good empress, and I'm supposed to be the one pushing them together so he can be happy. She said quietly, "About the first dance at the ball you mentioned." Levan stopped. "Oh, that. Yeah, about that. I'm sorry, but it looks like I'll have to dance with Lady Regina first. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep that promise." "Great. Can't be the awkward third wheel," Giselle thought, feeling a sting. "Lady Regina is the oracle girl and he needs her. This makes perfect sense. Which means there's no reason to be bummed out. So why am I no Giselle snap out of it? This is about his life." She plastered on a smile and said, "It's totally okay, Your Highness. The first dance is for you and your partner, so I completely get it." Besides, I was just going to ask if I could have the dance with my partner too. Ah, Taylor, Levan said, nodding. Yep, so you don't have to worry about me one bit, she chirped. All right then, he said, and slipped out of the room. Meanwhile, over at the Basilian Manor, Regina was strolling down a hall thinking, so when I went to see Giselle Martina, she remembered saying to Giselle, we'll be seeing a lot more of each other. How about a handshake to seal the deal? Now she thought, I definitely felt it then. A powerful, clean, and sweet-smelling energy I've never encountered before was just pouring out of her. Levan could use his divine power in that arena. It was probably because of her. Walking into the Duke's office, Regina's face hardened. It's possible Levan found another option besides me. I can't afford to get complacent. Levant Klonik is mine. He has to get on his knees, beg and cry for me, and only for me. That's his destiny. The Duke slammed his hand on his desk, roaring, Regina, is it true you accepted the Crown Prince's invitation? Have you completely lost your mind? I told you to stick with Grand Duke Clinet's come hell or high water? Regina just paused for a beat before saying, Father, you know perfectly well how much public opinion has shifted on the Crown Prince. All those people who used to trash-talk him for being incompetent and lazy are now. Everyone's singing his praises, going on about his divine powers and all that jazz. All the trash-talking the Basilian family worked so hard to spread poof totally backfired. And it would have been a clean getaway if it weren't for that little incident at the arena and the absolutely bonkers stunt you pulled. Everything would have been picture perfect. The Duke's eyes practically popped out of his head. What ridiculous stunt! Regina screamed. Asterisk what, like I'm wrong, asterisk, she thought. But father, there is one thing I learned thanks to you. And that's that Giselle Martina is a major league player. But I'm the one who got the thumbs up from God. The woman in Levan's big prophecy is me, Regina announced to the room. I get to choose the man who stands by my side. So Dad, my friendly advice, don't get in my way. That same morning, Levan woke up mumbling to himself. Asterisk, ugh, that dream again. Seriously, asterisk, he thought. It's been on repeat for days now. It's always the same replay over and over the day my mother passed away. And me just shaking in my boots, terrified I was going to die too. Then in the bushes by the palace wall, a warm feeling, a small hand that calmed me down. But it feels like a piece of the memory is missing. I get this knot in my chest, you know, like I could just start crying at any second. Suddenly Varn burst in. Whoa, bad dream. Anyway, I dropped off the dress just like you asked. Levan, totally startled, just said, okay. He swung himself out of bed, thinking, asterisk, all right, not the time to be drowning in pointless feelings. Over in Giselle's room, Brita was practically singing. It's the day of the Imperial banquet, Lady Giselle Martina. Still totally out of it, Giselle sat up and mumbled, Madam Brita. Brita just waved a hand. Oh, please just call me Brita. Then she leaned in closer. His Highness himself ordered me to be your personal lady-in-waiting for the day. And see that dress over there, the one you'll be wearing? His Highness sent it complete with matching accessories. Giselle just blinked. Asterisk, His Highness. For real, asterisk. Brita kept going. My guess is he's had this planned for a long, long time. He must really, really like you, my lady. Giselle quietly read the little note that came with the gown. If one's first dance has to be with one's partner, then I guess you can just be my partner next time. A little smile touched her lips. Okay, my lady, Brita said. Time to get a move on, you don't want to be late. Just then a maid peeked in. Excuse me, Lady Giselle. Sir Taylor just sent this dress over along with some accessories. A little later, once Giselle was all dolled up, Brita just stared at her. I have dressed a lot of ladies in my day, but you, my lady, are a certified knockout. If it's not too weird, can I give you a hug just this once? Giselle pulled her into a warm embrace. Oh, if your mother could see you right now, Brita said, her voice thick with emotion, she would be bursting with pride. Thank you so much, Giselle replied, meaning every word. I really mean it. But inside her brain was going a mile a minute. Asterisk, His Highness's next partner. This dress he sent as a gift. I don't know if I can just accept all this kindness. As she left her room, her thoughts kept swirling. Asterisk, His Highness and Lady Regina Behazion. I cannot under any circumstances be a roadblock in their relationship. Outside, Isar was waiting. Good evening, sir, Giselle greeted him. Good evening, Lady Giselle. You look, wow, just beautiful. Oh, well, the dress you sent is really beautiful. Nah, my ladyship, it's you that's beautiful. You're looking exceptionally dapper yourself today. Oh, and hey, congratulations on winning the competition. Thank you. As they started walking, Giselle took his arm. She thought, a little flustered, asterisk. Whoa, okay, is it because he's an imperial knight? The man is built like a brick wall, asterisk. My lady. Isar stammered, a little red in the face. Mortified, she yanked her hand back. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It's okay, he said gently. Please hold on so you don't fall. Asterisk. You know, asterisk, she thought, asterisk, come to think of it. Sir Isar has always been so respectful, even when I was just a maid. It doesn't matter who someone is. He knows how to treat them right. Just having him next to me makes me feel a whole lot better. In the massive banquet hall, music was playing and the nobles were whispering up a storm. I heard His Highness saved her in front of everyone. I'm telling you, I thought a god had literally descended from the heavens. Did you hear about Lady Regina? She said yes to being his partner, but what I'm really dying to know is who Sir Izar's partner is tonight. He got so many requests that people were joking he'd have to pick a name out of a hat. Let's see which lucky lady the goddess of fortune smiled on this year. Just as Giselle and Izar walked into the hall, Izar asked, "So is this party your official debut?" "I guess so. I didn't really think about it." "Well, it's an honor to be your debut partner. And for all the people who are about to start pointing fingers, they're gonna do it no matter what. So just show them the real you tonight." "Are you used to this kind of attention, sir?" Giselle asked. "Not really. I'm not the type that enjoys the spotlight," he admitted. She chuckled. "You're very honest, sir." Meanwhile, Regina was talking to Levan. "Are you nervous?" "I'm surprised, Your Highness. I seem to remember you being as cool as a cat at your own coming-of-age ceremony." Levan replied, "I appreciate you remembering that. It's a happy day, isn't it? The day you and I become the talk of the whole empire. Now let's cut the small talk and get to the banquet. I'm sure we've got a lot of people waiting." Together they walked towards the hall. The announcer's voice boomed, "Grand Duke Ardon Klenetsk." Giselle's heart sank into her stomach. Asterisk. Sometimes you can change the future, but sometimes it's impossible. In my dreams, this banquet was the exact moment the Grand Duke with the nobles in his pocket stepped into the spotlight. The nobles were already chattering. Grand Duke Klenetsk. So he's been in the capital this whole time, Giselle thought frantically. Asterisk. Is he here to officially declare he's joining the fight for the throne? To be Lady Regina Basilians? Man and Randomer's next emperor, Ardan Clownitz. Are the things I saw in my dreams finally happening for real? Asterisk? Ardan noticed her and gave a faint chilling smile. She thought, asterisk, hold on, did he just smile at me? Asterisk. Izar asked, "Do you know Grand Duke Klenetsk?" She answered, "Nope, first time I've ever seen him." Seeing how freaked out she was, Izar gently guided her away and said, "How about a glass of champagne?" "You know they say a little sugar can turn that frown upside down," she said softly. "Huh." Izar pulled up at another spot and announced, "All right, this looks like the place." Giselle piped up, Sir Izar, aren't you gonna grab some bubbly?" Izar just grinned. "Champagne." Right on cue, some noblewoman swoops in, gushing, "Oh my gosh, Sir Izar, it's been forever." Izar leaned over to Giselle and whispered, "Quick heads up, she's a total gossip. Just smile and wave, don't give her any ammo." Then smooth as ever, Izar stepped up to greet her. "It really has been a while, madam," she purred. "And just like I predicted, you're the champion again this year. Congrats." The woman's brain was buzzing. So Izar's playing bodyguard for his date. Guess he didn't just pull her name out of a hat. Meanwhile, Giselle was thinking, wow, he's so blunt about it. But dude, Izar, I've been dealing with mean girls since like forever. She stepped right up and said, "My apologies, I haven't introduced myself, madam. I'm Giselle Martina." The lady's eyes widened. "Oh my, a pleasure to finally meet you, Lady Giselle. I've heard asterisk so asterisk much about you." Suddenly a booming voice announced, "Now entering Crown Prince Levan Clonit and the lovely Lady Regina Basilian." The gossip queen gasped, "Oh look, his highness is here." And just like that, every single head in the room swiveled. Izar suggested, "We should probably go say hi." But Giselle hesitated. Maybe in a little bit." In her head, she was panicking. "Yeah, right. Me crashing their picture-perfect moment, I don't think so." After the Emperor's big congratulatory speech, the party officially kicked off. Izar, our jousting champion, strolled up to the platform to claim his trophy. First, he got all serious, expressing his deepest concerns about that nasty accident during the match, and then he totally buttered up the Crown Prince in front of the whole crowd. As soon as the speech was done, the dance music fired up, and it was time for the first dance of the night. Man, they glided across that floor like they were floating, hitting every move with crazy precision. You'd think they'd been dancing together their whole lives. Seriously, they were flawless, not one single misstep. Giselle was just standing there thinking, well, that didn't take long. Message received, universe. I know my place now. God basically showed me a movie trailer of the future just to get these two lovebirds together. It's fate, I guess. And who am I to argue with destiny? Izar held out his hand. "My lady, the next song is starting." And she thought, so this is it. I'm holding this guy's hand instead of the prince's. Well, if this is my fate. I accept. The music swelled as they started to dance. Across the room, Levan was watching them thinking, so Izar must have bought her a dress too. Kinda bummed it's not the one I sent. But he knew Giselle wouldn't be able to just say no to a nice gift from her date. Just then, Regina materialized at his elbow. "Your Highness, you might want to be a little more careful with where your eyes are wandering." He shot back, "What's that supposed to mean?" She answered coolly, "It means if you actually want me to be your crown princess, you'll keep your eyes glued on me for the rest of the night. I have zero interest in being the butt of everyone's jokes." Then she added, "Can we maybe go somewhere private and chat?" He shut her down. "Not a chance. I can't just ditch my post." She smirked. "Oh really, what if I told you it was about that little accident? I bet that would get your attention." Levan's lips curved into a grin. "Well now that's an offer I can't refuse. To the terrace it is." And off they went. After their dance, Giselle was mortified. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I really should have practiced more." But Izar just laughed it off. "Are you kidding? You were great. I'm gonna go grab us some drinks." She nodded. Okay, thanks. The second he was gone, Giselle let out a huge sigh. Okay, seriously, how many times did I stomp on his poor feet? I really hope I didn't shatter any bones. Just then, a trio of 3 young noblewomen swarmed her. One of them cooed, Lady Giselle Martina, could we possibly steal you for just a moment? We've been dying to chat with you. Giselle thought, oh, I get it. You want to use me to get to Izar. Still, it had been forever since she'd talked to anyone her own age. So she put on a polite smile and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lady Varanen, the girl let out a little titter. Oh my gosh, you know my name. I'm like so honored. Then another one jumped in. So anyway, Lady Giselle, you have to look at this. I totally ripped my sleeve by accident. Giselle took a look. Oh, that's nothing. A little thing like this. Even the newest maid could fix that in a second. The girl's smile was pure sugar. Oh really, I just knew you'd be an expert on this stuff. Then she turned to her little squad and announced, pay up Lady Varanen Nan. Giselle just blinked. I'm sorry, what? Another girl snickered. Oh, our bad. We probably should have told you beforehand. We kind of made a little bet to see if you'd know how to fix something like that. So like, do you sew up old dolls and play with them? Have you ever had to, wash rags with your actual hands? And you've never had to handle a guy's unmentionables, have you? Giselle's internal monologue was just, oh, my feet are killing me from that dance. Can I please just sit down? Out of nowhere, Ardon's voice cut through the air. It appears you ladies could use a refresher course in basic human decency. My ladies, Lady Varanen choked out. Grand Duke Clonut your grace. Ardon's voice was pure ice, dredging up someone's past just to humiliate them for your own amusement. Is that really what passes for polite conversation among ladies these days? Varanen stammered. No, not at all. We were just trying to become friends with Lady Giselle. Ardon's eyes narrowed to slits. Friends, she blurted out. Yeah, it's how you get to know each other. You poke fun at each other and then you're like besties. A dangerous smirk played on Ardon's lips. Is that so? Well then, to see if we might become friends, perhaps you'll allow me to tease you a bit? Varanen stammered. I'm sorry all of a sudden. Just then her ribbon slithered loose and coiled tightly around her neck, cutting off her air. She started choking. Ardon moved in his voice a dark whisper. This is how I tease my friends when I'm having a blast with them. So what do you say? Think I could squeeze into your friend group? Giselle rushed over saying, Your Grace, please, that's enough. Ardon just shot Varanen a look that could freeze fire. Whoopsie daisy, the ribbon's off. And just like that, she face-planted on the floor. Giselle shrieked, Your Grace, what in the world are you doing? Ardon just flashed a tiny smile and said, Just teaching a little lesson. Friends don't choke out friends, Giselle shot back. But you could have just, used your words. You didn't have to go all psycho. Besides, dude, this is a ball. Ardon just gave a little tap-tap-tap with his fist against the invisible, magical wall surrounding them and said, The folks from Ronmer aren't really up on Cetrian magic. Relax, nobody saw a thing. Giselle stammered. Right. Anyway, thanks for helping me, I guess. But I'm having a really hard time understanding why you do all that. He stepped in closer and purred. Because I wanted to get to know you better. Giselle's brain screamed, This is so dangerous. Who knows what's gonna happen to me? Getting mixed up with this guy is a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad idea. Ardon snapped his fingers. But whoops, looks like I totally ended up on your bad side. And poof, the magical wall was gone. Seeing her chance, Giselle thought, There's my escape route. She shoved his hand away and blurted, So sorry, Your Grace, gotta go. Then she took off like a shot. Ardon just muttered to himself, I save her from getting throttled in item the bad guy seriously. Meanwhile on the terrace, Levan was asking, You gonna tell me what you know about the arena mess or not? Regina just smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? The night is long, Your Highness. Or are you just dying to go dance with that other woman? Levan stalked toward her. Answer my question, Regina. The arena. Regina sighed. You're no fun at all. And here I am, your partner, Your Highness. Levan stopped in his tracks. Yeah, a partner that's just for show. What more could you possibly want? Don't tell me you've actually caught feelings for me. She let out a little laugh. I highly doubt that. You're the one who should be worried about your feelings, Your Highness. If you can't get a better poker face, everyone's gonna think I'm the unloved Crown Princess. And if the Crown Princess looks like her husband ditched her, do you really think the nobles are gonna be lining up to support the Imperial family? Levan demanded. Is that a threat? Regina answered coolly. It's more like a helpful tip. If you want the nobles on your team, you need to get me on your team first. Your whole future is in my hands, isn't it? Levan practically roared Regina Basilian. How dare you talk about the Oracle? She just said, I'm just pointing out that I'm the one who can get all the nobles in a room. Levan turned his back. Basilian above the sun. So the rumor's actually true. He threw the door open, ready to leave. Regina added, About that arena thing, you should probably investigate the Veronin family. He left without a word. She just stood there all alone, back at the ball. A bunch of ladies were swarming Izar, gushing, Sir Izar, how'd you meet your date? Lady Giselle begged you to be her escort today, right? Izar was thinking, I need to get back to her right now. But when he looked, the chair where Giselle was sitting was totally empty. He pushed through the crowd and hurried over. Levan walked up and asked, Isar, what are you doing all by yourself? Where's your partner? Isar started, well, when Arden's voice popped up from behind them. Oh, if you mean Lady Jiselle, she took off a while ago. Don't tell me she's not back yet. In her room, Jiselle was curled into a ball on the bed. She was thinking, I hoped I could make just one friend, but instead I got rescued by some guy I should have stayed a million miles away from. I knew Vernon and Basilian were tight, but I was dumb enough to believe she actually wanted to be friends, even though she's Lady Regina's BFF. Being alone is way better, Jiselle. How many more times are you going to be such a fool? Then there was a knock on the door. It's Taylor, a voice called out. She scrambled off the bed and said, hold on. As she reached for the doorknob, Isar's voice came from the other side. My apologies, Lady Jiselle. Her hand froze on this handle. Isar kept talking. I completely failed to protect you as your partner. I never should have left your side, not for a second. I'll come back later. Please get some rest. Then she heard his footsteps fade away. Jiselle just slid down against the door. She remembered Isar's words. It's an honor to be your partner for your debutante ball. She thought, no sir. I'm the one who doesn't deserve to be your partner. Everything is a total mess. Suddenly, the door connecting to Levan's room burst open. Jiselle shot to her feet. Your Highness, the ball isn't over yet, she said, her voice all shaky. He stomped toward her and said, Did you miss your Maid days that much enough to completely ignore my advice? Levan glared, getting angrier. First it was Regina Basilian. Now you're serving the other ladies like you're their personal servant. Do you have any consideration for my authority at all? What kind of noble men's torn lace? Did you honestly think they were asking for your help? They were being unbelievably rude to you. He let out a huge, frustrated sigh. With tears in her eyes, Jiselle whispered, I know. Levan winced at her trembling voice. Tears started streaming down her face as she said, I know what I did wrong and how foolish I was. I get it, but what am I supposed to do? It isn't easy. I lived my entire life as a maid, so how am I supposed to become a perfect noble overnight? She lowered her head, her shoulders shaking. After a long moment of silence, she bowed and said, Your Highness, forgive me for undermining your authority with my inappropriate behavior. I will be more careful from now on. Levan thought, I only came because I was worried after what Arden told me, but when I saw her all slumped over in front of the door, I couldn't stop myself from just blurting all that out, even though I wasn't really mad at her. If I were stronger, if I had real authority, then the nobles wouldn't dare to touch her. If that was the case, she would have never had to suffer such humiliation. She could have just used my power and lived a little. He turned away thinking, man, the problem isn't this girl who's stuck. It's me. I'm totally useless to her. And yet I'm the one who blew up at her. Yep, I'm the problem. Meanwhile, Regina was just chilling on the terrace alone when out of nowhere 2 shady-looking guys in cloaks creep up on her. One of them says Regina Basilian. Regina totally jumped and was like, whoa, who are you guys? The man held something out and said, please take this. Regina took it, her hand shaking like a leaf. Her brain was screaming, no way, this is the crest of the evil spirit. She put on a brave face and said firmly, if this is about the right to use this power, you need to go see my father. The guy dramatically dropped to one knee and said, nope, His Grace isn't the chosen one. The person who has inherited the powers of the evil spirit is you, Regina. Just give us your command. Regina's mind was completely blown. What in the world is this guy saying, me chosen by the evil spirit? No, that's impossible. Hello, I'm the girl from the prophecy who was blessed by God. This makes 0 sense. I have legit divine powers, and he's telling me I was chosen by the evil spirit. Elsewhere in her room, Jiselle was just laying in bed. She spotted these pretty little petals floating towards her window. She shot up in bed, just as a perfect white rose drifted inside. She reached out and caught it right in her hands. Looking down from the window, she saw a very familiar face. Dan, she thought, totally delighted. It's Dan the gardener. Talk about perfect timing. She shouted, hold on a sec, I'll be right down. As she rushed out, she thought, yes, maybe seeing someone will finally get me out of this funk. I think I can finally shake off this gloomy feeling. When she got downstairs, Dan was waiting with a huge grin. I whipped this up for you, my lady. So how do you like it? Giselle's whole expression softened. It's absolutely beautiful. How in the world did you do this? He answered with a little smirk. Let's just say I'm a pretty skilled gardener. Way more than you think. Then he asked, so how was the big debutante ball? Jiselle kind of sighed. Honestly, it was a bit of a letdown. I really fell short in a lot of ways. He studied her face for a moment, then said, you were disappointed. He then held out his hand. Would you mind giving me a little bit of your time? Jiselle got all flustered. Dan, if you're asking me to waltz, I should warn you I'm a terrible dancer. Are you sure you're okay with that? Without a word, he just took her hand, and then whoosh, a huge gust of wind swirled around them. Jiselle thought, whoa, it's suddenly super windy. And then in the blink of an eye, they were on a rooftop in some village far away. Jiselle looked around, her eyes wide as saucers, and asked, where am I? Dan just calmly replied, a village. Giselle's mind was racing. How did he just teleport me here? This is some crazy power I've never seen in Ronmer, and those dark blue eyes that are always smiling at me. She had to know, so she pressed him. Dan, for real, who are you? He started to say, my lady, I'm. When kaboom, A super loud bang cut him right off. Giselle flinched and thought, oh right, I'm not in the palace anymore. She said urgently, I think the village is being attacked. You have to send me back to the palace right now. Dan just let out a soft laugh and said, it's not an attack. It's fireworks. Fireworks, Giselle repeated just as the sky exploded with color. Oh yeah, I remember now, she thought. When there was a festival, I'd watch the little bits of fireworks I could see over the wall. It's so beautiful, she whispered. But Dan suddenly got super tense. He thought, I sense something. 2 people. I can feel them watching us. He said firmly, looks like we have to go back. My lady, it's time to return to the palace. So soon, Giselle complained. She actually grabbed his hand. Let's go. You have a ton of explaining to do. Dan gave a tiny smile and said, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. He snapped his fingers. Nothing. He snapped again. Still nothing. He thought, panicking a little. This can't be right. My magic isn't working. The next day at the palace, Levan was drowning in paperwork for the National Foundation Festival. Right after the ball. Seriously, isn't this a bit much? He muttered. Varn, who was standing nearby, said cautiously, Your Highness, maybe you should take a nap. You slept in the office yesterday, not your bedroom. Levan just waved him off. Be quiet and bring me the papers. But Giselle's frustrated voice echoed in his head. So how am I supposed to become a perfect noble overnight? Just then, Izar walked in. Your Highness, the young master of Ronmer, I was told you wanted to see me. Yes, Izar, Levan said. I've got something I need you to do for me. The whole incident at the jousting arena and House Veronin. Find out the connection between them. I want to know what they do, who they talk to, even their servants. Dig up every last dirty detail you can find. Izar bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Levan nodded, looking satisfied. Good. I feel a lot better having House Taylor on my side. By the way, Izar, I heard you asked Giselle to be your partner first. What's the reason? Don't tell me you've actually got a thing for her. Varn thought, oh my gosh, Sir Izar's not saying anything. Does that mean the prince is right? Suddenly the door burst open. A figure in a cloak stormed inside. Izar immediately drew his sword. Who is it? Levan shot up from his chair. Ardan. Ardan threw back his hood and said frantically, Your Highness, Lady Giselle has been attacked. Levan completely froze, his mind racing. What? Ardan said, trembling. They used some kind of powers I've never seen before. My own powers didn't even work, Levan demanded. What happened to Lady Giselle? Ardan replied. She managed to escape while I was fighting off the attackers. Levan pressed, Where did she go? Ardan looked down. I don't know. Levan ordered firmly. Isar. All right, new plan, second order, you're with me. We're finding Giselle Martina Varn. Go get the king's okay to get the second order moving. I'm going after Petals myself. Ardan Spilett, where did this whole mess go down? It was between the buildings just east of the bridge in the square. Varn chimed in, looking super worried. Your Highness, remember how they totally steamrolled the Grand Duke? These guys are no joke. Maybe you should hang back here where it's, safe. And if His Majesty finds out, he'll absolutely flip. But Levan wasn't having it. I'll deal with Dad's wrath when I get back. It'll be my official I'm sorry tour. Defeated Varn just bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Just be careful, okay? And for the love of everything, stay incognito. Levan slapped on a pendant and poof, his hair did a whole color swap thing. Ardan, ever the loyal sidekick, piped up. I'm going with you, Levan. Levan shot that down fast. Nope, you're benched. Stay here and get patched up. But Ardan kept protesting. Levan's voice dropped ice cold. You've been running around all night and found Jack squat. How exactly are you going to help me? He clutched the pendant, his form starting to fade like a ghost. And hey, when I get back, you better have a really good story for me, or I'm blaming this whole disaster on you. And with that parting shot, he vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, back in the village, Levan popped into existence and called out. Isar immediately bowed. Your Highness, he reported. Looks like there were 2 of them. They threw down with the Grand Duke right on this spot. But not a single sign of Lady Giselle. Levan mulled it over. So there's a good chance she bolted just like Ardan thought. That's something. Isar then said, Yeah, about that. You're gonna want to see this. He dramatically pushed some bushes aside. Levan squinted. Asterisk, what was up with the jousting finals? It was the same freaky energy from that spear. Your Highness, we've got some mystery power source. And it seems to have a major beef with the royal family. Levan took a step back, his voice all business. Cool story. I'll worry about that asterisk after asterisk I find Giselle. You get the knights and tear these alleys apart. I want them searched top to bottom. Izar bowed. You got it, Your Highness. As Levan took off, Izar looked up at the sky, thinking, Hang in there, Lady Giselle. A little later, Levan was stomping through the empty streets, totally ticked off. He thought, Are you kidding me? The sun's already checking out for the day. Where the heck are you, Petals? It's not like you have a list of favorite hangouts you've never even left the palace. You're probably shaking like a leaf somewhere. All alone in some weird place where you don't know anybody. Man, if I could just think of one spot where you'd feel safe, I'd be there in a heartbeat. And then he stopped dead in his tracks. A brilliant, blinding flash of an idea. Wait a minute. A place she could hide. A place that only Petals and I know about. He didn't even think twice. He spun around and sprinted back towards the palace. Tucked away in the palace wall was this tiny little hole leading to a super cramped hideout totally covered in bushes. The memory hit him like a ton of bricks. The day his mom died, he was huddled in that exact spot. He could still see her walking up to him asking in that quiet voice, "Hey, what's with the waterworks?" He'd looked up surprised by this tiny warm person and grumbled, "Like you'd get it." She just shook her head. "Nope, probably not. But my mom always says sadness becomes smaller when you share it." Those big blue eyes, that goofy bright smile. Back then she was like his own personal pocket-sized ray of sunshine. And now as he finally got back to their spot, there she was. Slumped over in the exact same way, looking completely heartbroken. Levan's heart did a painful little flip. Man, I am the biggest idiot, he thought. I never should have given her grief about the ball. I totally let that Regina Basil lion get in my head. I promised I'd keep her safe for crying out loud. And I completely blew it. He moved in and wrapped her in a hug, his voice soft. "Hey, none of this is on you, okay? I wasn't mad at you. I was just mad that I was so useless and let you get into this mess. So yeah, I was basically mad at myself, because all I wanted to do was protect you." He sat down next to her, and suddenly the air got super awkward, and they were both blushing like crazy. He cleared his throat loudly. "So, you're not hurt or anything, right?" Giselle shook her head. "No, Your Highness." She paused for a second, then asked, "But how did you find me? I thought I was the only person on Earth who knew about this little hidey hole." A tiny smirk played on Levan's lips. "You really think you're the only one?" he teased. "Huh." Giselle was completely lost. Then, like a fuzzy old movie, a memory clicked into place. The little boy from all those years ago. Her eyes went wide. "No way! The little crybaby from back then. That was you." Levan's face went from 0 to tomato red in a second. "Crybaby," he sputtered. "Hey, you were the one bawling your eyes out," she shot back, grinning. His face got even redder as he slapped a hand over her mouth. "Shh, I specifically told you back then." He remembered his dramatic kid-sized plea. "Promise me none of this ever happened. You saw nothing. You heard nothing." Giselle just cracked up. "Oh my gosh, what were you even crying about?" Levan mumbled, trying to look cool. "That's classified information." Her laughing totally broke the tension, and he couldn't stop a smile from spreading across his face. As they started walking back to the palace, Giselle got serious for a second. "Your Highness, can you promise me one thing?" Levan raised an eyebrow. "Wow, you really know how to pick your moments, don't you?" He sighed. "Fine. I guess I did screw up earlier, so lay it on me. What is it?" She looked him straight in the eye. "That promise. The one from our secret spot. I need you to keep it. For real this time. The whole, you saw nothing, you heard nothing deal." Levan chuckled, trying to keep it light. "Oh, you mean you crying in the bushes? Puffed, of course. My lips are sealed." But she cut him right off. "No, Your Highness. I mean asterisk everything asterisk that just happened here." Levan went quiet, his brain scrambling to catch up. He thought, asterisk everything that happened here asterisk. He whispered almost to himself. "All of it. She wants us to go back to pretending," he realized. "Pretending we don't see what's happening between us. We've both been playing dumb about our feelings." But I had a hunch that even sweet, clueless Giselle knew exactly what was going on. "And now she's asking me to just erase it." Her voice was quiet but firm. "Your Highness, you have Lady Regina, and you need her to strengthen your powers. And I'm just done with all the drama. I don't want to be a part of it anymore. I want to stick around the Imperial Palace for a good long while, Your Highness." Levan thought, "Oh yeah, the second she gets tangled up with me, her life is going to be one giant stress ball." But out loud he said, "But there might be a way." Giselle perked up. "A way? What kind of way?" He gently took her hand and said, "You and I," and then just trailed off. She said, "Your Highness, I'm still on your team. That's never going to change. So please don't worry yourself sick. Whenever you need me, I'll be right there for you. I haven't forgotten that promise, the one I made to you back in that prison cell." Taking a step back, she added, "You should probably get back. Everyone's waiting for you, Your Highness." He just nodded. "Okay." Just then, Varn and his crew came running up. Varn was frantic. "Your Highness, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Levan replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Izar gently draped a cloak over Giselle's shoulders and asked, "My lady, are you all right?" She answered, "Yes, I'm okay. Thank you so much." Levan and Giselle shot a quick glance at each other, then immediately snapped their heads away. Awkward. Levan cleared his throat. "It's getting late. Let's all head back inside." Giselle replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Varn just stood there looking at them with a giant question mark over his head. Meanwhile, back at the Basilian Manor, Regina was saying, "Well, that was a complete and utter waste of time. I don't seem to recall assassinate Lady Giselle being on the to-do list I gave you." The two cloaked figures were kneeling in front of her. One of them pleaded, "Lady Regina, listen, we've been under orders to remove that woman for a long time. But for 18 whole years she was a total ghost. We couldn't find her anywhere. Then bam, we just happened to find her. We figured it was the perfect chance. Before he could finish his lame excuse, he started coughing up blood and just collapsed. Yikes. Regina sneered. You're the ones who came crawling to me. You swore you'd follow my orders. A dark, spooky energy started swirling around her hand as she went on. So tell me, why would you do something I never ever told you to do? Who gave you the order to get rid of her? The other cloaked guy squeaked. A Cetrian priest. A Cetrian priest? Regina mused to herself. Now why would a priest from a whole other nation want to do that? Until a little while ago she was just some random maid, but they've been hunting her for 18 years. Then she said, if you're hiding anything else from me, you'd better spill it. Right now. The man stammered. Please forgive me for not telling you sooner. That woman Giselle Martina. She's the daughter of the Emperor of Cetrin. Regina's eyes went wide. Wait, what Giselle Martina is the daughter of the Cetrin Emperor? The man nodded. Yes, that's right. Regina's mind was racing. Martina! But how? And that priest, why would he want his own empress gone? She was Ronmer's priestess and her dad was Ronmer's high priest. Which means the granddaughter of the high priest and the daughter of the Cetrin Imperial family. Is that girl Giselle? The oracle's creepy words echoed in her head. The sun has risen, but it has failed to bring the complete light. Soon a baby girl of noble blood and immense power will be born to become his light. Regina thought, noble birth, immense power. A girl about the same age? Oh, you have got to be kidding me. If this is true, the temple and the imperial family will without a doubt start worshipping her as the woman of the oracle. Then she said out loud, the Ronmer Palace is surrounded by a holy barrier protected by the temple. Nasty evil spirit powers don't work inside it. That's why you losers couldn't find her for 18 years. And now she's going to hide away even more than before. She won't even stick a toe outside the palace. The Duke asked, so, what's the plan? Regina smirked. Well, if she won't come out to play, I'll just have to go to her. Father pull some strings and get me an invitation to the palace. Just say it so I can get a head start on my Crown Princess lessons. I'm positive they'll let me in. The man piped up. But Lady Regina, it could be dangerous to go in alone. Regina just smiled and said, who do you think you're talking to? She thought, these idiots actually believed I was chosen by evil spirits. Okay, yeah, I was freaking out at first, but hey, there's no going back now. And if I can't go back, I'm just gonna go forward and snatch up everything that should be mine. When I have the entire world in my hands, Levan will have no choice but to get on his knees for me. Plus, if I use this so-called evil power to unite the continent, nobody's going to dare call it evil anymore, are they? Regina turned to the man. First things first, go find Count Martina's real daughter. To bring the fake down and finish the job, we have to expose her as a fraud. Find her and find her fast. Yes, my lady, he said, and poof, he was gone. The next day, Levan and Giselle were called before the emperor. The servant announced, His Majesty is waiting. They walked in and bowed. We greet you, your majesty, the son of Ronmer. The emperor said, come sit. Ardan was already there, and said, Lady Giselle, I'm so glad you're safe. Giselle thought, I knew it, that gardener was totally Grand Duke Clonitz. After they were seated, the emperor said, Ardan told me you were attacked, Giselle. Levan jumped in. This has the noble's fingerprints all over it. They went after my lady-in-waiting but made sure to let Ardan live. They need a puppet candidate for the throne with a just cause. That's why they couldn't touch Ardan. Ardan shot back. What are you talking about, Levan? I'm the one who took Lady Giselle out of the palace. Are you actually saying I worked with them to get her hurt? Levan said coolly, It's a possibility. Ardan's fist tightened. Levan pressed on. Then answer me this, Ardan. Why did you take my lady-in-waiting outside the palace in the first place? You know, Giselle absolutely hates leaving the palace grounds. Ardan stammered. I already apologized to her for being so pushy, but I swear I just wanted to watch the fireworks with her. Levan narrowed his eyes. With my lady-in-waiting. And why is that? Ardan said. I told you what I saw at the banquet, didn't I? I was just trying to make her feel better. Your Majesty, I swear I had no idea anything like that was going to happen. For real? The emperor threw up a hand. Okay, that's enough. Then he added, Ardan, let me ask you something. I'm not pointing fingers, I just want to know what you think. Of course, Ardan replied. All right, Your Majesty, I'm all ears. The emperor cut right to it. So, Ardan, spill it. Why are you back in Ronmer? Ardan thought, oh boy, here we go. When the last emperor of Ronmer, my dad, passed away, I was just a little tyke, only 3 years old. I got knocked down to Grand Duke, so I packed my bags and bounced heading straight for Cetrion. I ditched my divine powers for magic, and just like that, the imperial throne in Ronmer got further and further away from me. I used traveling and studying as my go-to excuses to stay away. Honestly, every single choice I made was for my big brother and the imperial family. But the emperor just asked again, Ardan, why did you come back to Ronmer? Ardan shot back. Your Majesty, seriously, how long was I supposed to stay away from my own home, living like some kind of nomad? And all those nobles using me to stir up trouble for the throne. You can't pin that on me, can you? He thought, I finally come home and what do I get? Not a single genuine welcome from my own family. His Majesty. None of them get it. No one's here to comfort me. He stood up and declared, The real reason I came back to Ranmer, I miss my mother's garden. That's it, that's the whole story, he said, turning to leave. Pardon me, Your Majesty. The Emperor then turned to Jiselle. So do you really think they came after you just because you're Levan's lady-in-waiting? She said, I can't be 100% sure, but my mom always used to drill into my head, leave the Imperial Palace and death will find you. The Emperor started, your mother. 15 years ago, Levan quickly cut in. Your Majesty, there's something I have to tell you. He was screaming internally. No, don't, Jiselle still thinks her mother is alive. The Emperor said, go on, Levan. Levan hesitated. But Jiselle jumped in. He's right, Your Majesty. My mother passed away 15 years ago. It's just something she used to say to me before then. The Emperor leaned in. Are you telling me she predicted this would happen way back then? She answered. I can't guarantee that. But the one thing I know for sure is that something dangerous has happened every single time I've left the palace grounds. The Emperor grunted. All right. He thought to himself, this whole mess needs a much deeper look. What if this attack has nothing to do with Levan, but it's all about this girl's birth? Giselle's eyes suddenly went wide. Wait a minute, I just remembered something. Come to think of it, I saw a symbol on the assailant's body. The Emperor perked up. A symbol? Jiselle nodded. Yes, I'm positive. She had a flashback to when Ardon was taking care of business with the attackers. He had yelled, run, my lady! And right before she bolted, she'd seen it a mark on the attacker's arm. She explained, it was two snakes all twisted together and they were holding an apple in their mouths. The Emperor's voice was grim. Tronin. Levan was shocked. Tronin, you mean that ancient civilization that worshipped the god of greed and then just vanished? The Emperor replied, the very one. I can't believe I'm even saying the name out loud. Giselle's mind was racing. Tronin, I swear I've seen that in one of the ancient books. Levan asked, do you remember that weird energy coming off of R's spear? The Emperor said, yes, I remember it vividly. Levan laid it out. The exact same kind of energy was all over the attack scene this time. If they worship the same god R did, that means both of these powers are some kind of evil spirits. The Emperor went quiet for a second, thinking hard. Then he stood up and announced, we can get all the details once the pontiff returns. Levan replied, yes, Your Majesty. As they walked toward the door together, the Emperor said, Levan, I heard from Basilian today. Apparently Regina Basilian wants to come for her crown princess lessons. Suddenly, Jiselle felt the whole room start to tilt. She thought, whoa, I'm so dizzy. Am I getting a fever but I don't feel sick? Her eyes started to close. Levan added, but it's not like we have to start the lessons right away. We can do it after the wedding. Then he heard a soft thud behind him, turned and saw Jiselle crumpling to the floor. He yelled, Jiselle! A moment later, Levan was carrying Jiselle down the hallway in his arms. Arden saw them and rushed over. My lady, he exclaimed. As Levan walked into the room, he commanded, Varn. Other than the priests who are coming to treat her, nobody gets in this room. If anyone so much as touches these doors without my permission, you can kill them on the spot. Yes, Your Highness, Varn said, shutting the door. But Arden pushed it back open and said, I thought you would believe me, Levan. That's why I asked for your help, so why? Levan's voice was ice cold. I know. If I suspected you, you would be a dead man by now. Varn quickly slammed the door shut again. Then he said, Your Grace, since His Highness has made up his mind, maybe you could show him your support. Arden thought, the Crown Prince has started his successor training. As long as he's decided to become Emperor, I'm just going to be a huge obstacle for him. From now on, every single thing I do could either help him or be seen as a threat. The days of us just goofing around as brothers, they're over. It's not meaningless fun anymore. Later that night, Jiselle woke up. She slid the bed curtain aside and thought, hold on, this is His Highness's bedroom. Levan was passed out on the sofa, a book resting on his lap. She quietly crept toward him, reaching out her hand as she thought, just the fact that the man next to me was him, it made me feel so relieved. Her hand froze in the air. She thought, nope, Jiselle, you can't. What about what happened at the hideout? That was just last night. You told him you wanted him to forget the whole thing, so... You can't be doing this when it hasn't even been a full day. Her heart was pounding. Suddenly the book slipped from his lap. She caught it in a flash, thinking, phew, that could have woken him up. Levan patted her head and said softly, nice moves. She asked, totally surprised. My reflexes. He chuckled and said, not quite. I mean your power, he explained. The priest came and checked you out. Apparently some people get divine pain right before they become an adult. Divine pain, she asked. He said, it's a symptom that pops up in people who have a crazy amount of divine power. I hear it's pretty common among priests. Geez, if it hurt so bad that I actually passed out, that must mean I'm crazy powerful, right? Jiselle thought. But His Holiness said my powers are different, so maybe that wasn't just some holy moly growing pains I felt. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what your powers can do, Levan said with a smirk. Though I gotta say, those other guys looked way too eager. It was hilarious how they were just staring at you holding their breath. She thought for a second, then her face lit up. You know, this whole Imperial priest thing doesn't sound half bad. Levan just blinked. What? She explained. Okay, think about it. If you become an Imperial priest, you never have to leave the palace. You can also pop in whenever His Highness calls. And you get a free pass to avoid all the political drama. That's a pretty sweet deal if you ask me. Levan just stared at her and muttered, "You're something else." He thought, she's got a point. The Imperial family and the temple are the two pillars holding this place up. Being an Imperial priest might be the safest move. All of a sudden, Jiselle flinched, grabbing her shoulder. "Ouch!" Levan was at her side in an instant. "Petals," she trembled. "My shoulder feels like it's on fire." "Just hang on," he said urgently. "I'll go get a priest." But before he could even move, this crazy bright light burst from her back, twisting into a twinkling butterfly. Levan's jaw dropped. "A butterfly?" They both just stood there totally amazed as it fluttered around before zipping out the window. They rushed over to the balcony together and watched it soar into the sky. Jiselle whispered, "Your Highness." For some reason, I'm getting this really warm, nostalgic feeling. The next day, it was back to business as usual for Levan in his office. The Crown Prince's bodyguard, Aaron Crusoe, stood by while Vaughn just quietly watched him. Out of the blue, Levan said, "If you've got something on your mind, just spit it out." Vaughn nearly jumped out of his skin. "Oh, sorry." He hesitated for a second, then asked, Your Highness, can I ask you something?" "Go on," Levan said calmly. Vaughn nervously asked, "So, do you have a thing for Lady Gazelle?" Levan's hand froze mid-sentence. Seeing him pause, Vaughn stammered, "Oh my gosh, it's true, isn't it?" "I don't have asterisk feelings asterisk for her," Levan said a little too quickly. "I'm just aware of her, that's all." Varn leaned in with a huge grin. "Aware of things like what she's doing if she's eaten what she's wearing." "That kind of aware." Levan gave the tiniest nod. "I brought her here to serve me. Of course Varn's smile was infectious. "Your Highness, that means you asterisk like asterisk her." Levan shot him a death glare while Aaron let out a super awkward cough in the background. Varn just kept going. "It would be a huge honor for the lady, Levan sighed. "Honor, I seriously doubt it," he thought. "If I told Varn she's thinking about becoming a priest just to get away from me, he would laugh himself sick." Out loud, he just said, "At the end of the day, I have to marry Regina Basilian anyway. How I feel doesn't matter." Varn pushed. "So you're not denying you have feelings, Your Highness?" Levan just stared, but Varn grinned. "If that's the case," Varn chirped, "why not just take Lady Giselle as your concubine?" Levan thought, "Concubine, huh? Not like the thought hasn't crossed my mind." "But she's about to be the pontiff's adopted granddaughter. She can read ancient languages and has these insane powers. A woman like her would make a much smarter move than becoming a concubine." Then he asked, "Hey, Varn, how do you think your wife would feel if you told her to be someone else's mistress?" Varn chuckled. "Your Highness, I dated my wife before we got married. She would have run off to join an abbey instead. She's got more pride than you'd think," Levan said quietly. "I see," he thought. "A happy family, a wife and kids you love? Some things I can't even dream of having." "It's not even on the table for me. Petals just wants a normal, quiet life. I need Regina Basilian to secure my power, and asking Petals to be my concubine would just be totally selfish." Right on cue, a servant entered. "Your Highness, Lady Giselle Martina is here." Levan replied, "Send her in." Giselle entered with a polite bow. "Greetings, Your Highness." Levan asked, looking concerned. "Are you feeling okay? Why don't you take the day off?" She shook her head. "I'm fine, really. I actually came to ask a favor, Your Highness. Could you move me to a different room? I heard Regina Basilian is coming to the palace and, well, she probably won't be thrilled that my room is right next to yours," Levan said. "All right, I'll take care of it." Varn immediately got to work moving Giselle. "Yes, Your Highness," he bowed. As Giselle left, she thought, wow, I really didn't expect him to agree that fast. While she was in her room packing her stuff, she thought again, "This is so weird. There's this unsettled feeling in my gut. No, it's more like I feel empty." She glanced over at the connecting door to Levan's room. His words popped into her head. "How about it, Petals want me to put a lock on that?" She quickly snapped her suitcase shut and got out of there. The news that Regina Basilian was taking Crown Princess lessons spread like wildfire among the nobles. "The Basilian family has sided with the royals. Can you believe it?" "Looks like the nobles finally cracked." "Oh, come on, the Imperial family definitely has some dirt on them." That afternoon, while the rumors were flying, Regina Basilian arrived at the Sun Palace. Levan greeted her. "It's a true pleasure to see you here, Lady Regina. The nobles must have been quite surprised by your decision." "Thanks to you, the whole atmosphere is changing, House Basilian." Regina smiled knowingly. "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll take that as a compliment." Levan continued. "All right, so the How to Run the Palace classes kick off tomorrow. Today you're officially off the hook," Regina said. "Your Highness, listen. I've been running around this Imperial Palace since I was like a kid, but the Sun Palace total mystery to me. And I've barely spent a full day here. I could really use a guide who knows the ropes. If it's not too much trouble, could Lady Giselle maybe show me around?" Levan started to say, "Now, Lady Regina, that's a bit..." But Giselle, ever the hero, stepped right up. "If Your Highness is cool with it, I'd be happy to show her the ropes." Levan just sighed. "Fine, whatever. You two have fun." He shot Giselle a look, thinking, Seriously, Padillion, what is going on in that head of yours? Later in Regina's new digs, she said, Oh, I get it. So my room is right next to yours, Lady Jiselle. Did my little speech earlier just go in one ear and out the other? Jiselle was like, pardon me. Then it clicked and she remembered Regina's super dramatic declaration. I'm sticking to His Highness like glue from now on. Like I'd totally take a hit for him. Are we on the same page here? So, Regina pressed, are you planning on being my competition or what? Jiselle quickly replied, Oh no, my lady, I just want to support His Highness, and be the best lady-in-waiting ever. But Regina cut her off sharply. Yeah, I must have missed the memo where late-night visits were part of the job description. You've been in and out of His Highness's room ***. Even the new maids are gossiping about it. Jiselle fired back. Pumping the staff for palace gossip is literally treason. Regina just scoffed. Oh, please, Lady Jiselle. I'm practically royalty at this point. Jiselle countered. Then why go snooping with the servants instead of just asking His Highness or, ***. Ooh, that made Regina flinch. Jiselle kept going. I'm the only lady-in-waiting here. You just asked the prince for a tour guide. So maybe try asking me about this stuff first next time. Regina tilted her head all fake sweet. Fine, I'll keep that in mind. Lady Jiselle, the one and only lady-in-waiting in the whole palace. Then she got all up in her personal space, adding, and I'm looking forward to your help with that whole palace management thing I'm starting in a couple of days. Since we're neighbors, we might as well be pals. Right, Lady Jiselle? I mean, who says love rivals have to hate each other? Meanwhile, over at the central temple, some dude in a cloak came sprinting in totally out of breath. He yelled, Priest Roshani! Head Priest Roshani exclaimed, Whoa, what is happening? Why are you back alone? Where in the world is His Holiness Don? The guy Don was shaking like a leaf. Cetrian, he cried out. His Holiness! He vanished right at the Cetrian border. Hearing this, the Emperor literally dropped his glass. Smash, totally shocked, he said, The Pontifex is gone. Don, still gasping for air, explained. We were heading back to Ronmer, His Holiness and I. We decided to make camp for the night, so I threw up a protective barrier and stood guard. But, before I knew it, I totally conked out. Then bam, a sharp pain woke me up. The barrier was shattered. And His Holiness was just gone. Right after that, I got jumped. I barely made it out of there alive and got back across the border. The Emperor roared. So you're telling me you have absolutely no clue where the Pontifex is? Priest Roshani pleaded. Your Majesty, the Harvest Festival is right around the corner. We can't do the Harvest Blessings without His Holiness. The Emperor's mind was racing. Harvest Blessings, huh? That's the huge festival the temple throws every single year. If the Pontifex is MIA and the people don't get their blessings, they're going to totally freak out. We're talking riots in the streets. Everyone's gonna think God is super ticked off at us. Then he declared, All right, Head Priest Roshani, you're in charge of the Pontifex's duties until we sort this mess out. Don, you're heading back to the border with an imperial order. And you're going to find out what happened to him. Both Roshani and Don said, As you command, Your Majesty. The Emperor then called out, And Levan. Levan stepped right up. Your Majesty. I need you to do something for me, the Emperor said. Look, you can't hide this from her forever. You need to be the one to go and tell her what happened. Levan just bowed his head. Yes, Your Majesty. A little later, after Levan broke the news, Jiselle whispered, completely floored, Is that for real? Levan just nodded. They've already put together a search party. His Majesty promised he'd let you know the second they hear anything. Her mind was screaming, It didn't work. The future didn't change at all. I thought I had this all figured out. I should have begged him not to go. I should have told him to be more careful. Just a little bit more careful. Levan gently wiped a tear from her face. Padillion. She winced. I'm sure he's okay, he reassured her as the tears just kept coming. Levan's internal monologue was just, God, I just want to hold her right now. I want to pull her in and tell her everything's going to be all right. Just wrap my arms around her tiny back, wipe away her tears and let her lean on me. But I can't. I have to fight it. Yeah, we're probably alone right now. But this is the Imperial Palace, for crying out loud. He held himself back. I have to keep it together. For her sake. This is the right thing to do. I really, really hope His Holiness is safe, just so this kind, sweet woman doesn't have to be sad anymore. Later, Jiselle found herself wandering back to the White Rose Garden because of course she did. Ardon spotted her and called out, My lady? She gave a little bow. Your Grace Grand Duke Arden Klonitz. He let out a soft chuckle. Hey, come on, none of that formal stuff. We're friends, right? Are you feeling any better? Jiselle just nodded. Yes, I've recovered. Ardon said. Listen, I'm sorry I kept my identity a secret. I swear I didn't mean to from the start. My bad, Your Grace. Jiselle was so over it. You know what, I think I'm just gonna go. But then Ardon suddenly grabbed her hand. I am so sorry. She looked at him, totally shocked. Your Grace? I'm sorry, Jiselle, he said. And whoa, were those actual tears rolling down his face. It felt like you were totally dodging me at the banquet. That's why I couldn't bring myself to tell you who I really was. She whispered, Oh, Your Highness. And he immediately launched into, Jiselle, you're looking at one lonely dude? I've been bouncing around the world my whole life and I swear nobody's ever even baked me a welcome home cake. And then boom, you just popped up and told me you were a fan of my mom's white roses. That was the exact moment I was like, I have to get to know this person. I really truly wanted to be your friend. Giselle said, Your Grace. I really appreciate you having my back at that banquet. And I will never ever forget how you were there for me and protected me. Then Giselle gently slipped her hand from his and said, However, I just can't get close to you, Your Grace, she thought. With Regina Basilian moving in His Holiness, just vanishing, my future being totally unchangeable, and this guy popping up in my dreams. It's too much. Arden had to ask, Is this about Levan because I'm a threat to his title, right? Giselle answered, Yeah, that's part of it for His Highness's sake. But the biggest reason is for me. She thought, I am so over being involved in all this Imperial Palace drama. Then Giselle said, I'm so sorry, Your Grace. I wanted to be friends with you too. I genuinely seriously did. And with that she turned and left. Just then Regina sauntered up from behind and said, Well, I'm a little shocked. Don't tell me you actually meant all that stuff you just told Lady Gazelle. Arden didn't say a word. Regina went on, Oh my goodness, you did. You meant it so much that you had to act like a sad little puppy that just got abandoned. Arden spun toward her furious and snarled, You're not afraid of me, are you? You do realize that inside this shield I could snap your neck and nobody would ever know. Regina just said, Oh, I just think it's hilarious. That's all. The one who does the abandoning is acting like he's the one who got abandoned. How ridiculously pathetic is that? Arden's hand shot out and grabbed her neck. Do I need to rip that mouth of yours off your face to make you shut up? He growled. Regina just smirked and said, Can you imagine the look on Levan's face if he found out you've teamed up with the nobles? So you want my help, I can help you get that girl. 3 whole days passed after Lady Regina moved into the palace. It was finally time for the handover of all the internal duties. Varn said to Regina, Okay, this pile is all the finance-related paperwork, and this one is everything for the imperial banquets. Please take a look at these first. Then he turned to Giselle. Since you're the only lady-in-waiting we've got, you'll need to learn how to manage all the servants? Giselle replied, Okay, you got it. So Regina and Giselle got to work learning their new jobs, while Varn kept on with his. After a little bit, he brought a cup of tea to Giselle, saying, Here's some tea while you work. She flashed a smile and said, Thank you. Later that afternoon, Regina slammed a book shut and announced, I'm all done. Varn looked totally surprised and said, Already, Regina just replied. It wasn't anything especially hard. I've been learning how to handle the administrative duties for my family since I was a little kid, Regina said with a shrug. But there's a crazy long list of things needed for the imperial banquets, Varn pointed out. They don't seem that different from our house parties. By the way, Lady Giselle, are you still looking over those documents? Giselle said. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be. I just want to get to know everything so I don't make any mistakes. Regina scoffed. If looking at a few pieces of paper is harder than you imagined, how in the world are you going to be the lady-in-waiting for this massive palace? It's almost embarrassing. Really? I mean, you were asked to help, but I get it. I'm sure you've never had a chance to do this kind of thing. Varn cut in. Actually, there's one thing I should mention about that. I gave Lady Gazelle the papers that require memorization. And to you, Lady Regina, I gave the ones that just require understanding. So it's really not surprising there's a difference. Regina's lips curled into a smirk as she said, Well then, how about this? Why don't you give Lady Giselle the account book duties? You know, the ones that require understanding and not just memorization? Varn said, his voice deadly serious. My lady, the account books are the absolute core of the palace's internal affairs. It's a huge responsibility that gives someone the power to handle all of the palace's money. That's why His Highness gave the account book to you, my lady, since you're going to be the crown princess. Regina thought, So this is Count Varn. I heard his family is nothing special, but man, this guy is sharp. The rumors are true, he is not an easy guy to handle, but who cares? After watching him for a few days, there's one thing that's really getting on my nerves. His faith in Giselle is way too strong. I have to show him that girl is completely useless. That way he'll stop having her back and Giselle will be totally isolated. Just then, Varn asked Regina, So what are you going to do if Lady Gazelle handles the account book better than you do? Giselle let out a soft little laugh and said, Oh, Lord Varn, that's definitely not going to happen. Regina replied firmly, Then you have to give this duty to Lady Giselle. Giselle was completely stunned. Regina said, Wouldn't that be the best choice for the Imperial Palace? Varn just nodded and said, I understand. If it turns out that Lady Giselle shows some amazing talent in handling the accounting duties, then she will be in charge of the palace's finances. That would be the right choice for the palace, Giselle thought. You've got to be kidding me. It was literally 1 day ago that I said I didn't want to get involved in palace business. That night, Levan was just standing there staring out the window. He was remembering what Desar said. I found Count Vin's connection to that whole incident at the arena. The supervisor who held onto the spear I was supposed to use for a minute. Well, it looks like he used to work as Count Vin's stableman, Levan thought. I kind of expected it, but I still can't shake this weird feeling. Why did Regina give up Vin's name so easily? Was she just trying to cut ties and get rid of him? Or did she have something else up her sleeve, like trying to get me to look at the Veronine family while she plots something else? I'm not going to let her play me no matter what it is. Later, Regina was soaking in a bath when a maid came in and said, My lady, you have a letter from His Grace. There's also a message he wanted delivered to you. He said he found the real asterisk one. Regina smirked, thinking, yes, so Dad found the real Jiselle. That girl is so finished. Later in the hallway, Regina chirped, good morning. Lady Jiselle. Jiselle mumbled back, yeah, morning. She thought, I've been tossing and turning for days. I seriously need some sleep. Regina then asked, so the team sent to track His Holiness hasn't radioed in yet, huh? Say, Lady Jiselle, what's your secret for making a man fall for you? Jiselle blinked. Excuse me, what? Regina explained. Oh, I'm just curious. And I mean, who wouldn't be? You've got Lev Clinet's Iser Taylor Arden Clinic, and on top of those three, there's Varnade and His Majesty. It's like every single guy in this palace is completely smitten with you. Jiselle said firmly. Lady Regina, that's a pretty wild accusation to throw at the Imperial family. Regina leaned in closer. Oh, but who said anything about romance? Seduction isn't just about feelings, Lady Jiselle. Just getting someone totally captivated by you. Asterisk. That's asterisk seduction. She gave Giselle's shoulder a little pat. Whenever you have a free moment, I just love to know how you got everyone wrapped around your little finger. Can't wait to see the big show today. Giselle thought, this is it. Today's the day. The big scary day that's been keeping me up all night. A moment later, Varn handed her a stack of papers and said, this document is an overview of the palace's current financial situation. It's an incredibly important file that's directly connected to the royal treasury. If you prove you've got a knack for these account books, the palace finances, just as we promised, will be all yours, my lady. Jiselle immediately started poring over the financial report. Varn remembered asking Levan, are we really okay appointing the finance manager this way? Levan had just said, yep, go for it. Varn had sputtered, I'm sorry, what? Now sweating bullets, Varn thought, if Lady Jiselle flubs this bet, her career in the palace is over. Lady Regina will strip her of her duties one by one. He recalled Regina's ice-cold words about a tiny error in the documents. We'll see who wins this little game based on whether she finds it or not. Varn panicked internally. She didn't even have time to cram for this. And why am I the one freaking out about this and not His Highness? Just then, Jiselle announced, okay, I'm done. Varn whipped his head around. What, you're finished already? Are you absolutely sure you went through everything? She nodded. Yep. Varn walked over thinking, welp, she lost just like I figured. Regina was trying so hard not to look like the cat that ate the canary. But then Jiselle spoke up. There's just one little mistake in this document. Varn flinched. There is where? Jiselle pointed. Right here. The projected cost of 19 shillings somehow turned into 91 shillings. A little typo like that throws off the total by about 1 gold, which then messes up all the calculations that come after it. That's why there's a mismatch between the projected budget and the actual spending. She looked up innocently. What's wrong? Did I get it wrong or something? Varn stammered. No, you're absolutely right. Regina shot up, slammed the table, and stormed out of the room. Watching her leave, Varn let out a little chuckle. He then asked, by the way, my lady, have you ever worked with an account book like this before? Giselle shook her head. Nope, this is my first time seeing a real one. Varn repeated, a real one. She explained, well, I checked out a book on finance from the library once. It talked about what to look for, calculation methods, all that stuff. I didn't get a single word of it back then. But for some reason it all just clicked when I looked at this today. Varn thought, oh my gosh, I told her I'd teach her about internal affairs after her culture lessons. I completely forgot about it. So she even went to the library on her own, hoping the knowledge would be useful while she was waiting for me. He bowed deeply. Please forgive me, Lady Jiselle. She looked at him completely stunned. Lord Varn. Jiselle jumped out of her chair. What on earth do you have to apologize to me for? Varn said. My apologies for not keeping my word. He thought, and not only that, I was so quick to assume she'd lose. How incredibly rude of me. Wow, this is embarrassing. Jiselle just beamed at him and said, it's totally fine. And on that day, Jiselle scored a flawless victory in her bet against Lady Regina. But nobody had a clue what kind of chaos this little surprise was about to unleash. Meanwhile, Regina stormed into her room, practically radiating a dark, stormy aura. Her maid trembled. Lady Regina, we're in the Imperial Palace. You have to get those powers under control in here, the maid thought. Is she crazy? How can she use evil spirit powers in a place that's literally blessed by God? Then the maid said, it seems the Imperial Order raided Count Varen's mansion yesterday. Regina scoffed. Varen, that idiot? He should have known his limits before going off the rails like that. He totally dug his own grave, the maid said nervously. But Count Varen's home must be crawling with evidence of evil spirit worship. Regina waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. That stuff alone won't be enough to make them think of the Ronmer Empire. She thought, someone like the Pontifex might put it together, but he's conveniently missing. I heard he took a little tumble off a cliff, so I'm sure I'll be hearing some sad news very soon. All that's left now is to smash the Imperial Palace's barrier. Once that's down, it's only a matter of time before Ronmer falls right into my hands. That's right. And when that day comes, who cares about the key to the Imperial storage? The entire kingdom of Ronmer will be mine. Then she asked, have Count and Countess Martina made it to the capital yet? The maid replied, I was told they came through the gates this morning. Regina smirked. Tell them to get their butts to the palace immediately. And don't forget to mention they should hurry if they want to see their precious daughter again. Later in Levan's office, Varn said, "And the winner is Lady Jiselle per our deal. She's officially in charge of the account books," Levan announced, then waved Varn off. "All right, you can take off now." The second Varn was gone, Levan couldn't hold back a smirk, thinking to himself, "I totally did not see that coming. Seriously, trying to figure her out is impossible. Regina Basilians played herself getting tangled up in her own little scheme from the get-go. And this whole bet was the perfect setup. Not only did we save the palace treasury from her, but the Imperial family comes out way ahead on this one too. For pulling that off, maybe I ought to give her a medal or something. Heck, a giant trophy." So that night, Levan was like, "Hey, you actually rocked that lesson with Regina Basilian. I'm proud of you. You were way less of a disaster than I expected." Giselle went beet red and said, Thank you, Your Highness. "But did you really have to say it like asterisk that asterisk?" Levan just gave her a playful smirk. Flashback to a few hours earlier in his office where he was not smirking. "I could have sworn I told you in no uncertain terms to stay out of the capital without my say-so, Count Martina. The deal was simple. I make your debt disappear. You keep your mouth shut about this, and you get as far away from here as humanly possible. I believe we made that deal not too long ago." "So why in the world are you showing your face here now?" Count Martina, sweating bullets, stammered. "Your Highness, I'm so sorry, but I found my missing daughter." Levan was floored. "You asterisk what asterisk?" The Count just kept going. "And so I need to add her to my family's official record." Levan's voice went ice cold. "So you're telling me you want to tear up our contract because if you do that, you owe me every single cent I gave you. Right now. Which means you'll be handing over that fancy title of yours, since you couldn't pay your tab." The Count, finding a backbone from somewhere, said, "Yes, I still want to break the contract. My daughter is more important to me than money." Levan sighed, thinking, "Asterisk, are you kidding me? After all the trouble I went through to hide his secret kid, he wants to do this now, asterisk." As he walked out, another thought hit him. Asterisk. Wait a minute. Someone's definitely pulling his strings. Asterisk, someone else paid his debt and just happened to find his real daughter for him. And only one person came to mind. Over in Regina's room, she was casually watering flowers. "You know," she said, "since I moved into the palace, today's the very first time you've bothered to visit me." Levan cut right through the act. Regina skipped the pleasantries and answered my question. "Count Martina, was this you?" Regina replied coolly. "Yes, he came to me asking for help. He said he wanted to finally add his real daughter to the family tree, but he was too scared to go against your wishes." Levan scoffed. "Count Martina just strolled up to you in person. You expect me to believe that?" "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" Regina's smile was pure ice. "Well, I am about to become the Crown Princess, Your Highness. It's totally normal for people to talk to a man's future wife about his business." Then her tone got sharp. "Your Highness, I know everything. So please stop pretending that girl is some high and mighty noble in front of me. That woman is not Count Martina's daughter. She's just a maid." Levan asked flatly. "And you plan on telling everyone that?" Regina's voice was like silk. "Why would I ever do something that would hurt you, Your Highness?" Levan just opened the door. "All right, I'll keep that in mind. I'm leaving." Right before he left, he tossed over his shoulder. "And I'm sure this has absolutely nothing to do with you being jealous of Giselle Martina." Just as he stepped into the hallway, he bumped right into Giselle. "Ah, petals," he said, his whole mood changing. She curtsied. "Your Highness, a message from the young Lord of Ronmer." Suddenly a loud crash echoed from Regina's room. Giselle gasped. "Whoa, I think something just broke in there." Levan immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her into her room. "Okay, what's the situation now?" he asked, standing a little too close. "My advice, don't go out for a while. I think I just seriously ticked off a snake." "A snake?" Giselle asked, totally lost. Levan switched gears. "Anyway, like I was saying, tell me what you want as a reward." Giselle just shook her head. "I don't want anything. I just did what I could." Then she gave him a huge smile. "But I have to say I'm really happy I could be useful to you, Your Highness." And when she smiled like that, Levan's heart did a backflip. He couldn't help it. He reached out and touched her face. "Your Highness," she whispered as he leaned in. "Your Highness," she breathed out again. "I'd like to do more," he said in a low voice. Then, he just patted her on the head. I know," he said gently. "Don't worry, I won't do anything crazy." The second he left her room, he started freaking out internally. Asterisk. Oh, I am so into petals. This is not good. This is a full-blown addiction, a really serious one. Petals these days must be toxic or something. A few days later, the trial for all the crimes of Count Veronin's family finally kicked off. The charges were juicy. Count Veronin had committed the major offense of messing with the jousting competition, putting a player's life on the line, and the cherry on top, the crime of offending the Imperial family. The judge stared him down. "Your own servant confessed to everything, including the huge pile of money you paid him. Do you still deny the charges?" Count Veronin screamed. "He's lying, it's a false testimony. This is all a setup." Varn leaned over to Giselle. "We've been stuck in this loop for hours already." "I know," she sighed. That's when Levan stood up and walked to the front. Your Highness? Varn said, surprised. Levan announced, Count Voronin, I have a question for you. A little while ago, Grand Duke Arden Klonetsk was attacked in the middle of the capital with some weird powers that weren't divine or from any other country. They put Arden Klonetsk in serious danger. And the power they used was an exact match to the energy we found on the spear from the arena. The whole room of nobles erupted in chaos. Does that mean you tried to have Grand Duke Klonetsk killed Count Voronin? Because if you did, you're in way bigger trouble now. Voronin stammered. What are you saying, Your Highness? I've never heard of any of that. Please, you have to believe me. An attack weird powers, I have no idea what Your Highness is talking about. Levan slammed his hand down on the dock. He threw down the crest of an evil spirit and demanded, Do you know what this is, Voronin? Voronin was trembling. It's an antique I bought from a street market. Levan smirked. Oh, a street market, you say? Because we found enough of these in your basement. To fill up several market stands. This is a symbol of the Tronin civilization which died out a long, long time ago. Across the room, Regina gasped. How does he know that? Levan kept going. The Tronin were a civilization that worshipped the god of greed. That means this is a symbol of an evil spirit. Ronmer is a holy empire. Yet you dared to not only worship an evil spirit, but you used its power. Powers to mess with the royal family. You're gonna pay for that little oopsie with your life. The judge snapped at the guards. Hello, what are you guys waiting for? Drag this clown out of here. Varn just chuckled and went, Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Your Highness. The guards started hauling Voronin away when bam, Count Martinez comes sprinting into the courtroom. He's yelling all dramatic like, Your Majesty, oh glorious son, you've got to hear me out. The judge was not having it. Count Martinez, what in the world do you think you're doing? The count just wailed. You have no idea how messed up this is? I can't even put my own daughter on the family register. Because of some people who want my title, the nobles in the back started whispering, What's he even talking about? His daughter. You mean the one standing right there? One of them mumbled. Then the count points a shaky finger at Jiselle and screams, I was robbed of my title because of that woman's threats. Jiselle Martina is not my real daughter. She used the prince's authority to blackmail me. He was really selling it. She said if I didn't let her into the Martina family, she'd snatch my title right out from under me. I've been quiet this whole time because I was terrified of His Highness, but I can't stay silent anymore. Not now that I've found my real daughter. And the crowd goes wild, total chaos. Oh my gosh, can you believe her? They all chattered. She scammed a nobleman. The judge just boomed. All right, settle down, people. But the count was on a roll, shouting, You need to drag her out of here right now. Levan was gritting his teeth, totally about to leap up. But before he could make a move, Jiselle grabbed his sleeve and was like, No, Your Highness, if you jump in now, you'll just make this whole mess 1,000,000 times worse. Levan kind of deflated. But then Regina, cool as a cucumber, chimed in, Just wait and see how this plays out. The Emperor hasn't said a peep yet. So Levan sank back into his chair, muttering, Fine. Jiselle was thinking, Okay, deep breaths. To the Emperor, the number one thing is protecting the Imperial family's rep and the prince. He's not going to punish a nobleman over a mere maid like me. I'm so toast. The Emperor's voice sliced through the room like a knife. Count Martinez, is everything you just said 100% true? The Count stood his ground. I swear on my life, Your Majesty, there isn't a single lie in what I said. I finally worked up the nerve to stand here today as a dad who just loves his kid. I finally found my real daughter. The Emperor just goes, Be quiet. Ouch. The Count totally flinched. The Emperor leaned in. Let me ask you. One more time. Is everything you said the absolute truth, Count? The Count just bowed his head and buttered him up. I respect you, the son of Ronmer. Then the Emperor drops the mic. I personally gave that order. Wait, what? I'm the one who had Jiselle added to your family register. Levan literally gasped out. Your Majesty. The Emperor just held up a hand to shush him and kept going. I ordered the Crown Prince to wipe out your debt, and in return Jiselle would become part of your family. And yet you stand there and tell me you didn't tell a single lie. Count Martinez started sputtering. Your Majesty, that's not... How dare you? The Emperor roared. Then he called out, Jiselle, come on up here. Yes, Your Majesty, Jiselle said, stepping up and giving a super deep bow. The Emperor was like, all right, everyone, let me officially introduce you. Jiselle here has the power to read ancient writing. The whole room just erupted. An ancient writing interpreter, no way, they whispered. But not even the top historians can read that stuff. The Emperor just stated it like a fact. The ability to interpret ancient writing is a crazy valuable skill, something you won't find anywhere else on the continent. You can bet other countries are going to get super jealous and want her. So as the Emperor of Ronmer, it's only right that I want to keep her here. Which is why today I am officially stripping Count Martinez of his title and giving Jiselle the last name Martina and the brand new title of Viscountess. Jiselle and Levan just stood there, jaws on the floor. Your Majesty, the Count whimpered as the guards closed in on him. The Emperor wasn't done yet, his voice booming again. After hundreds of years, the symbol of the evil spirit has shown up in Ronmer. This is not something we can just ignore. Therefore, as the son of this empire, I declare that from this day forward, Ronmer's imperial family will launch a full-scale investigation into these evil spirit worshippers. and I will wipe them out so they can never ever threaten our empire again. Your Majesty, Count Martinez screamed, getting desperate. I'm totally innocent, I swear. I was just doing what they told me to do. The one who ordered me to stir up all this drama was... And then his sentence just got cut off as he coughed up a ton of blood and collapsed. Isar immediately jumped into action, shouting, Everybody back up. He knelt down to check on the count. The judge freaked out. Somebody call a priest now, get him treated. Isar just shook his head. I think it's too late. He's not breathing anymore. A few days went by, and Isar stood before the Emperor giving him the grim update. The late Countess Martinez was also found dead. Same exact way. It's gotta be the work of the same people who were behind the attack. I definitely felt that same weird energy from both of their bodies, Levan added, looking thoughtful. Your Majesty, I heard there are still records of Tronin left in the temple. The Emperor sighed. That's something we can only check on once the Pontifex gets back. Besides, it's not like we can say the temple is on our side right now. Isar piped up. Your Majesty, what if we get Viscountess Martina involved? The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Viscountess Martina, you mean Jiselle? Exactly, Isar said. Since it came out at the trial that she can read ancient writing, everyone's starting to think that she's been blessed by God or something. We could totally use that to get the temple to help us out. The Emperor was quiet for a second, stroking his chin. Absolutely. So if we play our cards right with public opinion, turning Jiselle into a literal saint wouldn't be impossible. And if that happens, the temple can't keep telling us no forever. Meanwhile, in her room, Regina sat there thinking, Phew, I'm so glad I dealt with those Martinez clowns ahead of time. Whoa, hold up. Why did the Emperor defend her? Does that mean she's actually the real deal? An ancient writing decoder? Because if she is, she might sniff out what happened with Tronin. I have got to get her kicked out of this palace like yesterday. You know what, if I could just yeet her from the entire world, that wouldn't be so bad either. Duke Basilian stumbled into the room, his voice all shaky. Regina, oh my sweet daughter, please forgive your totally incompetent father. Regina just gave him the coldest side-eye. You were just chewing me out last time. Why the sudden change of heart? It's true my plan face-planted just like you said it would. The Duke dropped to his knees, trembling. No, I'm sure you have some 5D chess move planned. I'll never jump to conclusions like that again. I won't get greedy or do my own thing. So please just forgive me, Regina. All he could hear was the Duchess's screaming in his head. Please help me, Your Grace, please. Regina's look turned to ice. If it wasn't for your rash judgment, the woman who should have been my mother might still be alive. I hope you learned a little lesson about what happens when you don't play ball with an evil spirit's power. The Duke was practically vibrating. Forgive me, Regina. What can I do? Anything? Regina cracked a tiny chilling smile and put a hand on his shoulder. He totally flinched. Good, she said, her voice dripping with frost. As it happens, there's a little job for you, Father. The Harvest Festival, where everyone gets God's blessing, is right around the corner. The royals are definitely going to team up with the temple to come after us. But hey, if they're going to play the God card, there's no reason we can't play it too. A week before the festival, the capital was buzzing with gossip. One guy said, I heard she can read ancient texts like it's a comic book. That's got to be a blessing from God, right? His buddy chimed in. Totally, God sent us a messenger for the future. And over with the ladies. One gushed, she can only be a saint. Another added, it's so amazing His Majesty found her, the only person on the whole continent who can read ancient writing, a saint blessed by God himself. The rumors spread like wildfire, and it looked like the royal family's PR plan was working perfectly. And then news hit the streets. The goddess statue fell over. The statue is totally smashed. This thing was put up when the nation was founded. It had seen the entire history of the empire. It was basically the mascot of Ranmer. So when word got out that it was destroyed, the capital instantly spiraled into chaos. And right in the middle of it all, a nasty little rumor started to spread. Hey, did you hear about that girl who was supposedly blessed by God? Oh, the one who can read the old-timey writing. That's the one. Well, word on the street is she worships an evil spirit. Later Varn was spreading it around. Viscountess Jiselle Martinez's powers come from an evil spirit, and she's a devil worshipper. The goddess statue got wrecked because God is super mad. Yeah, this whole thing is a total setup to make Viscountess Jiselle Martina look bad. The broken statue, the rumor, it's all connected. The Emperor sighed. The people are getting really angry with us, and it's not just the commoners. The nobles are blowing up my inbox every single day. They want me to strip the Viscountess of her title and investigate this whole mess. Isur was like, you can't give in to their demands. Your Majesty, doing that would be like admitting all the rumors are true. So after a super long meeting, the palace released a statement. Viscountess Jiselle Martinez's powers are not from an evil spirit. The statue breaking was just a freak accident. But the whole evil spirit worshipper thing just wouldn't die down. In fact, it got way worse when people found out the woman in the rumors was the Crown Prince's lady-in-waiting. Suddenly, everyone was calling her a witch who'd put a spell on him. Up in her room, Jiselle was just standing on the balcony. Levan showed up and gave a little cough, knocking on the balcony door. Jiselle turned and gave a curtsy. Your Highness, the small son of Ronmer. He walked over and said, it's getting pretty chilly. If you dress that lightly, your petals are gonna wither. Levan looked at her and thought, Man, she looks completely wiped out. Then he said, "There's something I wanted to ask you." "Yes, Your Highness," she replied. He asked, "Why did you pretend you didn't know your mother had passed away?" Giselle explained, "I've basically lived as an outcast since I was a kid. When I was a maid at the Moonlight Palace, if I didn't want to get thrown out, I had to lean into the whole pity party thing. The maids used to whisper, 'I heard she thinks her dead mom is coming back.' They told her she died, but she says she doesn't remember." Another one added, "I bet she didn't even get any of the compensation money," Giselle went on. "Oh, I knew the others stole all the money, but at least that gives them a guilty conscience, right? It means they can't just kick me to the curb. I was the girl people disliked, but also felt sorry for. The girl who got on their nerves but was easy to use. That was the whole act I was putting on," she thought. "Of course that plan blew up in my face when I was forced to come to the Sun Palace." Then she said out loud, "I'm used to being disliked and getting blamed for things I didn't do, so I'm okay. It's always been this way. My life has just always been like this." Levan wrapped his arms around her from behind. "No one ever gets used to being disliked. Everyone wants to be loved, to be useful to someone. When you're not okay, you can be honest with me. Right now you have someone you can lean on. I will do whatever it takes to protect you." "Yeah, I promise you that, right." I remember him saying that from the other side of those steel bars. Back then, the only thing I could count on was my little secret. I know what's coming next. I knew the future. I could prep for it, I could even change it. My motto was, "In me I trust." So when Levan hit me with, "You still don't trust me," I was like, "Ugh, fine, not anymore. I guess I trust this guy. I mean, he found me hiding in the bushes. That's pretty much a sign he's my designated protector, right?" She flashed a grin and said, "I trust you, Your Highness. I actually have for a little while now." Levan smiled right back. Then Giselle added, "So, Your Highness, about this harvest festival that's right around the corner. I really don't want to be public enemy #1 when we haven't solved anything. But it's not like I can debunk the rumors because I don't have a clue where my powers come from either. What if they're right and I'm running on evil spirit juice or something?" she whispered. Levan grabbed her hand and was like, "Nope, not true, Your Highness." He said, dead serious, "I'm the expert on this, okay? There is no way evil powers could feel this pure and warm. I believe in you, so you better start believing in yourself and walk with some confidence." The waterworks started. "Why are you being so nice to me? I completely failed at my one job of being helpful to you." Levan just pulled her into a bear hug and said, "You want to know why I'm so good to you? It's simple. I like you. A lot. I love you, Giselle. And I'm just thinking, wow, he's just dropping these super sweet lines while I'm all snuggled up in his arms. In this moment, all this stuff that's been stressing me out feels like it happened a lifetime ago." Then asterisk, knock knock asterisk. Talk about a mood killer. Giselle asked, "Yeah, who is it?" Levan sighed, "I'll get it." He opened the door. "It's me, Varn," the guy said. "So sorry to barge in, but I have a question about the harvest festival tomorrow." Levan just shot him a death glare and said, "Varn, why are you here so freaking early?" Varn jumped totally startled. The guards, they kind of pushed me into it." Levan stepped out, and Varn was literally trembling. He nervously added, "Anyway, are you 100% sure you're cool with going to the festival at the temple tomorrow? You can still back out, you know." Giselle replied, "It's fine, I'll be there." But in her head she was thinking, "Oh, I'm fully aware that a ton of people are going to point and scream witch, they might even try something, but as long as he's got my back, I'm just going to strut in there with my head held high." And on the day of the festival, the temple was packed with people all whispering to each other. One said, "Wow, this year's offering is a big one. The gods are going to love this." Another one muttered, "I heard the big boss isn't even coming this time." A third person added, "Totally, no idea what's going on. I heard Father Roshani is taking over the ceremony." Suddenly someone gasped, "Hey, look over there, oh my gosh." Another person gasped. Giselle had arrived. The crowd immediately started buzzing. "Isn't that the witch? The witch is here. What's a witch doing at the temple?" But someone else cut in. "Oh, you didn't hear, that was all fake news. The royal family put out an official statement. Said it wasn't evil spirit powers. You know, maybe they're right. I mean, look at her just strolling in here so confidently. If she were a real witch, she probably couldn't have even gotten through the door." The priest raised his voice. "All right, everyone, please be quiet." They then poured oil on the offering. Head priest Roshani laid his hand on the offering and started chanting in the sacred language. After he finished all the holy mumbo-jumbo, he declared, "On this land full of the haters and non-believers, please bless us with your love." The fire roared to life and the offering started to burn. Roshani went on, "Oh God, please stop us from repeating the same stupid mistakes our ancestors made. Just like that time you sent a messenger down to that guy worshipping the wrong deity. Send us another messenger. Send us a new Giselle." Giselle's brain did a full-on record scratch. Wait, did I just hear that right? Did he just say my name? Roshani threw his arms up and yelled, "Dear God, accept this humble offering and give us your blessing." And then out of nowhere, the fire just went out. Asterisk poof, asterisk. Everyone froze. Levan just thought, "The altar fire?" The crowd started to panic. "Oh my gosh, what just happened? I can't believe it. The holy fire went out." The priest tried to calm everyone down. Now, let's all just take a deep breath." But the crowd wasn't having it. So what happens to the ritual? Then someone screamed, "It's a witch! The witch ruined God's ritual." Another person shouted, "I saw her! It was the witch! She was staring daggers at the altar!" Hearing that, Giselle's head snapped in that direction on pure instinct. She thought, "Oh no, I should not have looked." Seeing her move, the crowd roared even louder. "Did you see that? She looked away. She is a witch. The witch ruined the ritual." They started closing in, screaming, "Kick her out! That evil witch! Get the witch! Get rid of the witch who's a threat to Ronmer, the witch!" Suddenly, a glowing magic shield popped up, stopping them in their tracks. Captain Crusoe declared, "Anyone who crosses in this barrier will immediately stop being alive." The people were stunned. Did he just shield the witch? How could the royal family do this? Get the witch right now! Izar rushed to Giselle's side. "Are you okay?" he asked. Then he said firmly, "Don't you move an inch from my side. I'll protect you no matter what, my lady." She nodded. Levan commanded, "Izar, take Vic and Countess Martina back to the palace this instant. I got the temple's permission, so use the underground passage." Izar replied, "Yes, your highness." Giselle cried out, "Your highness!" Levan was all like, "Okay, seriously, straight to the palace, no detours." And I just nodded. But of course, the second the guards start moving, the whole crowd loses its mind, screaming, "She's making a break for it! The witch is escaping! What are you guys doing? Get her!" I glanced back at Levan, who was getting farther and farther away, and suddenly, bam, I get this flash of a super old memory. My head just fills up with this wave of sadness, but like, whose sadness is this? It's not mine. I totally stumbled, and Izar yelled, "My lady." My brain was just screaming, "I promised I would never ever leave you again, so why do I keep running away like a coward?" And then, I just collapsed. Izar was in full-on panic mode. "My lady, Lady Martina." He scooped me up and just sprinted towards the palace. He was shouting the whole way, "My lady, wake up! Come on, Lady Martina!" A little later at the palace, some priest shows up and tries to zap me awake with his holy powers. After a while of that not working, he just kinda shrugged and left. Real helpful, dude. So there I am, still totally out of it, mumbling, "Sorry. I'm sorry. But I'm not waking up." The royal doctors are completely stumped and time just keeps on ticking. Meanwhile, across town, the head honcho priest, Rashani, drops this bombshell of an official statement. The sacred flames of the harvest festival went out. It's because the crown prince is giving God the cold shoulder. You can bet Levan heard that and immediately stormed into Regina's room. He bursts in yelling, "Regina!" And there she is, just calmly sipping tea like nothing's wrong. Levan is fuming. "How could you do this? After everything, now you're using the temple to pull your stunts." Regina just gives him this super smooth answer. "I have literally no idea what you're talking about." Oh, really? Levan gets right in her personal space. "I know your daddy had a little meeting with Priest Rashani. You still gonna deny it? The attack on Arden Count Martina just dropping dead? The busted statue, and now this whole harvest festival flameout. Are you behind all of it?" And you could see the gears turning in his head. All of this, it's all pointing right at Giselle Martina. Then he just roared, "Why do you have such a massive grudge against Giselle?" Regina shot back ice cold. "Your highness, are you asterisk? Sure, asterisk, I'm the one behind all that. You got any receipts? Any proof?" And crickets. Levan had nothing. She gets up and does this dramatic pose by the window. "I think there's been a tiny misunderstanding. It's true my father met with Priest Rashani. He was just asking the temple to please not say anything that would freak out the public since everyone's already on edge." Levan was not buying it. "You really expect me to believe that load of garbage?" Regina got closer, putting a hand on his face. "You look so tired. I think you need a nap." "Your highness," Levan just muttered. "You know I'm not even sure you moved in here for me anymore." Regina gave him this little smirk. "Of course it was for you, your highness. Why else would I possibly do it?" Oh, he was not having it. Levan smacked her hand away. "Then stop pulling these crazy stunts, because if and when I have to choose, I am always going to protect my woman." Regina's voice went from sweet to steel. "Are you telling me you'd risk the entire empire for some silly little feelings?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "Your highness, just a reminder, asterisk, I am asterisk the woman from the prophecy. So when you say my woman, you mean me, right? And not her." He cut her off so fast. "Regina, don't even think about using that oracle to threaten me. And my feelings are not nearly as petty as you think." And with that mic drop, he was gone. The second the door shut, Regina just burst out laughing like a maniac. "Swayed by feelings, how childish, he's making a ridiculous choice. Oh, don't you worry, the first one on their knees begging will be you." Levan Klonik. Later, Vaughn was giving the Emperor the daily gossip. "So something shady is going down at the temple. I'm hearing Priest Rashani is building a crew, and it sounds like he's got a powerful backer." The Emperor asked, "What about the good guys?" Varn replied, "If you're talking about Priest Aaron Grand, he's off on some quest to find missing holy relics." The Emperor slammed his desk. "Tell him to get his butt back here immediately. He's the only one who can put a stop to Rashani." Varn just bowed. "Yes, your majesty." The Emperor leaned in. "Any word from our inside man at the temple?" Varn answered super carefully. "Well, it seems he came back empty-handed. Again, couldn't even get a meeting with Rashani." Levan stepped forward. "Your majesty, I'll go. I'll go to the temple and make them take back that statement. They're clearly trying to blackmail us for something." The Emperor just shook his head. No, you absolutely will not. Levan was like, but, before the Emperor cut him right off. You know perfectly well why you're the main character in everyone's drama right now. I'm not blaming the girl, but the rumor mill is spinning tales that your lady-in-waiting is a witch who has you brainwashed. Showing your face in public would be a terrible idea. Then he paused for a second and said, Hey, how about you go with Regina Basilian? Levan looked like he was going to be sick. I'm sorry, what? The Emperor just said. If Basilian really is Team Rashani, she'll be a pretty useful bargaining chip. Levan just grit his teeth and bowed. As you command. Then he stormed out. The Emperor was left there clenching his fists thinking, the Crown Prince is defying God's will, is it? How dare they try to threaten us with Levan's own prophecy? Meanwhile, back in my room, I was finally starting to wake up. Varn practically jumped out of his chair. My lady? He rushed over whispering, Can you hear me, my lady? I was told you're physically fine. It just looks like you got super weak because of, all the craziness that happened. I just silently looked around the room. Seeing that, Varn started rambling nervously. His Highness is out on business. If I told him you were up, I swear he'd gallop over here like a knight. I mean a crown prince in shining armor? He followed that up with a super awkward laugh. Oof. Then he thought to himself, man, I'd actually be less freaked out if she was just crying or something. Just then I slowly sat up and whispered. Lord Varn went completely still. Yes, is there anything you need? I asked him dead serious. Is it possible for me to see His Majesty right now? Varn just blinked at me. His Majesty? I gave a weak nod. There's something I have to tell him. It's a matter of life and death for him. End scene. So Jiselle was just sitting there having a full-on main character crisis. All the haters' greatest hits were playing on a loop in her head. Kill her, drag the witch out, yeah, kill her. She was like, man, this is way more than just hate. This is some next-level resentment. They seriously want me gone. As their lovely voices echoed in her brain, she clapped her hands over her ears, shaking like a leaf. Die, witch. That witch is totally gonna ruin Ronmer, get her. Then perfect timing, a servant knocks. My lady, His Majesty is here. She furiously wiped away her tears like, nothing to see here. The Emperor strolled in, sat down, and was all, hey, I was just in the neighborhood and heard you were awake. I bet that whole thing at the temple was a real shocker. The doc says, you're physically fine, so don't sweat it, just focus on getting better. She whispered, yes, Your Majesty. Then the Emperor hits her with, so I heard you had something you wanted to tell me. And she goes, Your Majesty, I think it's about time for me to, bounce from the Imperial Palace. Whoa, talk about a record scratch. The Emperor's face went completely stony. Leave the palace. Let me guess Basilian put you up to this. Look, I'm not trying to doubt you or kick you out. The Euro witch rumors the whole deal with the late Count Martina getting jumped by some random dude. I'm positive they're behind all of it. But Jiselle just quietly said, Your Majesty, every single one of those things was aimed at me. But instead of showing me the door, you and His Highness had my back. The Emperor shot back. Exactly. You have to stay in the palace if you want to be protected? But she just shook her head. That's the biggest reason I have to leave. I really don't want to be the drama that messes up the Imperial family's future. The person you really need isn't me. It's Regina Basilian, the prophecy girl. And then cue the dramatic flashback to Levan's words in her head. It's because I'm super into you. I love you, Petals. I will literally do anything to protect you. And she's thinking, if I stay, His Highness is going to be in so much danger. It'll be just like that nightmare I had. He'll never get to be the big boss of this empire. The Emperor dramatically pushes himself up from his chair, wanders over to the window and says all bitterly, an emperor who can't even protect his own son and the girl his son is in love with. How totally pathetic. Standing there, he mumbled, my bad. My complete lack of skills has made you both miserable, because I'm so powerless. I couldn't be the shield you guys needed. So yeah, feel free to hate me. Jiselle just shook her head. I don't hate you at all, Your Majesty. I'm making this call 100% on my own for His Highness. Her inner monologue was screaming, even though I could totally get got the second I step outside this palace, I've got to protect my man. Then out loud with tears just streaming. Because I promised him I'd be his support system. And her brain added, he's my everything. Then she said, Your Majesty, please, whatever you do, don't tell a soul I'm leaving. The Emperor walked over to her and said gently, Okay, how about this, you leave after the coming-of-age ceremony? She looked up, totally floored. My coming-of-age ceremony. He reached out and wiped away her tears. Yep, yours. Getting blessed at your coming-of-age party is like a cosmic reset button. It cuts off all the old curses and gives you a fresh start with God on your side. Let me throw you this party. Giselle stood up and curtsied like a pro. Whatever you say, Your Majesty. So 2 months to go until the big party. Cut to Giselle sitting at a table in Regina's room of all places. Regina's like, the smell is amazing, right? Do you know what these flowers are? Giselle shook her head. Nope, no idea. Regina explained. Oh, these little guys don't have a name. Giselle frowned. No name. Regina nodded. Yeah, nothing special. But they're the kind of petals you see all over the place in fields. Giselle muttered to herself. Petals. Regina kept going. See that little gold pattern on the petals? It's a gorgeous little secret that only shows up when you dry them just right for a super long time. I just love things like that, Things that seem like nothing but turn out to be secretly beautiful if you give them the right chance. This is exactly why I want to be the Empress. I want to build a world where anyone can be like this flower, even if they're just some random petal that grew up in the gutter. Then she got all curious. So what brings you to my neck of the woods today? Giselle just dropped the bomb. I'm planning to ditch the Imperial Palace right after my coming-of-age ceremony. Regina's eyes went wide. You're leaving the palace. And her brain went into overdrive. Wait this soon. If she leaves and finds out who she really is, that she's the Princess of Cetrian and all that, and then claims she's the real prophecy girl. So Regina asked, all cautious, does His Highness know? Giselle was like, nope, and I'm not telling him. 2 months from now, I'm just gonna, poof, vanish. No noise, no drama, like I was never even here. Regina's inner villain was cackling. Oh no, just leaving isn't good enough. This girl needs to completely disappear from the face of the earth. Then she put on a super fake smile and said, I have a little proposition for you. For the 2 months you have left, I'll let you take my place next to His Highness. Giselle's jaw just about hit the floor. Excuse me, Regina said. Obviously not for like official stuff, but for everything else. Go nuts. Have all the lovey-dovey time you want. Giselle stood up totally done. I have no idea why you're suddenly saying all this. Literally last week you told me to stay away from him. As she started to walk off, Regina called out, as long as you keep your promise to be gone in 2 months, I have zero problems with you getting your little romance on. But in return, you have to promise to never ever show your face to me again. Giselle just walked out without saying a word. A little later, guess who shows up with a bouquet? Levan. He tapped on Giselle's door, and the second she opened it, he grinned. Petals, hey, you're up, feeling any better? Giselle just grabbed his hand, yanked him inside, and slammed the door before throwing her arms around him. She mumbled into his chest, I just want to stay like this forever. Levan totally froze, staring down at her. He was thinking, okay, if you were mad at me, I'd get it. If you were hurt, I'd listen. But you just look so sad. I have absolutely no idea what to do right now. He hugged her back, asking softly, so is this helping at all? Giselle nodded. Please don't be mad. Just seeing you, Your Highness, made everything feel okay. Levan just scooped her right up into his arms and said, all right, let's get you back to bed. You're not 100% yet, so your only job is to rest. He carried her over, set her down gently, and added, and from now on, you're officially banned from all public events. Your safety is priority number 1. She gave a weak little nod. Okay, thank you. Then she perked up a bit. So what happened with that whole Harvest Festival disaster? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Levan grinned. Oh, that all taken care of. Your name is squeaky clean, so don't even think about it. He gave her a warm smile and said, by the way, you know you're turning into an adult in like 2 months, right? Giselle's eyes lit up. Oh, speaking of that, I have a gift request. A gift? Levan chuckled. For my coming-of-age ceremony, she clarified with a grin. He leaned in, totally intrigued. Oh yeah, is there something specific you've got your eye on? Smiling sweetly, she replied. Honestly, I'd be thrilled with anything you picked out for me. Is that something you could do? Of course, Levan said instantly. He thought, are you kidding? I feel awful that I can't just give you the entire world. Her ceremony is right around the corner. It's already been a whole year since my powers went completely haywire. A few months ago, I seriously didn't think I'd even see the end of this year. I couldn't even dream about the future. Because every day felt like I was just waiting for the end. And then bam, you just appeared out of nowhere. And ever since you showed up, it's like my whole world switched from black and white to full-on Technicolor. All the smoke and haze finally cleared, and I could actually see the green in the forests and all the different colored flowers. My world was suddenly full of life, and every time I looked around, you were there, petals just sparkling. My beautiful Giselle, Levan said, his voice soft. Petals. Yes, Your Highness, she replied, looking up at him. Do you still want to be a priestess? He asked. Giselle just looked down, not saying a word. Levan let out a small laugh. Wow, your face just screamed the answer to that one. Startled, she looked up. It did. He took her hand, his tone turning gentle but firm. Sorry, but I'm gonna need you to scrap that plan like immediately. Then he lifted her hand to his lips for a kiss and whispered, because I have zero plans of ever letting you go. You're stuck with me forever, Giselle. A few days later, Levan dropped by her room again. I was just gonna pop in for a second, but you look crazy busy with the National Foundation Festival, Giselle said, looking a little worried. As they sat together, she asked, are you sure you're allowed to be slacking off over here? It's totally fine, Levan assured her. As they walked outside, he added with a smirk, you know you're the one who told me to make time for you. I was kind of expecting something a little more exciting. Hey, I've been dying to come up here, Giselle shot back. To the top of the Sun Palace's steeple, really, he teased. She just smiled and pointed, ignoring him. Your Highness, look, the people down there are the size of my fingernails. And can you see the plaza fountain from here? Levan just watched her, thinking, how could I possibly have time to look anywhere else? The sun is shining, the whole city is spread out below us. But it's you, just glowing right in front of it all. You're the most beautiful thing up here. How could I not be completely in love with you? Giselle murmured. The stadium looks so small I could hold it in my hand, but I know it's gigantic up close. Levan leaned in and kissed her. You know, he said, pulling back slightly. I don't think I ever got your reply last time thanks to Varn's terrible timing. I'd like to hear it now, Petals. Your answer to what I said. Giselle's mind immediately went back to her plan. I'm going to disappear from this palace like I was never even here. She gently put her hand on his cheek, thinking, once I leave, I'll never get to see him again. The man I love. This is it. This is our last moment. So, is it okay if I'm a little selfish? And without saying another word, she pulled him in for a kiss. Levan pulled back, their lips barely apart. He took her hand in his and said quietly, You've been acting really weird lately, Petals. His gaze was locked on hers. You're the one who told me to forget what happened. You're the one who started pulling away from me. I figured you didn't want anything to do with me. Was I wrong about that? Giselle's voice was barely a whisper, no. She looked down at the floor. It's just... She couldn't get the words out. Levan's grip on her hand tightened. I don't know what changed your mind, but I already told you how I feel, Giselle. I have no intention of ever letting you go. His voice got deeper. So, how was it, that kiss from a second ago? Excuse me, she squeaked, her face turning bright red. Oh my God, what did I just do? A little smirk played on his lips. That's funny. Where'd all that courage you had a minute ago disappear to? She stammered, clenching her fists. What was that? He teased, leaning closer. I can't hear you. I liked it okay, she finally blurted out. He grinned, completely delighted. Say it again. What? What you just yelled? He said. Go on. I liked it, she whispered, her eyes shining. Levan leaned in and kissed her again. You kissed me this time, he murmured against her lips. She did, and they were lost in the moment. She thought, oh man, I think I'm about to cry, but it's not because I'm sad. Her thoughts were a mess. It's because the man right in front of me is just so incredibly dazzling. This amazing guy actually loves me. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the temple did a complete 180, putting out another statement that the Harvest Festival fiasco had absolutely nothing to do with the Crown Prince. With the temple flip-flopping like that, everyone was, needless to say, super confused. And right in the middle of all the chaos, Priest Aeon, the guy who'd gone off to find the pontiff's stuff, finally made his grand return. Luckily for them, he was totally on board with helping the Imperial family. The Emperor just sighed. Looks like the temple's going to be a hot mess for a while. Which works out great for us, Your Majesty, Levan replied with a smirk. Aeon had come back with a little something he'd found near a cliff. It was a necklace totally juiced up with the Pontifex's divine power. For a priest to charge a gemstone like that, it's basically like leaving a last will and testament. It meant the Pontifex pretty much knew his number was up. That man was always one step ahead, the Emperor said. I'm sure he's alive, Levan. And Your Majesty, don't you dare tell her. Meanwhile, in her room, Giselle was totally in her own little world at her desk. She was muttering to herself while writing, a walk in the garden check. Tea time definitely. Make a wish at the fountain, yep. Read a book together. And a trip to the steeple. She stopped and gently bonked her head on the table. A little smile played on her lips. I'm just so happy, happier than I've ever been. I know this can't last forever, but man, I don't regret a single second of it. She clenched her fist, fired up. She thought, okay, chin up, Giselle. Once the National Foundation Festival is over, he'll finally have some free time, she murmured. Just then a sudden knock hit the door. Come in, Giselle called out. In walked Madame Breda. Breda. Oh my gosh, it's been ages, how are you? Giselle greeted her with a huge smile. I'm doing just fine, and things are peachy over at the Moonlight Palace, Breda replied. That's so good to hear, Giselle beamed. I have to admit, I'm surprised to see you. What can I do for you? Breda stepped forward, holding out a small box. I came because I have something to give you. Oh, what's this? Giselle asked, intrigued. She popped the case open. It's a keepsake your mother left behind, Breda explained softly. She wanted me to give it to you when you were an adult. She said this necklace would prove where you really come from. My background, Giselle asked, her voice barely a whisper. Is there something special about it? Breda just shook her head. I'm sorry, I really don't know. Giselle thought, how weird. I was told my mom was just a regular person. Wow, Mom's keepsake, it's so pretty. She turned the necklace over in her hands. The gemstone had this faint shimmer like there was a light glowing inside it. Actually, I think I can feel something, she whispered. It's really faint, but it feels kind of like divine power. My lady? Breda asked gently. Startled, Giselle blinked as tears suddenly welled up. Ugh, why are my eyes leaking? Breda handed her a handkerchief. You've been through so much lately, my lady, she said kindly. I thought the necklace might bring you a little comfort. That's why I brought it a bit earlier than planned. I see you haven't changed a bit, Breda murmured with a fond smile. Still making me worry. Giselle let out a quiet laugh. Thank you, Breda. Time flew by and the National Foundation Festival was just 1 week away. But first it was time for His Majesty's birthday blowout. Foreign dignitaries and nobles from out of town started pouring in one after another. All right, stop the carriage. We'll take a break here, a man ordered. He stood on a small cliff, looking out at the distant capital. Man, it's been ages since I've been to Ranmer, he said, his voice low and full of amusement. Giselle was it. I simply can't wait to meet you. Later, Levan was looking over a tray of cufflinks. Petals, what do you think of these? I think this pair suits you much better, Your Highness, Giselle replied. As she was fastening the cufflinks, his fingers lightly brushed against hers. Giselle's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Hey, why do you keep touching me? She blurted out, totally flustered. Because I had a feeling you liked it, he answered with a sly little smile. Okay, all done, she mumbled, looking anywhere but at him. Levan then caught her hand and pressed a soft kiss to her knuckles. I'll save the best part for later, he murmured. The romantic mood was instantly shattered when a voice announced, The Crown Prince of Hina will be arriving shortly. Unlike the people in Ronmer, folks from Hina used chi, an energy that comes from inside the body. They were also known for being incredibly tall and having dark hair. Crown Prince Lartine of Hina proclaimed warmly as he entered. Levan stepped forward to greet him with a firm handshake. Thank you for coming all this way, Crown Prince Levan Lartin said with a huge grin. Or should I call you the little son? Call me whatever you're comfortable with, Levan answered smoothly. Ronmer and Hina go way back. Lartin laughed out loud. Ha! The Crown Prince of Ronmer is way more straightforward than I heard. I get the feeling you and I are going to be great friends. You must be exhausted from your journey, Levan said, gesturing down the hall. Why don't you go rest up for now? We can meet for dinner later. His Majesty is very eager to see you. That sounds fantastic. It's been ages since I've had an audience with the king, Lartin said cheerfully, before suddenly pausing. Is something wrong? Levan asked. Totally random question, Lartin said slowly. But is there someone here named Jiselle? From the back, Giselle's heart did a nosedive as she thought, how in the world does he know my name? He saw her and a faint smile crossed his lips. Ah, Levan said, stepping forward smoothly. Are you acquainted with Viscountess Martina? Well, Lartin replied, she's a living legend, the only ancient language interpreter on the entire continent. I've heard a lot about the Viscountess from a close friend of mine. Close friend, Levan echoed, an eyebrow raised. Yep, my old pal Taylor. Sir Izar, Giselle whispered, completely stunned. Those two are friends. Now that was a combo she never saw coming. Later, Levan was chilling in his room, thinking out loud. Well, shoot, I guess it's possible. Izar did grow up in Hina after all. It's where his mom's from. Oh, I see, Giselle said, her voice barely a whisper. But why do you think Sir Izar even brought me up? Beats me. Levan shrugged. You curious? It's just so weird, she confessed. It means he actually put my name in a letter he wrote. Levan flashed back to seeing her dance at the last party and went quiet for a sec. Your Highness, Giselle prompted. He slid up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Your little brain is always spinning, isn't it? You know that, right? She blushed, mumbling, Yeah, I guess. I mean, I do work for you, Your Highness. He let out a low chuckle. Nah, that's not what I meant. He pulled her in tight, then playfully nudged her into the wardrobe. That night, the banquet hall was a glittering explosion of gold and crystal. Man, you guys in Ronmer really know how to throw a party, Lartin boomed from his seat. I seriously don't know where to look first. Your Majesty, the Emperor beamed. I remember when you were just a little tyke of a crown prince. Seeing you all grown up like this? Wow, your father must be bursting with pride. Haha, please. I've still got a long way to go to catch up to Crown Prince Levan. Lartin laughed it off. After that, the night was a blur of chatter about treaties and politics between the two kingdoms. Then Lartin's eyes landed on Giselle. Ronmer had stumbled upon a total diamond in the rough. Someone who could actually read the ancient texts that had stumped everyone for ages. You know, if you ever get the chance, would you mind taking a crack at the ancient books from Hina too? Yes, of course, Giselle replied, totally flustered, but also super honored. A little later, completely wiped, all she could dream of was a hot bath. But right as she was about to dip, a voice called out from behind her. Well, hello, Countess Martina? She whipped around, surprised. Your Highness, what's up? There's something I wanted to ask you, Lartin said, catching his breath a little. Have you already picked a partner for His Majesty's big birthday bash? Not yet, no, she admitted. Perfect. Then why don't we go together? He asked, holding out his hand. Be my date for the party. Oh, well, I was actually waiting for someone. I kind of bailed on my partner at the last banquet and I still feel awful about it. She thought to herself, seriously, it's been eating me up inside. So you're waiting for Sir Izar to ask you then? Lartin asked gently. Her eyes went wide. Whoa, how did you know? He actually wrote to me not too long ago, Lartin explained softly. He asked if I could ask you to be my partner for him. Is he okay? Is something wrong? She asked, her voice shaking a little. You catch on quick, my lady, he said with a small, sad smile. It looks like Marquis Taylor is in pretty bad shape. Oh my gosh, Giselle whispered. You're worried about my date when you've got all this on your plate. Hey, I'm a guy who takes friendship seriously, Lartin said, gently taking her hand. So please let me keep this promise I made to my buddy. Giselle paused for a second, then gave a tiny smile and squeezed his hand. All right then. I'm looking forward to being your partner, she said warmly. Awesome, I'll see you at the party in a few days then. He knelt, kissed the back of her hand, and added, Have a wonderful night. And just like that, in a flurry of silk and excitement, the day of the Emperor's birthday bash was here. You literally look like an angel, my lady, Brita gushed, her eyes sparkling with pride. Thank you, Brita, Giselle replied with a soft smile. I can't believe I didn't get to wear this dress at the last party, she thought. But I'm so glad I get to wear His Majesty's gift this time. Right before they walked into the hall, she called out, Your Highness? Lartan turned, a huge, bright smile spreading across his face. The second they stepped inside, a huge wave of music washed over them. All across the grand hall, you could hear people murmuring, His Highness Prince Lartan, Your Highness. I wonder if the people on the other side of the room can even see me, Giselle thought, standing quietly next to the Crown Prince, completely hidden by his towering frame. Allow me, Prince Lartan said smoothly, grabbing everyone's attention as he stepped forward, to introduce the one and only Viscountess Martina of Ronmer. No way you're the famous Viscountess, someone gasped. It is such an honor to finally meet you. The pleasure is all mine, Giselle replied, giving a perfect, graceful bow. Your Majesty, the son of Ronmer. Another courtier chimed in. May God's blessing be upon you. Thank you, the Emperor replied. And may peace be with you as well, Count. Just then, Levan walked in with Regina. The whole crowd bowed and swarmed around them. Levan's eyes drifted over to Giselle, who was now surrounded by a gaggle of noblewomen, and a tiny smirk played on his lips. Next to him, Regina said casually, So, what is it about Viscountess Martina that you like so much? Don't you worry about that, Levan said. Tonight I'm devoted to being your partner. I was just genuinely curious, that's all, Regina pushed. You sure about that? Levan teased. You're being awfully chill about this lately. Regina paused, then asked, Well, if I had to pick just one thing. Levan's eyes twinkled. Her scent. She has this really special scent. Her scent, huh? I think I get it. Regina murmured, as Giselle moved forward to bow to the Emperor. Regina's eyes suddenly went wide. You do? Levan asked. Since when were you two so chummy? Sorry. What did you just say? Regina asked, looking totally rattled. Wait a minute. Why can't I feel any of my divine power coming from that woman? Regina's thoughts started to spiral. Meanwhile, Lartan and Giselle spoke in unison. Happy birthday, Your Majesty. May you have endless blessings. Thank you, both of you, the Emperor said warmly. A servant came forward. A gift from Crown Prince Lartan Charit, Your Majesty? Lartan smiled. They're wine-colored pearls. They say you can only find them once every 300 years in Hastina. My goodness, Prince Lartan, thank you, the Emperor replied, clearly blown away. What an incredibly precious gift. Wow. Oh crap, Giselle swallowed hard, peeking at the embroidery in her hands. Okay, compared to those giant pearls, my gift is from Viscountess Giselle Martina, Your Majesty. Ooh, what's this? The Emperor said, unfolding the fabric. A cravat, how dapper. You didn't hand-embroider this, did you? Yes, Your Majesty, I did, Giselle replied. Well, I can tell you're not exactly a pro at this, the Emperor said with a chuckle, though his eyes were warm. But that makes it even better. I'm going to treasure this forever. Lartan turned his head. So, Prince Levan having a good time at the party, Prince Lartan? Levan asked. Oh, the best, Lartan said with a huge grin, then noticed Regina was looking super pale and quiet. Giselle leaned in. Whoa, my lady, you look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay? Regina practically jumped, snatching her hand back like she'd been zapped. If you're not feeling well, you should totally go lie down, Levan suggested. Oh, could I be excused for just a little bit then? Regina asked. Yeah, of course. As Regina bailed from the hall, Giselle watched her go, a little worried. Regina was panting for air when someone snuck up on her. Lady Regina, a man whispered. She whipped around, wincing. Who is that? I have something super urgent to tell you, he said in a low voice, flashing an insignia on his arm. I'm an apostle from Cetrion. My lady, why are you keeping an opponent so close to you? An opponent, she repeated, confused. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about Giselle Martina. And whose opponent do you think she is? He shot back. Wait, are you saying you seriously had no clue, like zero idea? The apostle said, his eyes narrowing like a cartoon villain. Then you don't know about your own crazy powers either. I get it, someone's basically put a blindfold on you from the asterisk inside asterisk. His voice dropped to a spooky whisper. My master is taking a little nap. Oh, what an evil spirit is sleeping inside of me? Regina's face went completely white. You better tell me, she demanded, her voice cracking. This crazy dark energy started swirling around her fingers and shot towards the guy's neck. Tell me everything you know, and I mean everything. The apostle started coughing like crazy, looking down. It's just like I said, he choked out. There's a big bad evil spirit snoozing inside you. That's kind of the whole deal with being the chosen one. Lady Regina froze solid. He really wants you to get a move on like yesterday, the apostle gasped. If you don't make up your mind soon, he's gonna start poking you through somebody else. Her fingers were digging so hard into her palms they probably left marks. Okay, back up. What did you mean Martina is my opponent? Honestly, I'm not totally sure on the details, the apostle admitted. But the memo was clear, you gotta get rid of her like right away. Asterisk. Who in the world is that woman, asterisk? Regina thought frantically. Asterisk. Is there some huge secret I'm missing here, asterisk? Her voice was all shaky. Why does this evil spirit only talk to me through you guys? Because you're not ready yet, duh. Not ready, she whispered. Don't worry, you'll get to meet him face to face soon enough, the apostle said ominously, and then poof, he vanished. Regina just stared at her trembling hand. Asterisk, an evil spirit. Okay, so it's giving me superpowers now, which is kinda cool, but... She clenched her fists. Asterisk. The second it wakes up, it's totally gonna try to hijack my body. This is bad. This is very, very bad. A while later, as the party was winding down, Giselle stepped outside for some air. Thank you so much, Your Highness, Giselle said, beaming. Seriously, thanks to you, I had the best time at the banquet tonight. The honor was all mine, Larton replied with a charming smile. He then mumbled, You know, seeing you two together? I'm starting to think this is like actual fate. I'm sorry, what? Giselle asked, completely caught off guard. Lartan just smiled. Now that the banquet's over, I've got to head home. Which bummer means I have to say goodbye to you here. He paused, then pulled out a small box. Oh, but I've got something for you. I have a feeling you're looking for this. Giselle blinked. What in the world is this? She opened the box, tilting her head. Earrings, wow. These look ancient. Why are you giving them to... Lady Giselle, Larton cut in softly, his eyes getting all gentle. We'll definitely be seeing each other again, Your Highness. He took her hand and kissed it like a true gentleman. Until then, I hope you have the absolute best time. As he walked away, his words bounced around in her head. I know you're looking for this. What I'm looking for. Giselle flipped the little box over and over in her hands. Asterisk. Okay, let's process this. The Crown Prince of a whole empire gave me this. The box looks super old, and it's the kind that shows some serious age. This has to be one of those ancient relics. There are only 3 of them on the entire continent, asterisk. She carefully pulled out the earrings. Asterisk, the breath of antiquity. Later back in her room, Giselle was still clutching the box. Asterisk. Could these little things really be the legendary breath of antiquity, asterisk? She wondered. It's not like I can just call up His Holiness and ask right now. She slipped the earrings on. Asterisk whelp. Guess I'll just have to find out for myself. The second she closed her eyes, a voice whispered in her mind. Giselle. Giselle, hey, are you listening to me, Giselle? She jumped and suddenly Levan was standing right in front of her. Your Highness, she gasped. Levan sounded super stressed. There's no other way out of this. If we want to seal away the evil spirit, someone has to be a sacrifice. Her heart dropped into her stomach. A sacrifice? Why does it have to be you? She cried out. Realizing she was practically screaming, she lowered her voice. There are tons of other people we could use. No, there aren't, Levan said, his voice low. Everyone else is already totally consumed by greed. It's just you and me left, Giselle. She grabbed his hand desperately. Then I'll do it. I'll be the container. Just let me do it so you... I can't let you, he said, his voice breaking. Please, Giselle, you have to do it for me. I'm so sorry. I love you, Giselle, he choked out, her eyes filled with tears. And then kaboom, a massive explosion, flames everywhere, and a gigantic monstrous shadow rising from the fire. Asterisk. Oh my gosh, this is the memory from the ring, asterisk. She realized her heart hammering in her chest. Asterisk. I remember it all so clearly now. Through all the noise and fire, Levan's tearful voice echoed, Goodbye, Giselle. And then the vision just shattered. Giselle's eyes flew open, tears streaming down her face. So that's it. The man I just saw, the guy from the ring's memory? It was all... But her thought was cut short by a faint noise from right outside her room. Who's there? She whispered. The sound got a little louder. She shot to her feet, her heart starting to race. Giselle heard it again right outside her door. Her eyes darted towards it, as she frantically put the earrings back on the table. Asterisk. Okay, remember the rule? Only use the powers when you're in serious actual danger, asterisk, she told herself, even though her hands were shaking as she reached for the doorknob. She swung the door open. She cracked the door open. Not a soul in sight. Coast is clear, she breathed. But then footsteps. She jumped, whirling around. The hallway was just a pit of shadows. It's nothing. A little spark of magic danced in her hand. And just like that, Levan appeared from the darkness. Giselle, Your Highness, what are you doing out here? She gasped. But the second she looked at him, that vision hit her like a ton of bricks, his face streaked with tears, his voice whispering, Goodbye, Giselle. Levan reached up gently, wiping a tear from her own cheek. You've been crying, he murmured. Is something wrong? Oh, it's nothing important, she said, forcing a weak smile. I was just a little bummed I didn't get to dance with you today. Levan took her hand and raised it gently. The party's not over yet, my lady. He started leading her back inside. But I'm in my nightgown, she protested. What you're wearing doesn't matter, he said with a quiet confidence as he shut the door behind them. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows down the hall, Regina watched with a stone-cold expression. That woman, what is she up to? The apostle's warning rang in her ears. You need to get rid of her, immediately. If you don't make a choice, he'll force your hand through someone else. She collapsed to the floor, shaking. Just decide, she whispered to herself. What's stopping me? And just like that, time flew by. Even after the Emperor's huge birthday bash, Jiselle was somehow even busier getting ready for Ronmer's National Foundation Festival, which was just 1 month before her own coming-of-age ceremony. To celebrate the National Foundation Festival, the palace threw open its warehouse doors. Even with the chill in the air, the entire capital was buzzing. Walking beside the Emperor through the packed courtyard, Levan cracked a small smile. Didn't you say Jiselle was terrible at embroidery? The Emperor just chuckled. Haha, did I say that? Then his voice got serious. Levan. Levan lowered his head respectfully. Your Majesty. The Emperor's eyes were full of warmth. Choose the path that will make you genuinely happy. Whatever you decide, I'll have your back. He clapped his son on the shoulder with a smile. Come on. Let's get going. Everyone's waiting. Hooray for Emperor Clonic, long live his Imperial Majesty, hooray for Ronmer. The whole city just exploded with cheers as the golden parade snaked its way through the streets to the palace. Your Highness over here? Levan just waved back, beaming. After the Emperor and the Prince finished up the parade, it was time for the next big event inside the Grand Hall, the Foundation Gauntlet Ceremony, one of Ronmer's most ancient traditions. The feast kicked off with the Emperor himself drinking from a legendary chalice, and today it was Giselle's job to pour the ceremonial wine. As everyone bowed, the Emperor stepped up. Under God's blessing and grace, he boomed, his voice filling the hall, Ronmer has been able to stand strong, in peace for so very long. Our people have honored God, and this empire will grow even mightier. He lifted the gauntlet high for all to see. Here today, I, Helion Clonic, swear in the name of God. I will protect the flames of the blazing sun. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. May Ronmer have eternal glory, people shouted. May the sun's flames burn forever. We humbly accept your Majesty's will. Jiselle took a shaky breath, then stepped up and carefully poured the sacred wine. The Emperor raised the gauntlet and took a drink. Jiselle let out a quiet sigh. Phew, what a relief. I did it exactly like we practiced. But then Levan looked up, his brow wrinkled with worry. Your Majesty? The Emperor's hand was shaking. A harsh, wet cough shattered the silence, and then blood trickled from his lips. Levan screamed, Father! The gauntlet clattered to the floor. Father! Levan's shout tore through the room as he lunged forward. Giselle's own scream echoed his. Your Majesty, someone yelled. The nobles gasped, jumping to their feet as panic spread through the hall like wildfire. But Regina just stood there frozen, the apostle's warning screaming in her head. If you don't make a choice soon, he'll force your hand through someone else. A guard's face went white as he knelt by the Emperor. I think it's poison. Your Highness, you have to use your divine power to heal him. Levan flinched, feeling his father's blood pooling warm between his fingers. He clenched his fists so tight he could feel his power surging painfully through his veins. Giselle could only watch in absolute horror. No, don't, your divine power will go berserk. She tried to step forward, but guards grabbed her. Your Highness, what are you doing? Let me go, she yelled, struggling against them. The guard pointed a shaky finger right at her. She's the #1 suspect. She tried to poison the Emperor. Throw her in the dungeon now. No, Your Highness. Giselle's voice cracked as they dragged her away. Your Highness. Just then, Regina rushed to the Emperor's side, pressing her hands on his chest. A blinding warm light erupted from her palms. As they hauled Giselle away, her eyes went wide. That was Regina Basilion's divine power. But why does her energy feel exactly like my mother's necklace? Later in the Emperor's private chambers, Levan was sitting by the bed. I've already contacted the temple, the guard reported. The other priests should be here any minute. This whole thing went down in front of all the nobles. I don't see how we can keep the rumors from getting out. Levan's voice was dangerously quiet. Everything that happened here stays here. Not one word gets out, especially about His Majesty's condition. Now get out of my sight. If I find out so much as a whisper has leaked, I will personally hunt down and deal with every single person who has been in this room. The guard bowed low. I'll pass along your message, Your Highness. As he turned to go, Levan called out. Yeah, but where in the world is Giselle? He shot back. Oh, she's locked up in the 5-star resort we call the underground prison. Levan's eyes narrowed. You can't possibly think she's the one who did it. She's the one who poured the drink into His Majesty's fancy cup, he replied, all serious. That's like the most obvious setup in history. Let Giselle go. It wasn't her, Levan ordered. Yeah, can't do that, Your Highness. Are you seriously defying me right now, Captain Look, as the king's head of security? I can't just let the #1 suspect walk out of here. Levan's expression softened a bit, but his tone was still all business. I almost forgot who I was talking to. Heaven Crusoe, Captain of the Imperial Guards. I know you've been loyal forever, but come on, man. Think Giselle has zero, and I mean zero reason to go after my dad. Get her out of that dungeon and put her on house arrest in her bedroom instead. You got it, Your Highness. Once the room was empty, Levan just stood by his father's bed. Man, Jiselle, you must be totally freaking out right now, he thought, feeling awful. A maid tiptoed in. Your Highness, you've got mail, from His Majesty. Meanwhile, down in a dim and dingy cell, Jiselle was staring at her necklace thinking, I knew it, I totally felt it. This necklace has the exact same freaky power as Regina Basilian's. I've got a million questions, and instead I'm stuck in here getting framed for something I didn't do. This place is getting a 1-star review. A soft knock made her jump. All right, you're free to go, a familiar voice said, and there was Heaven Crusoe at the door. Jiselle shot to her feet. Is His Majesty okay? I swear I didn't... Whoa there, Countess Martina, the captain cut in. You're still on the suspects list, and we're still investigating. We're just swapping your prison cell for your bedroom on the prince's orders. Her breath hitched. The prince, he still believes me, just like he did when they first threw me in here. Okay, get it together, Jiselle. A little later, Levan unfolded the letter. His eyes narrowed. A letter from Dad, but it's totally blank. What is this, a prank? He opened a drawer, grabbed a little bottle of shimmery blue liquid, and dripped one drop onto the paper. Slowly but surely, letters started appearing like some kind of magic trick. Finally, Levan's eyes went wide as the message came into focus. Levan, my son, if you're reading this, it means I'm either 6 feet under or in a situation just as bad. The clue isn't in what he drank, but in the foundation goblet itself. Levan suddenly remembered being a little kid, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Your Majesty, what is this stuff? Is it a magic potion from Cetrion? The Emperor had just laughed. Nope, not quite, Levan. It's just a boring old potion that I supercharged with my divine power. He put a drop on a piece of paper and words magically appeared. Check this out. Levan watched completely amazed. Whoa, that's awesome, Your Majesty. The Emperor smiled. Perfect for our top secret spy stories, right? And now it all clicked for Levan. It was their secret code, a private game between a father and son. His hand trembled as he read the rest of the note. Live on, my son. All I want is for you to be healthy. I know fate dealt you a pretty crummy hand, but I hope you don't have to put up with it for too long. A day will come when you finally understand God's master plan. When that day gets here, I hope you'll resent me just a little bit less. I was never a great dad to you, Levan, but you were always a great son to me, so don't you dare blame yourself. By the time you read this letter, I'll either be a goner or pretty close to it. The answer isn't in the drink, it's in the foundation goblet. Over in Giselle's room, a loud knock was followed by the door flying open. Isar rushed in, totally out of breath. Sir Isar! Giselle jumped up, startled. My lady! He gasped, his voice all shaky and urgent. You've walked right into a trap. A trap, she repeated, totally alarmed. The situation is not good, Isar said. The whole city is basically screaming for your head, he said, grabbing her hand. My lady, you have to get out of here before this gets worse. Go somewhere safe. If you stick around, they will absolutely... He trailed off. Giselle gently pulled her hand away. Sir Isar running away isn't going to prove I'm innocent. His Highness went out on a limb to move me here. If I skip town now, he's going to look like a fool. For trusting me? Everyone will just assume I'm the bad guy who ran because I was scared of getting in trouble. So no, I'm not running. I'm going to pay him back by facing this thing head on, she thought to herself. Isar just stood there, completely frozen. Thank you, Sir Isar, she said gently, for asking me to be your date to the banquet and for offering to help me escape because you were worried about me. Thank you for all of it. I know you're just trying to be my hero, and I'm so grateful, but I'll cash in that favor later when I'm in some real deep trouble. Okay, Isar replied. Then just give me the signal whenever you need me. Regina found Levan by the Emperor's bed. So the ministers and nobles are getting super impatient, Your Highness. When are you planning on gracing them with your presence? You even let that woman out of the dungeon, the one accused of playing poison bartender for His Majesty. She's not guilty, Levan said, his voice firm. That's just not something Giselle would do. She was totally set up. Regina's face twisted up. Why do you have to make everything so complicated? I honestly just don't get you. Levan gave her the silent treatment. Regina thought bitterly, if he would just ditch that girl, he and I could have the entire world. She turned to leave. I'm just going to go crash at your manor for a bit, she said smoothly as the captain stood by the door. Levan, do you remember that day? She whispered to no one. The day you smiled so bright it was like looking at the sun. The day I actually approved of you two. I think I finally understand why I've been dragging my feet on getting rid of Giselle Martina. If I do, I'll never see you smile like that again. But tough luck, because I think my patience has officially run out even for an evil spirit. A weird, brittle laugh escaped her lips. Her voice dropped to a spooky whisper. This whole disaster started because all I ever wanted was to stand next to you. Levan, huh? He's the type to say, if I have to burn this whole world down just so I'm the only one you've got, you bet I will. Anyway, the next day, Levan was all like, awesome work, Priest Don. Keep up the good work taking care of him, Kay? But then he turns and his voice drops like 10 octaves. Count Huso my office, now. The captain, bless his heart, just goes, yes, your highness. Inside, Levant gets straight to it. Look, Giselle's not the baddie here. I'd bet my crown on it. The captain muses, you know a dagger from a friend is way scarier than a sword from an enemy? Exactly my point, exactly. Levan snaps his fingers. So I want to start a little investigation focusing on anyone and everyone who can just waltz into His Majesty's room. What if he leaned in? The poison was on the goblet, not in the wine. The captain's like, the goblet, not the drink. Levan just grinned. Hey, like you said, the sneakiest daggers are in the last place you'd look. So we gotta be super sneaky about this. We need to catch this clown completely by surprise before they bolt. So tonight, you're my partner in crime. Later that night, the vibe in Levin's office was thick. He was just chilling at his desk, head in his hands, totally replaying that whole conversation. I want to start an investigation. He'd said all cool and casual, zeroing in on people with VIP access to the king's chambers. I'm gonna need your help. And Count Huso had practically bowed himself into a pretzel. Anything for you, your highness. Start with His Majesty's closest servants, the ones who fluff his pillows, Levan had ordered. On it, your highness. Just then, a sharp knock totally broke his train of thought. It's open, Levan called out. In walks Izar. Your highness, it's about the little guy from Ranmer. Izar came in looking like someone just canceled his favorite show. All right, let's cut to the chase, Levan said, leaning forward. His Majesty left me a little breadcrumb trail. Someone messed with the foundation goblet. Izar's eyebrows shot up. Okay, but the list of people who can get near that goblet is super short. It's got this massive magical barrier on it that only someone with serious divine juice can break. Your average servant couldn't even breathe on it. Got anyone in mind? Levan asked, a sly little smile playing on his lips. Oh yeah, Izar replied deadpan. Already got someone tailing them. Levan shot up from his chair. Gotta go, Izar. But hey, do me a solid. Izar stood up straighter. Your highness, Levan clapped a hand on his shoulder. Keep an eye on Giselle for me while I'm out, will ya? Meanwhile, over at the not-so-cozy house Crusoe, Count Huso's hands were shaking like a leaf as he uncorked a little bottle of evil-looking juice, muttering to himself. The Crown Prince wants me to search a servant's house. Ha, what a dummy. He's so off the mark it's not even funny. I am so done propping up this joke of an imperial family. Once Giselle Martina is out of the picture, Basilion's power is all mine. And Ronmer, welcome to the new evil empire, baby. And when that happens, my evil spirit buddy will totally make me a Grand Duke, just like he promised. All I gotta do is plant this little baby in Giselle's room and boom, instant culprit. Suddenly a tiny sound. Father! The Count whipped around, his eyes as wide as dinner plates. Aaron, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be playing Follow the Leader with His Highness? Aaron's voice was all shaky. Father, what is all this? Are you seriously like an evil spirit fanboy? The Count's face went rock hard. Answer me, Aaron. Why are you here? I'm the prince's bodyguard, Aaron said, taking a step forward. Where else would I be? And right on cue, Levan steps out from the shadows, cool as a cucumber. Captain of the Imperial Guards, my dad's old pal. Wow, even you. Bummer. Count Crusoe's jaw was so tight it could have cracked a walnut. I have no earthly idea what you're talking about. Levan just smirked. Funny, you're not exactly denying it either. The Count shot back a nasty little grin. I don't deny I worship the evil spirit. Right, Levan said. But you won't admit you tried to pull a fast one on His Majesty. Levan's voice dropped, getting all sharp and dangerous. You know the price for treason is like a total family wipeout, but if you sing like a canary right now and tell all at your trial, we can keep the punishment to just you. Your son's been my right-hand man for ages, so for his sake I'm thinking of just knocking House Crusoe's title down a peg or two. That's the deal. The Count just stared at the little bottle shaking in his hand. Well, I'm literally caught red-handed. No talking my way out of this one. He looked at his son, his eyes totally empty. Thank you for your mercy, your highness. As the guards dragged him away, Levan's face got dark. All that time you spent with my father, did it seriously mean nothing to you? The evil spirit loves to snack on human greed, the Count spat back. Sentimental junk means absolutely nothing when you've got dollar signs in your eyes. And over at Basilian Manor, Regina was standing in front of her dad, who was practically vibrating with fear. Regina, honey, I need a favor, he whimpered. Can you talk to him for me? Talk to who about what? She asked, her voice dripping with ice. He's ghosting me. I do the rituals, I do everything and nothing, her father cried. Just put in a good word for me. You know I've been so loyal. Her eyes just flickered. Ugh, so the evil spirit finally dumped my dad. And he picked me instead. Payday. Regina just said, fine, I'll meet with the evil spirit. Oh, thank you, her father stammered. I'm counting on you, Regina, she thought. To get the whole world in the palm of my hand, I need way more power than this. Borrowing the spirit's power is just step one. She stepped right into a big red circle on the floor. Regina! Her father shrieked in a total panic. Sweetie, you know how I feel, right? Some creepy cloaked figures just appeared and surrounded him. Reggie. The door slammed shut. The magic circle flared up like a bonfire. A gnarly black hand reached, out of thin air as reality itself just ripped open. In the tear, the hand opened up, revealing a single glowing red eye in the darkness. Regina Basilian, a super deep voice echoed. We need to talk. Well, hello there. Regina literally froze as the voice slithered into her mind. It was smooth, like suspiciously smooth, the kind of voice that could sell ice to an Eskimo. Wow, she thought. This voice is so sweet you could get a cavity just listening to it. Come on over, chosen one, the voice cooed. But underneath all that sugar, she could smell a whole lot of trouble. Regina took a deep breath. Listen, I've been the chosen one for way too long, pal. Even the priest gave me the side eye because I'm not in your little fan club. The floating eyeball blinked, looking totally amused. Oh, sweetie, the priest never saw me. They just got my voicemails. You're the only one I've ever done this little meet and greet with, Regina. Her eyes narrowed. I heard you're trying to steal my body. The voice boomed back. Oh, rob is such a harsh word. Let's just say I want to expand my brand presence in this world through you. Regina shot back. And what exactly do you get out of this brand deal? The red eye glowed brighter. Power. Of course power, Regina sighed. How original. My power is basically tied to my follower count, the voice said, all cool and casual. So from this world's point of view, I'm kind of a micro-influencer, a really weak god. But hey, whether my fans want good things or not so good things, my job is to deliver. People don't care who they're praying to as long as someone picks up the phone, even if it's a bad influence. In the background, a leaky faucet was having a moment. Drip, drip. Okay, I have a question, Regina said slowly. Why'd you call Giselle Martina my opponent? Are we in a video game or something? The eye started to morph. It twisted into a creepy cool face made of red light. Regina, it whispered super dramatically. You can use my power asterisk and asterisk your own holy powers. Aren't you just a little bit curious why? Regina's brain totally short-circuited. Hold on, why asterisk can asterisk I still use my holy powers even after making a deal with a literal evil spirit? That's not how any of this is supposed to work. The voice got all deep and echoey in her head. That divine power of yours? It wasn't a gift from the big guy upstairs, Regina Basilian. Don't you want to know who you've really been borrowing it from? Her heart did a little backflip. So, my powers are basically hand-me-downs. And poof, the magic circle went dark. Regina stumbled out of the room completely dazed. Your Grace. A maid skidded to a stop in front of her, looking like she'd seen a ghost. We have a problem. A big one, Count Heyo got nabbed. Regina's dad just about jumped out of his boots. He what now? The Crown Prince himself apparently showed up at his house and slapped the cuffs on him, the maid squeaked. They caught the real culprit. If that Count starts singing... Regina's head snapped up. Where is the prince right now? Her dad hemmed and hawed. Regina, maybe. But the maid cut in full of gossip. He's still at Count Crusoe's mansion. And get this. I heard they pulled all the knights off guard duty on that woman to go over there too. All of them? Regina repeated, her hands clenching. Okay, get it together, girl. No time for an existential crisis about borrowed powers. This is the perfect chance to make a move. Over at the manor, Giselle was having a quiet night in with a book. The vibe was totally chill, until a random gust of wind blew through and poof snuffed out every candle. Her heart leapt into her throat. The book slipped right out of her hands. A cold breeze gave her goosebumps as the shadows on the floor started doing a weird dance. Then bam, a bunch of dudes in cloaks materialized out of the dark holding very shiny, very pointy things. Well, this is an unexpected party, Giselle thought, her powers kicking in on instinct. A shield flared up, blocking the first attack, but a second one shattered it like a cheap wine glass. Focus, Giselle, focus, she told herself. She staggered backward as full-on panic mode kicked in. The attacker raised his sword. Whelp, this is it! She gasped, squeezing her eyes shut. Then she heard a yelp and a heavy asterisk thump asterisk. She peeked one eye open. The cloaked dude was down for the count. Standing over him was Sir Izar, breathing a little hard, his sword looking suspiciously red. Sir Izar, she whispered, totally floored. He nodded, catching his breath. You good? I think so, she said, still shaky. But how did you even know? His Highness sent me, he said quietly. Giselle's eyes went wide. The prince, wait, Izar added. I think he somehow knew this was going to happen. Yeah, he arrested that real bad guy a little while ago, and now he's hauling Count Crusoe to the palace. She was stunned. Hold up, Count Crusoe, as in the captain of the Imperial Guards. That's the one. Giselle's mind was racing. So the prince isn't even at the palace right now. Izar shook his head. Nope, but don't worry, he'll be back soon. Giselle suddenly grabbed his arm. Hey, remember what you told me? You said to tell you if I ever needed your help. Yeah, of course. Her voice trembled a little. So, can you help me now? Cut to the Emperor's chamber where head priest Dawn was cracking open the door. Is it true? He asked, totally in disbelief. They got the bad guy. The guards nodded, and he let out a huge sigh of relief, closing the door. Finally some good news, he muttered to himself. I can finally make the antidote. His exhausted gaze drifted. over to the Emperor looking super pale and way too still on the bed. I've been running on holy fumes just to keep this poison in check. If only His Holiness were here. Don whispered, his voice hoarse. Then His Majesty would have gotten proper treatment. He bowed his head to pray. Your Holiness, wherever you are, please be okay. Please. But before he could even get up, a shadow in the corner decided to move. A cloaked figure lunged out, blade flashing. Don spun around just in time, throwing up a holy light barrier like a superhero. The impact sent him flying across the floor. He gasped for air. Oh no, the shield won't hold! My magic battery is on empty, Your Majesty! He cried out, and then whoosh, the whole room erupted in flames. A blast of heat slammed into the attacker. It sent the guy flying. Prince Larton stepped forward, his hands still glowing like embers. Hey, head priest, you all right? He called out. Don just blinked, completely starstruck. Prince Larton, Your Highness. A little later, Levan pops in, and there's Larton standing by the bed like a champ. Good news, we caught the guy and he's chilling in the dungeon. He reported cool as a cucumber. His Majesty is totally safe now. You can relax. Levan let out a huge, shaky breath. Dude, thanks to you, His Majesty almost bought the farm. How can I ever repay you for this? Don't even mention it, Larton said with a shrug. You call I haul. Simple as that. Larton actually cracked a small smile. Seriously, thank you, Prince Larton. I can finally breathe again because of you. Just then, a knock at the door. Classic timing. Levan turned. Who is it? It's Varn, Your Highness. I kinda need to tell you something. Levan opened the door, looking annoyed. All right, spit it out. Why the long face? Varn looked down at his shoes. Well, she's gone. Viscountess Martina. Those words hit like a ton of bricks. Larton just froze. Wait, what? There was a letter on her desk. Varn added, almost whispering, It's for you. Levan's stomach dropped to the floor. Jiselle, he breathed out, and then bam, he was gone, running like his life depended on it. Meanwhile, under the spooky moonlight, Jiselle was in full-on spy mode, zipping through the outer halls with a dark robe pulled tight. Isar was right behind her, their footsteps super quiet as they dodged guards left and right. Her brain was stuck on a flashback. So, you told me to ask for help if I ever needed it, right? She'd said. Well, surprise, can you help me now? Isar had just blinked, totally caught off guard. Of course, what's up? I need you to help me bust out of the palace. Isar was like, I'm sorry, what now? He totally hesitated. My lady, but we literally just caught the bad guy. This is probably the safest place to be right now. She cut him right off. And who knows when those other people you mentioned will come for me. They'll use the prince and the emperor's lives to get to me. As they snuck out a side gate, Giselle's mind flashed to the emperor's super kind eyes. Let me be the first to say congrats on becoming an adult, he had said. Her throat got all tight. Asterisk. Sorry, Your Majesty. I don't think I can keep that promise. I'll protect you no matter what. Asterisk. Yeah, well now it's my turn to protect him. Asterisk, I am so done putting the people I love on the line. Isar, she said, her voice quiet. He looked over his face, a total mask of worry. But His Highness is crazy strong. He can protect you? And hello, I'm here too, my lady. Giselle gave him a weak little smile. I know I'm probably walking into even more danger, but there's something I have to figure out even if it's risky. My mom's old keepsake, which is supposed to prove who I am. And the crazy divine power I felt from Regina Basilion's necklace, not to mention my mom's will. There are way too many question marks right now. I can't just sit around and wait for His Holiness to get back. Then he asked, So, where are we going, my lady? Giselle's eyes were laser-focused. We're heading to the border of Cetrion. At that exact moment, Levan burst into her room, his heart hammering against his ribs. The room was totally empty. He stumbled forward, hands shaking, and reached for the letter on her desk. Slowly, he unfolded the paper. Dear Your Highness. Levan's hands were trembling so bad as he unfolded the letter. Dear Your Highness, I'm so sorry for just ghosting you with a letter. I couldn't handle seeing your face before I left. You said becoming an adult is like starting a new life, that you ditch your old self and get reborn. So maybe I can get a fresh start too, since I'm about to be an adult. That's why I knew I had to leave the Imperial Palace. If I didn't, I think I'd just be stuck in the same spot forever. Levan's hands were shaking like crazy. The letter slipped right out of his fingers and floated to the ground. But I'm scared your love would stop me, and I'd end up trapped in the palace forever, just staring at the world from a tower window. That terrifies me. Your Highness, please just forget about a nobody like me. I'm going to forget you too and live as the new Giselle. I hope you're happy always. From Giselle. As Levan stumbled out of the room, Varn murmured, all worried. Your Highness! Levan's eyes, all red and shiny, locked with his aides. Varn, where is he? Larton stepped up. I can answer that, Your Highness, he said. He's on his way back to the Marquise's place. Apparently he's in really bad shape. Levan's whole face went dark. He thought for a second. Varn, get me Isar's second Imperial Order tablet. Varn just blinked. I'm sorry, what? Levan said. I'm just going to temporarily hand his duties over to the deputy commander, Larton asked, And you're sure this is for Isar? Levan shot back. I'm being considerate so he can be with his sick dad. Varn, tell the Second Imperial Order like right now. Jiselle Martina is missing. Find her immediately and bring her back. Then he walked off thinking, asterisk life over the walls, a new life freedom. Asterisk funny? She never said a single one of those things to me. Not once. He got to his room and just slid down the door, still lost in thought. Asterisk. When did she even start thinking about leaving? How could she just disappear like this? Asterisk. Tears just started streaming down his face. When you were giggling right next to me when you were kissing me, were you already planning to leave me? Jiselle, he sobbed, his voice totally breaking as he said her name over and over. Jiselle, Jiselle, Jiselle. Meanwhile, Regina swung a door open and asked, what could you possibly want with me this early in the morning, Grand Duke Klenesk? Ardon didn't even budge, his eyes were glued on her. And tell your precious nobles right now not to lay a single finger on that woman. Regina raised an eyebrow. That woman. Oh, he means Jiselle Martina asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, I guess he missed the memo that the real culprit was caught. Asterisk. Oh, this is rich. So many powerful men, all in a tizzy trying to save one girl. The only reason I ever worked with the nobles was simple. Ardon said, his voice was low, but like sizzling with power. It was to protect Jiselle Martina and make her mine. But ever since you got to the palace, the nobles have put Jiselle in danger every single time. This is not what we agreed on. Regina took a peek at his aura like, ooh, look at all that sparkly power. Seriously impressive. So let me get this straight, she said. You're totally useless inside the palace's magic-proof bubble. But then bam, Ardon's power just flared up, wrapping around him like some kind of epic living armor. Not to be outdone, Regina's spooky dark aura gushed up from the floor with these creepy black tendrils slithering everywhere. You seriously think asterisk that's asterisk gonna scare me? Ardon's eyes went wide. Whoa, this power. Kaboom! Their energies crashed together, making the whole room shake. Then whoosh, Regina's shadow tentacles shot up, grabbed him by the neck, and just yeeted him into the air. Gah! He roared. How dare you use evil spirit juju in the Holy Empire? He yelled. Regina just looked at him totally amused, like, using a spirit's power here? What's the big deal? Is there a rulebook I missed? He shot back, ha! And you call yourself a woman of the Oracle? I feel so bad for my brother wanting to make you his princess. In response, her power gave his neck a little asterisk squeeze asterisk. You know, for emphasis. That throne was supposed to be mine. Oh honey, Levan didn't choose me. I chose him to be my little puppet emperor. You're nuts, he spat. So rude, Regina replied, flashing a wicked grin. You're gonna need a serious refresher on your manners if you want to be emperor. He just gasped. What? She lifted his chin with one finger, forcing him to look at her. And surprise, you're my new puppet. His roar literally shook the room. You've got to be kidding me. Then her spooky shadow energy just poured into his mouth, yuck, and his mind was flooded with images. The Imperial throne, all that power. None of that was for me, Levan. That's why I went to Cetrian to learn magic. Cue the dramatic flashback. He heard Regina's voice laughing at him. Liar. His head was just spinning with these visions. I used that trip as an excuse to never come back to Ronmer. Everything I did was for Levan and the Imperial family. Yeah, right. Regina, literally holding the guy in her hand, said, It's all a bunch of lies, Arden Clonitz. You know what happens when people want stuff they can't have over and over. It turns into greed. So spill it. What do asterisk you asterisk want? And just like that, Ardon's eyes went completely black, burning with this crazy obsession. Ronmer was supposed to be mine. My stolen throne, my Jiselle, who I lost because of him. I'm getting it all back. Regina just waltzed into her dad's study. Father, she said all cool. He looked up. Oh, sweetie, how'd the chat with Grand Duke Klonitz go? Fine, she snapped back. Oh, by the way, I've got some great news for you, Regina. Her dad kept going, trying to pull off this weak little smile. So, it looks like Jiselle Martina just left the palace, on her own. Regina literally froze, her hand gripping the doorknob like her life depended on it. Oh, yeah, that's definitely good news. Right, he added, sounding super unsure. And then this low humming sound filled the room as black smoke started swirling around Regina's feet. Her dad totally flinched. Uh-oh, he knows exactly what that spooky smoke means. A creepy whisper slithered into her head. It was the evil spirit. You're just gonna let her get away. You know she's your biggest weakness. But Regina just calmly stepped forward. I really doubt that. There's no holy force field outside the palace walls. This actually makes things way easier. The smoke in front of her swirled into this ghostly girl's face. Okay, smarty pants, how are you gonna find her now that she's bolted? Regina got this tiny little smirk. Oh, I'm sure she couldn't have gotten very far. The shadow's smile got even bigger. Well, there is one asterisk way, it murmured, floating up to her ear to share a juicy little secret. Regina's eyes flashed with surprise, and then it clicked. Oh, I like that idea. Slowly, she turned to her dad. Father. He looked up all nervous. Yes, Regina. And bam! Her shadow just exploded outwards. In like half a second, black tentacles were wrapped around his throat. His eyes were bugging out in total terror. This is your last chance. she said, her voice like ice. I need the Crown Prince to notice I'm gone. So I'm gonna need you to have another one of your divine power freakouts. The guy's voice was cracking with panic as she squeezed harder. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Levan was just slumped at his desk, looking totally wiped. Isar Taylor is at the Marquise's place, he mumbled to himself. He's got nothing to do with any of this. He leaned back, sighing. Ha! I was gone for what, a couple of hours? There's no way she got far. A knock on the door snapped him out of it. Your Highness, it's me, Varn. Levan didn't even answer. Your Highness, Varn tried again. Yeet. And then there was this huge crash from inside. Varn panicked, shoved the door open and yelled, Your Highness! Levan was just collapsed on the floor. Varn, totally freaking out, rushed over to him. Are you all right, Your Highness? Levan's eyes just fluttered, closed his whole body in agony. And then, 3 days went by. Levan was smoking deep in his emo thoughts. It's been 3 whole days since Petals vanished, and that letter she left telling me to forget her. My life is right back to how it was before she showed up. Empty. Any news? He asked, not even bothering to look up. Varn just shook his head. Nothing yet, Your Highness. But before anyone could say another word, the door flew open and Priest Darren stumbled in, totally out of breath. Your Highness, the capital? There's a monster in the capital. You could hear screams all over the city. Run for your lives. Somebody help? And there it was, this giant, nasty black creature looming over everything with limbs made of smoke. It had this glowing red core, super creepy. Levan showed up with the Imperial Knight's sword out and ready. It's just attacking everything in sight. My holy powers are still on the fritz, but with the Tsar gone, I'm the only one who can do this. He lifted his sword, and you could see that divine energy crackling along the blade. All right, you proud knights of Ronmer, let's do this attack. The monster just let out this earth-shaking roar. It chucked this huge ball of energy right at a busted-up street where a little kid was trapped under the rubble crying, Somebody help me, I'm so scared. And then Zing Levan flashed with light and zipped forward. He threw up this shield made of holy fire and blocked the blast just in time. What's the situation on the east side? He yelled. A knight shouted back over all the noise. The priests are beefing up the barrier. And right as he said that, and bam, the sky just totally lit up. A massive magic shield appeared over the capital, basically putting a sparkly lid on the whole city. Levan looks up like, what? Way up high, 2 figures were just chilling inside the glowy barrier. It was Grand Duke Klonik, and right next to him Regina glowing like she just descended from a boy band poster. She's glowing, people yelled, it's a saint. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of town, the vibe was way less glittery. Giselle was passed out on a dinky little bed, looking super pale and shaky. Your Highness, she mumbled in her sleep. Isar was sitting right there holding her hand like the perfect gentleman. Giselle's eyes were shut tight, but the screams, oh, they just wouldn't stop. In her nightmare, the capital was one giant barbecue. People were scrambling as this monster shadow thing loomed over them, its claws ripping through buildings. Then she looked up and saw herself get squished like a bug. Yikes. Giselle! Someone yelled. She shot up in bed, gasping, oh my gosh! She was breathing like she'd just run a marathon, her little fist clenched. I'm positive it's the same thing I saw inside that ancient treasure. Her cheeks were all red, a little sweat on her forehead. The door creaked open. Sir Isar, she breathed. He walked in, basically a one-man first aid kit with a bowl of water and a towel. His whole face softened up seeing her awake. Did you have another nightmare? How long was I out this time? She asked, her voice all weak. A day and a half, he said softly, putting the bowl on the table. Then he gently helped her lie back down, tucking the blanket all the way up to her shoulders. So sweet, Giselle closed her eyes again. Ever since I made a run for it from the Imperial Palace, I've been stuck with this stupid fever. I promised myself I'd find the Pontifex, but I can't even move like this. He asked, how about seeing a priest? I'm kinda scared. I think you might have divine illness. Divine what now? It's this thing where you get a super high fever right before your coming-of-age ceremony, he explained. It goes away fast if you just let out the divine power. If you try to tough it out, you're gonna totally wreck yourself. Giselle thought about it for a second, then shook her head. No way I'd have to leave the capital to see a priest. But then she reached out, putting her hand over his. Don't you worry about me. And you need to stay by the Marquise's side. You had to drop everything and race out of the manor because of me. Isar just froze solid. Her hand was so soft and hot from the fever. He stared at her for a long, awkward moment, before silently dipping the towel again. Sir Isar, she mumbled after a beat. Can I ask you something? Anything. Why are you being so incredibly nice to me? His hand stopped midair. She was thinking, he helped me escape. Helped me hide, and now he's playing doctor. He's always been way too considerate, even from the beginning. Finally, he spoke super quiet. I'm not sure. I just wanted to protect you from the very first moment I saw you. I don't feel weird about accepting my help. You deserve it. Just please don't push me away. If you need anything, you tell me. Lean on me as much as you want. I want to be useful to you. A tiny smile played on her lips. Thank you. I swear I'll pay you back someday. Their hands brushed again. He actually flinched at how warm she was, and just like that, she was back asleep, completely exhausted. Izar stuck around for a second, then got up. Why this woman? He wondered, stepping out. Why does it have to be her? I've asked myself that hundreds of times and I've got nothing. Every time I see her looking so fragile, it just proves one thing, that I want to protect this woman. Every time this insane urge builds up inside me, I just give in. In the end, all this stuff I'm doing is for me so she can use me all she wants, even though she ended up picking another guy. Still, He let out a sharp breath, his thought just hanging there. Back in the capital of Ronmer, it was total chaos and the rumor mill was on fire. You could hear whispers everywhere. I'm telling you, the witch is controlling the monsters. I felt it when the Harvest Festival lights went out. If that lady really is a witch, then maybe His Highness is totally under her spell. Hiding under a big robe, Varn was just soaking it all in, looking absolutely miserable. He slipped through a side gate into the temple. While he was praying, Regina waltzed in with Priest Roshani. Yes, of course. I trust you, Lady Regina, Roshani was gushing. Varn glanced up just in time to see a weird shimmer in the priest's eyes, something dark hiding under that saintly act. See, this Priest Roshani got booted during some political drama after Priest Dawn was made Deputy Pontifex. He got squeezed out, so he went over to this other guy in a robe and said, "The temple's the same as always, but who knows what'll happen during the ceremony." The dude beside him just nodded grimly. "And on your end?" "I haven't found anyone who's seen her," the man replied. "I see," Varn said quietly. The other guy then clutched a small locket. A light flashed, and his appearance started to get all wavy. And just like that, he looked like Levan. What outside the city walls, a rider was tearing down a forest path screaming, "Master Izar, Master Izar." Izar spun around as the guy pulled his horse to a stop. "Master, you have to get to the Marquis's manor right now," the messenger gasped out. "His lordship has—" His face went completely white. A little while later, Izar stood before the Marquis's casket, placing flowers down. With hands that were just barely shaking, a groom at his side cleared his throat. Master Izar." Izar gave one sharp nod. "Get a horse ready. I have to be somewhere." "Of course, my lord." The man scurried off. Izar rode through the forest like a bat out of heck. When he finally got to the manor, he found Jiselle still looking pale and burning up with a fever under a blanket. He was basically a professional worrier at this point, thinking, she's been out for one whole week. I can't just sit here and binge watch her sleep. And the big coming-of-age bash is tomorrow, perfect timing. The entire capital is totally distracted. Which means this is the perfect time for a little temple field trip. I am so not losing another person I care about. At the temple, he was basically on his knees begging for help, but the priests were like, "We've done what we could." But the head priest gave him this super grim look and said, "So funny story, we've detected some seriously bad juju in her." Izar's face went ghost white. "Bad juju? What are you even talking about?" he demanded. "Which is exactly why we shipped her off to the main temple downtown," the priest replied so casually. Izar totally lost it. "She's my partner, you can't just do that." His mind was racing. The power of evil. "Okay, this is way above my pay grade. I gotta find His Highness like yesterday." But as Izar tried to bolt, the priest did this crazy hand-wavy thing, and bam, holy energy ropes slapped right onto his wrists. Izar yelled, "Hey, what gives?" While yanking at the glowy cords, the priest said, "That woman is a suspected witch. If you're her bodyguard, does that mean you want to throw down with the temple's whole witch be gone policy?" Izar just shattered the energy cord with his sword. The priest, not even blinking, finished his little speech. "So is that a yes?" Meanwhile, back at the manor, our boy Levan was trying super hard not to fall over. Levan, huffing and sweating like he'd just run a marathon, heard Varn say, "Your Highness, the party's about to start." He gasped out, "I'll be right there." Then he somehow managed to throw on his fancy suit, took one step and walked out. Varn asked nervously, "So, priest, how's His Highness holding up these days?" He replied, "Honestly, he's running on fumes. He really needs to drop the palace paperwork like a hot potato and actually focus on getting better." Varn thought, "Oh boy, I hope he's gonna be okay." The palace courtyard was a full-blown festival. We're talking flowers, cheers, the whole 9 yards, but then the vibe got weird. This priest Roshani hops on stage, his voice booming. "All right, people, before we get this party started," he sang, "I've got a little show and tell for you all. So recently, a monster popped up in our empire and started messing with our citizens. And guess what? The witch who was pulling the strings is right here with us today." A shocked gasp rippled through the crowd. Levan's stomach dropped. Asterisk, wait, what asterisk? Roshani's hand came down like a game show host hitting a buzzer. "Bring her out!" The crowd surged forward. "No way, a real witch," people whispered. "Hey, isn't that the girl from the Harvest Festival?" Levan was just frozen. Asterisk. No, it can't be. Asterisk. It just can't be her. The crowd started chanting, "Get the witch!" Levan thought, this has to be some kind of crazy rumor. More people yelled, "Let's have a bonfire with her!" Then Jiselle, with a sack over her head, just stumbled and face-planted. Her hands were all tied up. They ripped the cloth off her face. "You filthy witch!" the crowd screamed. Levan's mind was yelling, "Jiselle, I have to do something, I have to save her!" But when he tried to move, his feet were glued to the floor. He slapped a hand to his chest, his heart going a mile a minute. He thought, Of all the times for my divine power to glitch out, it picks asterisk now asterisk. Up on stage, Priest Rashani declared, I, the magnificent Rashani, I'm about to expose your true nature for everyone to see. Right here where we hold this super sacred ceremony, you're gonna show us your stuff. Creepy black energy started swirling around the priest's hand as he kept talking. If you're a spawn of evil, you'll do evil things. But if you're a child of God, you'll get some holy powers. Show us who you really are. And just like that, Giselle's eyes rolled into the back of her head. A horrible choking sound came out of her throat as black smoke wrapped around her like a spooky scarf. The crowd freaked out. She's a witch. Look, she's actually a witch. They started getting frantic. Somebody do something quick. Get her! Tears streamed down Giselle's face as she thought, what in the world is this psycho doing to me? The crowd screamed, burn that creepy witch! And Priest Rashani just smirked. The people yelled again, do it now. Just then, a guy in a white robe stepped out from the crowd. He held out his hands and zap, a rope of pure light shot out and tied up the priest's wrists, yanking his arms back. Talk about an entrance. Rashani screamed, what the? He whipped around, completely floored. Your Holiness! Levan, still panting, stumbled forward. Your Holiness. Using his awesome power, the pontiff declared, Rashani, my man, did you happen to sell your soul to the big bad? Rashani flinched, his eyes bugging out. What are you talking about? This witch is the one who made a deal, not me. The pontiff's expression got dark. He tightened that glowy energy rope, and the light coiled all around Rashani. The fake priest screamed as nasty black energy just erupted out of him. The pontiff just raised a hand, crushed the dark gunk until it shattered and vanished. Poof. Rashani just crumpled to the ground. The crowd went dead silent. The pontiff walked over to Giselle. He held his hand over her and said, on this your coming of age day, I'm gonna give you a blessing, Giselle. She started floating up and the ropes just dissolved. The pontiff continued. This blessing will basically unclog your power flow and open up the final level of your divine abilities. A massive burst of purple light shot out from her chest, shimmering like a cosmic disco ball. The crowd just gasped, totally in awe. Giselle's power lit up the entire sky, zapping away all the bad press that had been stuck to her name. As she started to wobble, Levan dashed forward and caught her in a classic hero move before she could fall. The pontiff gave a little smile. May the divine blessing be with you on all your future quests. Later, the pontiff dropped by Levan's room and they sat down. Levan looked at the floor and said, Your Holiness, I couldn't protect anyone. Not my dad, not the citizens, not even her. I was totally useless when everything hit the fan. How can a weak guy like me possibly handle this whole empire? The pontiff just watched him in silence for a moment, this little son of Ronmer. I mean, the pressure on that guy who's barely old enough to vote is something I can't even wrap my head around. But Pontifex basically said, Look, you gotta get tougher, Your Highness. Greed is like super sweet, but also crazy dangerous, and a lot of people want this palace, he said. You're gonna keep running into impossible problems, but no matter what, you have to fight back and stand your ground to protect yourself and the people you love from the bad guys. Then he stuck out his hand, adding, You've done an amazing job so far. I'm gonna do everything I can to help you from now on. Levan shot to his feet, a look of pure determination on his face. I'm gonna stand on my own 2 feet and keep moving forward with everything I've got. They shook hands and Levan finished with, So please stick by my side and watch me nail this. That night, as they were walking and talking, Levan asked carefully, Your Holiness, did you happen to meet your daughter in Cetrion? That was the whole reason for your trip? Wasn't it? Pontifex's pace slowed to a crawl. I couldn't. I did hear she'd traveled to Ranmer though, so the good news is I found a trail. It happened when I was running from assassins of all things. I was hurt and hiding from them after falling down a ravine. Just then, this little shimmer of light appeared right in front of me, and I could just feel it was my daughter's divine power. I managed to seal it inside a necklace right before it disappeared. Levan stopped dead in his tracks. A necklace? His eyes went wide. Wait a minute, could it be? And he just took off running. Pontifex yelled out, Your Highness! But Levan came sprinting back with a necklace saying, Priest Aeon found this near the ravine. Pontifex gasped, Oh, thank the heavens, this is the one. The necklace started to glow faintly in his hands. Then right before their eyes, the pendant flared up, light just pouring out and twisting into a new shape. A butterfly made of pure light fluttered into the air. Levan whispered, I've seen that before, that butterfly. The butterfly flew off, getting brighter with every single flap of its wings. Pontifex bolted after it and Levan shouted, Your Holiness! Pontifex was hot on the glowing butterfly's trail as it zipped through the palace hallways, its soft light dancing all over the marble floors. The air was totally silent except for the flutter of those divine wings. The tiny creature finally drifted to a stop in front of a chamber door, its body glowing so bright that the doorknob itself started to shimmer with holy light. Levan rushed up behind him, totally out of breath. Your Holiness! Pontifex turned just a little. Your Highness, whose room is this? Levan hesitated for a second, then answered, That's Giselle's room. Pontifex's hand hovered over the handle, his face a mix of total dread and wild hope before he slowly pushed the door open. Inside, Giselle was lying completely still, trapped in a nightmare. In her dream, there was nothing, just a huge, empty darkness. and a cold, taunting voice echoed through the void. You made a really dumb decision, it hissed. Trapping me in here won't change a thing. I'm eternal, and this little prison you made is gonna shatter one day. You better look forward to when I get out of here, because I am going to fill the lives of everyone you love with so much pain and misery. The words twisted through the emptiness, and then bam, a crack of light split the darkness. Jiselle reached for it, her trembling fingers just barely brushing its warmth, and then she gasped awake. Her eyes fluttered open. Where am I? A gentle voice answered. Are you awake? She blinked, and tears immediately started stinging her eyes. Your Holiness! Pontifex gave a faint smile and stepped closer. The waterworks started for real. Is it really you? Without even hesitating, Pontifex pulled her into a big hug. You did so well, Jiselle. He murmured, his voice soft but so proud. You did so well. He held up the pendant that was still in his hand. It was pulsing with that divine light, and the butterfly appeared one more time, gliding softly through the air. Pontifex asked gently, Do you remember this little guy? I do, she whispered. It used to rest on my shoulder. That butterfly is a divine beast, Pontifex explained in a soft voice. It takes a physical form when you focus your divine power. May I take a look at your shoulder? Of course. He brushed her hair aside, and there it was, a faint mark shaped like wings. Yep, that's the mark of the divine beast. I'm going to pour my divine power into it. Light gathered in his palm as he pressed it to the mark. Giselle's breath hitched. Your Holiness, the butterfly! The little creature faltered, drifting weakly down to the ground, and then the air itself started to shimmer. A warm, glowing light filled the entire room, forming the outline of a woman floating above them, her whole vibe just graceful and luminous. Pontifex's voice trembled. Selena? The woman opened her eyes and smiled softly. Jiselle. Jiselle just stared, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. You know who I am? Of course I do, silly. Selena's voice was so gentle and familiar. You've grown up so well, my sweet child. When her hand brushed Giselle's cheek, a sob just escaped her. Mom, is it really you, Mom? It's me, my little girl. Selena's eyes glowed with warmth, the exact same color Jiselle saw in her own reflection. I couldn't believe what was happening. Jiselle thought, and yet somehow I totally believed it. Her eyes, the same ones I got from her, were looking right into mine. Pontifex took a slow step forward. Selena. She turned to him and smiled softly. It's been a while, Dad. Jiselle completely froze. Dad? She whipped her head from one to the other, shock written all over her face. Wait, Mom. Are you His Holiness's daughter? That I am, unfortunately, Selena giggled, hugging her daughter again. Pontifex's brow just furrowed. Selena. But the realization hit Jiselle like a ton of bricks. Holy cow. The High Priest's daughter is the Empress of Cetrion. Isn't she just something? I totally get it, Jiselle, Selena said, her voice super warm. This is a whole lot to download at once. Then with a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a whole cloud of glowing butterflies. Her voice suddenly got that epic movie trailer boom. The sun came up, but like it forgot to be shiny. A super special baby girl is going to be born soon, and she's going to be his personal ray of sunshine. The butterflies did this awesome swirl thing, forming a sparkly crown that just floated down onto Giselle's head. Giselle, surprise, you're the Princess of Cetrion and the savior of Ronmer's Crown Prince, the girl from the prophecy. Giselle pretty much forgot how to breathe. Her mom was standing there looking like a goddess who needed a nap, and Pontifex's eyes were wide with a capital W. Giselle is the prophecy girl, Pontifex squeaked. She's about the same age as the prince. She's the Princess of Cetrion ***. She has some ancient power. Oh my gosh, all the boxes are checked. He flopped onto the bed like a sack of potatoes, his hands shaking. You have got to be kidding me. How did I not see it? She was right under my nose this whole time, and she's my actual granddaughter. So all those rumors about you being gone and your memento, was that all just one big fat lie? Giselle asked, her voice all wobbly. I'm so sorry, sweetie, her mom said super gently. There was some complicated stuff I had to deal with. I know you've got a million questions and I can't answer them all. Yeah, but what was the holdup? Giselle cut in, her eyes starting to well up. Do you have any idea how crazy lonely I was? How hard everything was for me? Didn't you miss me like it all? So why are you just showing up now, huh? Selena reached out her hand, feeling so warm as it touched her daughter's cheek, and pulled her into a hug. I know this all sounds totally bonkers, her mother whispered. But I was always with you, Giselle. I swear. When you cried, I cried. When you laughed, I was right there laughing too. And it killed me that I couldn't be there when you were hurting. Pontifex's deep voice cut through the moment. Giselle, my bad. I completely missed the whole magical creature living inside of you thing. But hey, at least we're all on the same page now. I'm just glad we finally know what's up. Selena's voice was shaking with unshed tears. Sending you to this palace was literally the only way to save you. That's why I had to leave you all by yourself to be so lonely. I'm so sorry, Giselle. Mom, Grandpa, Gisela whispered, trembling like a leaf. She pulled them both into a massive hug, her tears soaking their fancy clothes. Asterisk, oh my gosh, asterisk, she thought, asterisk, I have a family. I've had one this whole time. Selena turned to her dad. Dad, did you see Helito? Pontifex's face went dark. Don't even say that clown's name. Helito Jiselle blinked. You mean asterisk the asterisk Helito? Gelati, the Emperor of Cetrion. And then it hit her like a ton of bricks. Asterisk. Wait a minute, if Mom's the Empress of Cetrion, then the Emperor is... My dad, asterisk. Helito is hooked on some seriously mind-bending stuff, Pontifex said, looking grim. That stuff has his brain all scrambled. He's acting just like one of those evil god fanboys. Cetrion is basically enemy territory now. But don't you worry about Helito. I patched him up as best I could. That's good to hear, Dad. Turning back to her daughter, Selena asked softly, Jiselle, you still have my necklace? I do, Jiselle said, digging through her pocket to pull out the pendant. I heard it was supposed to be my origin story key. Take it, her mom said, smiling through her tears. And go see your father. Go on and claim your title as the Princess of Cetrion. Jiselle paused. Wait, for real, I can just walk out of here now. Yes, my child. That blessing you got at your party basically unlocked your next level. You can totally protect yourself from now on. Giselle's eyes lit up. Awesome. Then let's all go to Cetrion together, Mom. You should totally come in your human form, not as a glowy spirit thing. Yeah, about that. I can't, sweetie, her mom said with a sad little smile. I'm kind of trapped somewhere right now. Trapped, Jiselle whispered. What do you mean? Her mother's voice was full of sorrow. And this whole magical glowy mom power, it's about to run out of battery. No. Jiselle grabbed her mom's hands as they started to fade. What if I use my own magic on you, like a power bank? Maybe that'll work. That's so sweet, but it won't work unless it's my own brand of magic, her mom said gently. Mom, please don't go, Jiselle cried, holding on tight. Please don't ghost me again. Oh, Jiselle, my sweet girl, her mother whispered, fading away. Listen, be super careful around the daughters of Bazillion and Arden Clonic. I got some majorly bad vibes from them, but don't be scared, okay? You're a tough kid. Mom, where are you? I'll come rescue you. Just tell me where you are. Jiselle was full on sobbing now. I'll come to you, so please don't leave me like this. Please just stay with me. Her mother's voice got fainter, warm, and far away like sunshine disappearing behind a cloud. We'll see each other again, Jiselle. There was one last flash of light, and Selena's form poofed into a single butterfly, which then vanished completely. A few seconds later, the door creaked open. Pontifex stepped out, looking calm but totally exhausted. My apologies. That took a bit longer than we thought, Your Highness. Thanks for being so patient. Levan was standing right there in the doorway. His voice was all shaky as he stepped inside. Jiselle. Jiselle flinched, totally startled by someone suddenly being right there. She sat up straight, her eyes huge. Your Highness, Levan just stood there for a second, his heart hammering in his chest. Asterisk. Part of me wanted to scream, Where did you go? I wanted to lock her up so she could never just fly away whenever she felt like it again. I wanted to do all that, but right now, the only thing that matters is that she's standing right here in front of me. Before she could even say anything else, he crossed the room in like 2 seconds and just pulled her into a hug. I've missed you so much, Jiselle, he whispered. My voice was all shaky and my hands were trembling against his chest. Your Highness, I whispered. I am so sorry, but that letter I left for you, can we just pretend it never ever happened? Please just delete anyone like me from your memory. Levan totally froze. What? I whispered back. That was past me talking and she was a complete idiot, so please, I begged, just act like you never even saw it. Please. He let out this sharp, hollow laugh. Forget it. Are you kidding? I was a total wreck for weeks because of that letter. I can't just unsee what I already... But before he could finish, I leaned in and kissed him. Everything just... stopped. When I pulled away, Levan just blinked completely breathless, and then this little smile crept onto his face. Nope, not good enough. My eyes went wide. What more could you possibly need? I thought that was a 5-star apology right there. I mumbled, my cheeks feeling like they were on fire. Levan let out a soft laugh, covering his face with his hand. Your Highness, I blinked. Seriously, Petal, where do you get all this confidence from? He couldn't even pretend to be mad anymore. The second he looked at me, every bit of his anger just melted. Man, this woman, he thought it's impossible for me to stay mad at her. I'm sorry I just vanished on you like that, I said quietly. Okay, that's enough apologizing, he murmured. You're back, and that's literally all that matters. I smiled through my tears. Well then I'll just say I missed you like crazy too, Your Highness. And I'm not going anywhere again. I love you. Levan pulled me in close, whispering into my hair. Petal, you are seriously my favorite kind of trouble. And then he kissed me all gentle and sweet. The next morning, Levan woke up to sunshine flooding the room. He blinked, feeling a crazy surge of energy. Whoa, my body feels so light, he mumbled, flexing his hand. Have I ever felt this good before? I started to stir beside him. Everything okay over there, Your Highness? Good morning, Petal. He rolled over with a soft grin. I feel amazing. Like my body's never felt this good in my entire life. I asked, Want me to take a look? He nodded. Yeah, thanks. The second my fingers touched his, this wild purple light just bloomed in the air, pulsing through the room like it was alive. My eyes shot open in panic. "What is it?" Levan asked. I couldn't help but gasp. "Hey, Your Highness, we have to go see the High Priest, like right now." "What?" "Oh, for heaven's sake, I can't believe this," Pontifex gasped, looking him over. "Your divine power is more stable than I have ever seen it, Your Highness." "I can't find a single trace of that nasty energy anymore either. You don't have to worry about your powers going totally haywire." Levan just stared, completely stunned. Is that for real?" "100% Your Highness," Pontifex smiled. "I'm pretty sure it's because you have the true Lady of the Oracle by your side now." "The true Lady of the Oracle," Levan repeated slowly, turning to look right at me. Pontifex just chuckled. "Wait, did Jiselle not give you the memo?" I just smiled, beaming at him. "Well then," Pontifex said warmly. "Allow me. Settle in, because this is going to be a long story." And he told him everything. The prophecy, the real tea on Cetrion. Selena's sacrifice, the whole secret divine bloodline reveal. When he was done, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then Levan slowly got to his feet and bowed like super deeply right in front of me. "Your Highness," I stammered. "I, Levan Klonetz," he said, dead serious, "sincerely apologize to the Princess of Cetrion for my completely rude behavior this entire time." "Your Highness," I gasped, my eyes probably the size of dinner plates. "Oh my god, I treated a princess like a maid," he thought, freaking out. "She was locked up and I let all my people hate on her. Cetrion is gonna have my head for this." But before he could say anything else stupid, I stepped forward, cutting him off gently. "The Empire of Ronmer will take full responsibility and do whatever you ask, Your Highness," I said playfully, mimicking his formal tone. He looked up at me, totally confused. I gave him a calm, sweet smile. "Hey, nothing's changed. I'm still me, Jiselle. I'm still your petal who loves you, so relax. I have zero intention of making you pay for a thing." My gaze was totally steady, bright, and not backing down. "Instead, I'm going to be your secret weapon. That whole faction of snotty nobles won't dare try to steal the throne once my family history drops." He just looked at me, totally in awe. "She always seemed so small and fragile. When did she get so tough?" Levan's hand clenched into a fist. "No, I was the one being small-minded, but I'm not holding back anymore." "Varn," he said suddenly, his voice sharp. "That document I got a few weeks ago. Where is it?" Varn, looking totally startled, scrambled to get it. "Here, Your Highness. It's Lady Bazillion's official request to come live in the palace." Levan's eyes went ice cold as he grabbed the parchment and ripped it clean in two. "From this moment on," he declared, "every single member of the House of Bazillion is banned from ever stepping foot in the Imperial Palace." Levan stood tall. You could practically feel the determination burning in him. "All right, the final boss is right in front of me and there's no running away. I'm just gonna have to stand my ground and take all the hits." Turning to me, he held out his hand. "Jiselle Galata, Princess of Cetrion, will you help me absolutely destroy my enemies?" I just smiled and took his hand without a second thought. "Of course, Your Highness," I said softly. "It'll be my pleasure." Our fingers locked together, sealing the deal between us. A few moments later, an attendant burst through the door, totally out of breath. "Your Highness High Priest, it's His Majesty the Emperor." Levan's heart pretty much stopped cold. "Father?" Meanwhile, in some super dark and rage-filled room, a teacup shattered on the floor. "How dare he? How dare that arrogant little punk forbid me from entering the palace?" Regina's voice was shaking with pure fury. "He's nothing but a pathetic little bug who can't survive a single day without me." Her father trembled beside her. "The Crown Prince must have completely lost his mind. He clearly doesn't know his place. I'll call a meeting of the nobles and we'll put the pressure on the prince. You know what a pushover he is. We'll scare him a little and he'll—" Regina's glare was pure poison. With a flick of her hand, "Okay, so like this totally evil vibe just flooded the room." Her dad started making these hilarious choking sounds, floating up like a sad balloon while she gave him the old invisible squeeze. "All right, settle down, Regina." A super deep, spooky voice echoed from like nowhere. "Your dad still got some uses, don't break your toys." Her eyes went full-on psycho red. "This is all your fault. Your plan was so dumb she was supposed to be toast by now and you blew it." She dropped her dad, who started hacking up a lung, gasping for air like he just ran a marathon. "If you hadn't been all, 'Ooh, let's get her to the temple,'" she hissed, shooting daggers at the spooky smoke cloud. The big shadowy blob just got bigger, throbbing like a giant evil heart. Regina's whole tough girl act totally fizzled. "Ugh, so what now?" she whimpered. "Am I just supposed to sit here and watch her win the prophecy game?" And the creepy voice inside her head was like, "Hey, chin up. Once you go full-on evil with me, you'll basically be the boss of this whole planet. Whatever you say goes. No one's gonna tell you no ever again." "That's the new you, kid. Now come on, Regina, be my evil BFF." Anyway, back at the palace, Levan Pontifex was doing a mad dash down these super fancy hallways, and when the doors flew open, Levan just stopped dead, completely shook. The whole scene made him start ugly crying on the spot. "Levan, my boy," the Emperor croaked, managing a little smile. Dad Levan just booked it to his side for a massive bear hug. Jiselle was right there, getting all teary-eyed too. "Yeah, that antidote stuff really hit the spot." the Emperor whispered. Then he looked over at her. Jiselle, wait, no, I guess I'm supposed to call you Princess of Cetrian now, huh? But Jiselle just waved it off. Nah, it's cool, Your Majesty. Don't get all weird on me. I'm just super glad you're awake. Now hurry up and get better, okay? The Emperor's smile got even bigger, all warm and fuzzy. Thanks, Jiselle. Seriously, I'm so glad my boy has you. But at that very same moment over at the Basilian supervillain lair, Regina was just sitting there in her ridiculously huge chair, looking like she'd been crying, or plotting. A loud knock echoed, and she cracked this seriously sinister smile. Come on in, Marquise. The dude practically bowed to the floor as he walked in. Thanks for getting here so fast, Regina said, all smooth and calm, but with this I'm the boss vibe. The guy actually flinched and rubbed his eyes like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Oh, of course, Lady Basilian, he stuttered out. I'm always totally ready to sprint over whenever you guys call. And she's just thinking, did I see that right? Asterisk, poof. Asterisk. Her eyes go red again. You've been the palace's go-to guy for a super long time, haven't you? Regina went on with this tiny, creepy smile. I bet it'd be impossible to find anyone with as much pull as you in the whole empire. I'm really looking forward, she added super quietly, to seeing what you do with all that power. Asterisk record scratch. Back at the palace, sunshine was finally pouring through the windows again. The whole place started to feel less doom and gloom. The hallways, which had been super cold and awkward for ages, finally warmed up. Whoa, your power level is way higher now that you've had your big birthday bash, Pontifex said, sounding like a proud grandpa for once. I can totally feel it the way it's zipping through you. You're so right, Grandpa, Jiselle chirped back. And Levan's got his powers on lock now too, so basically we're unstoppable. Let's do this. Excellent, Pontifex nodded. Which is why you've got a super important job this time too. Priest Drone is about to show up with this ancient book they swiped from the temple. I need you to read it since you're the only one who can understand all that old-timey gibberish. If we're lucky, we'll find some dirt on Tronin, or you know the big bad. Then he looked at Levan. All right, Your Highness. That group of cranky old nobles is gonna bust in here any second now. Levan's face got all serious and determined. I already told the House of Basilian they're banned from the palace, so I know they're not just gonna sit around and do nothing. But whatever they're cooking up, it's not gonna work this time. A little smirk appeared on his face. They're not the only ones. With a secret weapon. And sure enough, a few minutes later, the big meeting hall was full of angry shouting. You can't just ban the House of Basilian from the palace, one old guy yelled. Don't you get how important they are to everything, Your Highness? How could you be so mean to a family that's been nothing but a bunch of loyal puppies? Another one chimed in. No emperor ever has been this nasty to the Basilian family. Levan's voice cut right through all the yelling, super calm but icy. Yeah, well, that special treatment kind of stops when they, betray the Imperial family. You could hear a pin drop. What's that supposed to mean? Someone whispered. Levan stood up, looking around at everyone. The Emperor was poisoned, and I'm pretty sure the House of Basilian had something to do with it. Everyone gasped like it was the finale of a reality show. Your Highness, no way! A noble cried out. They're totally being framed. It was Count Heo. Are you saying the House of Basilian? Made the Count try to off the Emperor. What are you even talking about? That's ridiculous, another one yelled. That Count is just making stuff up to get a lighter sentence. Quiet! The Marquise's voice boomed and everyone shut up. His eyes sharp enough to cut glass zeroed in on the prince. Your Highness, maybe we should just, bring the Basilian family here and... Ask them yourselves. Levan's eyes narrowed. Fine. If you're gonna insist, how about you listen to what this guy has to say first? Everyone's head whipped around to see a young dude stepping out from the back. What's up? I'm the oldest son of the Crusoe family, he said with a little bow. Aaron Crusoe. They called me in to be a witness. He held up a bunch of crispy-looking papers. So these letters, they just magically appeared in the basement of our manor. Marquis Ascent leaned in, squinting like he was trying to read the fine print. Whoa, hold up, that's the Basilian family seal, he yelped. But the Crusoe manor went up in smoke in that super mysterious fire. There's no way anyone could have just waltzed into the basement for a little souvenir hunt. Aaron puffed out his chest, totally unfazed. His Highness was just so gracious giving me a shot to clear my family's name. So, diving into a raging inferno, just another Tuesday for me if it helps the crown. A little ooh and ah rippled through the room. Levan's voice cut through the chatter, all low and dramatic. But wait, there's more. The letters weren't the only party favor in the basement. We also found a little something from the evil god. You could hear a pin drop. Levan stood there letting that bombshell just hang in the air. And with that, this meeting is a wrap. Anyone from House Basilian is officially banned from the palace, forever. Make sure they get the memo. You could practically see the smoke coming out of Marcus Austin's ears, his whole I'm calm act cracking big time. Later that night, Jiselle blasted into the Pontifex's office, hugging a giant scroll like it was a teddy bear. Grandpa! She yelled, totally out of breath. I found the tea on Tronin. The Pontifex whipped his head around so fast, I'm surprised it didn't fly off. Well, spill it. Giselle carefully unrolled the ancient scroll and started reading. Okay, so the people of Tronen rolled into our village. We all slammed our doors and were like, new phone, who dis? But something's off. Her brow crinkled. Something is very off. The people from our village are just disappearing. Poof, gone. The village elder told us the Tronen folks were basically luring people away. He said they'd steal our powers. If we fell for their whole deal, Giselle read, her voice getting all shaky, and we'd basically become their magical butlers. But oh my gosh, the stuff the Tronen people had was so pretty, she whispered. They said Tronen had like flowers and trees that don't even exist here, plus whole fields of sparkly jewels. Her forehead scrunched up. They were like, wanna come visit? They promised we'd get super rich selling the gems we found there. So obviously the people who vanished must have just gone to make some cash. Then the diary just stops. I'm heading to Tronen, honey. I'm gonna bring back chests overflowing with jewels, and everyone will be so jealous of us. I'll write you when I get there. And that was the last sentence Giselle mumbled. The Pontifex let out a huge sigh. Yeah, I'm a little more worried about the we'll steal your power part than the get-rich-quick scheme. Looks like way back when there was a spell that could just yoink powers from people. He looked right at her, dead serious. Which means one person could totally rock two different kinds of power. Giselle's eyes went wide. Is that even possible, Grandpa-like? Is that against the rules? She jumped up so fast the book went flying. I swear I felt Mom's divine power coming from Lady Basilian. The Pontifex went quiet for a hot second, probably buffering, then sighed. You felt Selena's power all right. A little later, Giselle was back in the study reading to herself. To my awesome grandchild Giselle, I know this is going to sound completely bonkers, but it's the only idea I've got. Let's pretend Lady Basilian used some freaky ancient spell, she mumbled, tracing the words. One that could snatch Selena's divine power. I've mailed you all my ancient books. Skim through them and tell me if you find anything juicy. Hours later, Giselle was practically drooling on her desk. There is absolutely nothing about Tronen in these dusty old things, she grumbled, staring out the window. Mom, where in the world are you? I really hope you're okay. A gentle knock snapped her out of it. Viscountess Martina, a maid said through the door. Marcus Taylor is here to see you. Giselle's heart did a little backflip. Oh my gosh, I never even properly thanked him, she thought, scrambling to her feet. He helped me escape and hid me and didn't even ask why. The second she saw him, the words just fell out of her mouth. Marcus Taylor. Isar just gave this little smile. I was really moved by your coming-of-age ceremony, he said, all smooth and gentle. I had to come offer my congratulations in person. But you could totally tell from his eyes. That wasn't the only thing he wanted to say. Under that calm smile, he was just super relieved to see her alive and kicking. I heard you're the new Marcus, she said, trying to play it cool. May the blessings of God be with you and all that. Thank you, he said softly. Then she got all fidgety. No, Marcus, seriously, I should be thanking you. I will never ever forget what you did for me. He started to reach for her hand, but of course, perfect timing, there was a knock. Your Highness. Giselle turned to see Levan strolling in. Levan said, I heard Isar dropped by. Isar yanked his hand back. Giselle immediately grabbed Levan's hands. So how did the big meeting with all the nobles go? Pretty much how you'd expect, Levan answered. They tucked their tails between their legs and scurried out of the palace. She grinned. Love to hear it. Isar bowed his head all formally. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll be taking my leave now. Already? Levan asked, raising an eyebrow. It was an honor to see the Saintess of the Empire in person, Isar said with another one of his perfect bows, and to have been your dance partner at the last party. He kinda paused, so Giselle jumped in. Marquise Taylor, she said gently. It's not like we're never gonna see each other again. You're always welcome to visit. Yeah, please come by often, Levan added. Isar, once you get things sorted out at your new place, get back to the palace. The seat of commander of my knights is just sitting here waiting for you. Isar completely froze, his eyes bugging out. It was priceless. You really mean that, Your Highness? Levan giggled. Seriously, Isar doesn't make you this happy? I'm so glad to see you haven't changed one bit. You should at least stay for a cup of tea. Yeah, you came all this way. It would be a total bummer if you left so soon, Levan added. But Isar just shook his head, a super soft look on his face. This is more than enough for me. Just getting to see you two was the absolute highlight of my day. A few moments later, his carriage pulled away from the palace gates. Come back and see us soon, Marquis, Giselle called out, waving like crazy until he vanished. And for just a split second, Isar's unguarded, brilliant smile completely lit up the night. It's been a hot minute since you visited the Moonlight Conservatory, hasn't it? Levant said, his voice soft but incredibly warm. Giselle's jaw basically hit the floor as she looked around. The massive glass dome sparkled under the pale light, with moonflowers glowing faintly along the marble paths. Whoa, this is absolutely breathtaking, she breathed. Right this way, princess, he said with a charming smile, gesturing toward a table smack in the center. Her heart did a little backflip when he pulled out her chair for her. Oh, thank you, she mumbled, fidgeting a little. But before she could even process what was happening, Levan leaned right in and kissed her. Her eyes flew wide open, her face turning beet red. Your Highness, Levan let out a soft chuckle. Whoa, your cheek is burning up. Does being called a princess get you all flustered? No, that's not it, You don't exactly seem to hate it, he teased her gently. That's not why I... He leaned in even closer, his voice dropping to a tender whisper. You really are a greedy one, Petals. But you know I wish you'd be even greedier, he said, taking her trembling hands in his. Greedy enough to want me as your man. Her breath hitched. Your Highness, she whispered, her fingertips brushing against his cheek before she could even think to stop herself. He let out this soft, warm laugh. The Imperial crown was as usual being threatened by snooty nobles, and the big bad and his cronies were still lurking around. Nothing had really changed except for the one thing that changed everything. We can actually stand side by side now, and I trust the person next to me more than anyone in the world, Jiselle thought. That night, under the silvery glow of the moon, Jiselle looked up at him with a cheeky little grin. Something awesome happened to you today, didn't it, Your Highness? He raised an eyebrow. And how would you know that? She shyly turned her face away. Maybe I just love you that much you know enough to notice. He blinked, totally caught off guard for a second, and then just burst out laughing. Wow, what a superpower. You're right, though, he finally said, still grinning. Something good did happen. I finally managed to beef up the divine barrier around the palace using my own power. The priests say it's stronger than it's ever been. That's because you're so powerful, Your Highness, she said softly. He shook his head. Nah, it's because you're here with me. You're the reason my power stopped going completely haywire, Lady of the Oracle. Her gaze dropped to the floor. I didn't do anything. I was just following Destiny's script. Jiselle, I think it's the other way around. A faint glow started shimmering around him as these butterflies made of pure light began fluttering through the air. Even if destiny is a real thing, he said, his voice sounding like a vow, it only comes true because of the choices we make. You chose me, and you made our destiny real. Giselle's breath trembled as the glowing wings swirled around him. He gave a faint smile. So, I'd like to give you a reward, something I know you'll like. A reward, she echoed. How do you know what I... Before she could even finish, he leaned in and kissed her. When he pulled back, she had this shy little smile. Oh my, how did you know? Oh, I have no idea, he murmured with a huge grin. Maybe I just love you that much. The next morning, Pontifex was at his desk stroking his chin thoughtfully. So, way back in ancient times, there were people who used a violet power just like yours. Are you saying your ability might be one of those ancient powers? Exactly, Grandpa. Jiselle nodded eagerly. I know it sounds totally bonkers, but still. He closed his eyes for a moment. Ancient power is a mix of divine power, magic, and chi. If your ability really is from the old days, then you should be able to use all three. Her eyes went wide. Without a single word of warning, she raised her hand. Then with a sudden look of pure determination, she just sprinted right at the wall. Jiselle, Pontifex yelled in alarm. Divine power belongs to Ranmer, and magic is the power of Setri, and chi belongs to Hina. It makes you super strong. Giselle balled her fist and slammed it into the wall with everything she had. A sharp pain shot right up her arm. Ow! She yelped, shaking her now red knuckles. Then a loud asterisk, crack asterisk, echoed through the room. The wall split right open, stone crumbling into a cloud of dust. Huh, she breathed, staring at her hand in total disbelief. Jiselle and Pontifex just stood there frozen, staring at the busted wall. Pontifex snapped out of it first. Okay, let's read some more about this person with the violet power, he said, his voice low and serious. Jiselle started turning the fragile old pages, reading out loud. The violet power was mesmerizingly beautiful. She used this power to fight against the Tronin civilization, and Tronin who got their juice from the god of greed fought back, viciously until her sword pierced the very heart of Tronin, and her tears literally washed them from existence. We decided to call her the savior, the child of God sent down to save the world. Her name is... Jiselle stopped whispering the last word to herself. Jiselle. She blinked, completely bewildered. Grandpa? Why is that my name? She asked in a tiny voice. Do you remember the prayer from the Harvest Festival? Pontifex asked. The one everyone recites right before the offering. He nodded and began reciting the old lines. May the love of God come down upon this land so full of hatred and distrust. Jiselle finished the phrase, her heart hammering in her chest. May we be blessed as we were on the day the messenger came from the heavens and welcome a new messenger among us, a new Jiselle. Pontifex's eyes shot wide open. Well, wait a minute. Is the person from the prayer the same one in these books? Her eyes went wide. Grandpa, she squeaked out. What's wrong, Jiselle? Giselle's face turned white as a sheet, her hand started shaking, and whoops, the book went flying. It landed with a thud, open to a page with a super old drawing staring right at her. And it was her face. She stumbled backward. Nope, not me, just a random uncanny 100% a coincidence look-alike, she babbled. She was literally grabbing at thin air. Okay, deep breaths, Jiselle, the Pontifex said, trying to be the adult in the room. But Jiselle just clamped her hands over her ears, shaking like a leaf. It's just a coincidence, she whispered. though she sounded about as convinced as a cat in a bathtub. Her heart started doing the cha-cha against her ribs faster and faster until everything got fuzzy. And then bam! In the mirror she saw herself. A voice echoed, "Jiselle, you are the Princess of Cetrion. You're welcome. Lady of the Oracle." The words bounced around in her head like a weird commercial jingle. "Psst, your power. It might be like super ancient," another voice whispered from inside the mirror. Giselle's reflection started to get all wavy and a totally new glowed-up version of her popped up. This one was radiant with eyes lit up like a violet neon sign. Her power was the prettiest color ever. The vision whispered, "Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and call her the Savior." Giselle's lip quivered. "A new Giselle, seriously? I don't even know who the old Giselle is anymore." She flinched as tears just started pouring out. The Pontifex grabbed her shoulders and gave her a little shake. "Giselle Earth to Giselle!" She was totally hyperventilating. "Okay, you know what? How about we take a nap?" he suggested gently. "Let's hit pause on the training. That whole ancient power thing can chill for a bit." He carefully steered her back to her room. The silence between them was so thick you could cut it with a knife. At her door he stopped and looked back. "But hey, one thing's for sure," he said, his voice low. "Your willpower is way, way stronger than your powers. Never forget that." Giselle. The next day was all sunshine and rainbows. Outside, a weird hum was getting louder. "So His Eminence the Big Boss Man asked me to help you with Training 101, Levan said, popping up. "Fun fact, every power except the super holy kind gets nerfed inside the palace barrier. So considering that, dude, I can't even wrap my head around how crazy strong you must be." Giselle gulped. Her hands were doing a little shaky shake. I'll try not to break anything. Or anyone." Levan stepped in, his face softening up. "You good, Petals? Totally fine, let's do this thing." She lifted her hands and whipped up a little sphere of pure power all shimmery and violet. Levan walked up to check it out, muttering to himself, "All right, so magic uses nature stuff. Which means it's way better for blasting things than blocking them." And kaboom, their powers smashed together. Giselle's energy slammed into Levan's shield so hard it sent him wobbling. He was struggling big time. He tried to play it cool with a little smile. "Hey, good thing I can use my holy protection power to, not get vaporized." Just as their powers died down, Giselle's fist went flying and bam, right into Levan. She gasped and lunged forward. "Your Highness, oh my gosh, are you okay?" Levan staggered backward and took a nosedive into a bush. "I'm good, totally not hurt," he mumbled from the leaves. Giselle's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Oh no!" "Hey, for real, I'm fine," he called. He climbed out, dusting off twigs and leaves. Then he just burst out laughing a big happy sound. "Ha! You are absolutely wild, Petals. Your willpower is seriously stronger than your powers. Never ever forget that." Giselle balled up her fists, a little spark lighting up in her eyes. Your Highness, I just had a brilliant idea. I think I know how we can finally put the House of Basilion in its place." Meanwhile, over at the villain's lair. At Basilion Manor, some poor soul was busy digging holes and burning piles of paper. Regina stared out the window, her creepy crimson eyes glinting. Her dad tiptoed up to her. Regina, sweetie, please. Could you maybe stop offing our staff? I get that you're mad, but using people as stress balls is like a major no-no." Regina whipped around. "Father, I hear we've got a little invite from the Imperial Court." Her dad gulped so loud you could probably hear it in the next town. Yep, that's right." She let out a nasty little smirk. "That little Prince Levan can't touch us with just a few angry letters from Aaron Crusoe. So what's his secret weapon? What's making him so cocky?" She wondered, gliding over to the table. "I have no clue what that prince is plotting, so I guess it's time for Plan B." Her father's brow crinkled. Plan B. Regina just picked up a bottle of black ink and dramatically dumped it all over some perfectly nice white flowers. "Well, a super powerful saint just showed up. It only makes sense that some super powerful monsters show up too, right? We'll just tell everyone it's the saint's fault for luring them here. If the public turns on her, the prince will be too busy playing bodyguard to bother us. He won't have a second to think about attacking House Basilion." Creepy black smoke started swirling around her fingers and you could feel her dark power in the air. Her eyes glowed red as she listened to the distant screams of her terrified employees. Classic Regina. "Oh, Levan, you'd better face the music soon," she thought, probably with an evil chuckle. And just like that, across the palace, all heck broke loose. People were running and screaming everywhere. "No, run," Regina's voice whispered in someone's head. "Every single time you act like a little brat and defy me, everything you love is going to pay the price." And cue the giant, horrifying monsters dropping from the sky, breathing fire all over the palace lawns. People scattered like ants. The knights were fighting for their lives. "Give them everything you've got, guys," Levan yelled, trying to hype up his squad. But even as he fought, he was gritting his teeth, clearly in pain. There are way more of these things than last time, and they've hit the gym. We are seriously outnumbered. At this rate, the whole city of Ranmer is toast." From her balcony, Giselle just watched the chaos unfold. Flames were chewing up the streets, and monster roars were the new city anthem. "Lady Giselle, the party crashers are in the capital. You gotta get out there," Varn yelled, running up to her. Wait, you mean I can actually fight them? I'm literally just some random girl who got these insane powers, she thought to herself. And I actually managed to beef up the barrier around the palace with my own juice. It's all because you're here with me. Hey, your willpower is way stronger than your actual magic. Don't you ever forget that, Jiselle. Her eyes narrowed as she balled her fists. The barrier, my lady, Varn shrieked, totally panicked. Jiselle glanced down at the city, which was basically one giant bonfire, and closed her eyes. All right, I'm throwing a shield over the whole capital. Even if I can't poof all the monsters, I can at least nerf them. Her hands lit up with a brilliant violet glow as she shot up into the air. A ginormous flash of light just erupted from her, blanketing the manor, and then spreading across the entire city. The monsters let out these blood-curdling screeches as her barrier slammed into them, their bodies flickering and then just vanishing into nothing. Levan's eyes went wide. What in the world just happened? A knight next to him sputtered. What's going on, your highness? He looked up and saw Giselle's power shimmering across the sky like a cosmic light show. He didn't even hesitate. He just took off into the streets, charging straight for her. Meanwhile, over at Bazillion Manor, Regina was sprawled on the floor with a gnarly black eye, while the other one was bleeding like crazy, her hands stained crimson. That little wench! That filthy descendant of God, she hissed, so furious she could barely breathe as the dark energy around her twisted and writhed. At the Bazillion Manor, all the servants were just passed out on the floor, knocked out cold, or maybe worse. Regina staggered to her feet, blood dripping from her hand. Her vision was a mess, and black smoke coiled around her like a super dramatic evil cloak. The voice from the shadows hissed, "Psst, the Saintess isn't even at full power yet. Shouldn't we take her out before she gets her memories back and goes full Super Saiyan Saint on us?" The black blob solidified in front of Regina. She let out a laugh that was just completely unhinged and bright with zero warmth in it. "Then give me all of your power," she screamed. "Every last drop. You picked me as your vessel, so what's the holdup? I can't wait another second. Consume me, swallow me whole, I could not care less. I'll just become the big bad myself." "Ooh, good, very good. That expression on your face is just delicious. It's finally go time." The dark power poured into her through that bleeding eye. "You are me and I am you," it whispered as the last thread of her sanity just snapped. Back at the palace, Levan finally made it through the smoke and total chaos. He was barely in the door when Giselle came running straight for him, her eyes filled with pure relief. "Your Highness," she cried, grabbing his hand. "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Levan just wrapped his arms around her. "I'm so sorry," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "This was your first time ever using that much power. I can only imagine how terrifying that must have been. I'm so sorry I couldn't be right there with you." "Thank you for finding the courage, Giselle." "I stopped being afraid," she replied softly. I thought I could protect you." Their faces drew closer, and for a second, the whole world just faded away to the space between them. And then they kissed. Fast forward 3 days later, and the Imperial Court was in session. "I will accept these letters as evidence," the judge announced. "However, to prove that Duke Basilian schemed with Count Crusoe. To make an attempt on His Majesty the Emperor's life, I'm going to need some more definitive proof." Before the judge could say another word, a voice cut in. A figure shot his hand up into the air. "Allow me to submit some additional documents." Levan just watched the drama unfold from his seat. The judge skimmed the papers, nodding. Yes, this is evidence that Duke Basilian provided Count Crusoe?" "With the poison!" Basilian's face turned the color of ash. "What?" he sputtered. "Bring in the witness," the judge ordered. Basilian protested, "How can there possibly be a witness when I haven't done any such thing?" A young maid approached the bench, her voice trembling but surprisingly steady. "I am a maid who has served Lady Regina for the past 15 years. His Grace gave Lord Crusoe the poison during Margrave Martinez's trial." "That's a lie!" Duke Basilian roared. "I never gave the Count a single thing. I'm being framed," Levan thought to himself. It totally makes sense the Duke is denying this so hard, since he's actually innocent. But that doesn't matter. He's going to be found guilty thanks to the fake evidence I whipped up. The maid trembled. "The retainer who fetched the poison, he was killed," she stammered. "But Your Honor, the truth is, he wasn't the only one who was murdered." The maid's composure finally shattered into pure anguish as she pleaded, "Please, Your Highness, Your Honor, please put an end to the evil deeds of the House of Basilian. Too many of my fellow servants have been unjustly killed by them. I know where their bodies are. They're all buried in the rear garden of the Duke's manor." Basilian lunged forward and raged. "You little wench! I clothed you and fed you for 15 years. How dare you be so insolent? Order in the court, Duke Basilian," the judge demanded, slamming his gavel down. Levan watched coolly from his spot. The corpses they're about to dig up will definitely add some credibility to her testimony. "There is another witness who will prove your transgressions, Duke," Levan said, rising to his feet. At that exact moment, the doors flew open. Guards marched in, hauling a gaunt, shackled figure between them. Basilian's eyes practically bulged out of his head. Count Heo was brought before the court. Basilian's expression twisted into a nasty smirk. "Heh, that foolish crown prince. He actually thinks the Count will testify against me. He can't tell the truth." Or else the curse of the evil one will kill him just like it did Margrave Martina. Just you wait. Once this trial is over, Bazillion will get its revenge. But plot twist. 2 days before the Imperial trial, Giselle had said, "If we want the Count to talk, I think we should try this method." Giselle's voice was calm but firm. "Your Highness, the ancient texts mention 3 ways to deliver yourself from the clutches of the evil one. First off, you gotta be totally pure, not even a tiny bit greedy. Second, you just, decide to give up greed with your own brainpower." Levan just frowned like, yeah, that sounds super easy for regular people to do. Not. "And that's exactly why there's a third option," she said, all hush-hush. "You blast the evil away using god-tier power. The super old books call it purification. Fast forward to later standing in a super creepy dimly lit dungeon." Giselle was face to face with Count Hivel Crusoe. The dude was just slumped over in chains, his eyes all cloudy like a sad puppy. She took a step closer and was like, "Okay, I'm gonna try to holy power wash him." She raised her hand. A little light show started around her fingertips, all purpley at first, then bam, bright white. The air started to crackle and pop. A single drop of nasty black goo fell from Crusoe's eye. He just gasped. "Oh!" Then all the yucky darkness inside him had a total freakout and just ripped itself away. Little wisps of shadow just peeled off his body and fizzled into the light. He started blinking a ton, looking super confused, like, "My Emperor, what in the world did I just do?" Giselle kept her cool, even though her hands were shaking a little, as the last bits of bad juju got totally incinerated. "All right, back to the trial," the judge's voice echoed through the hall. "Yo, you troublemaker Huso? Was the Duke of Basilian your partner in crime for all the shady stuff you pulled against the Emperor?" Crusoe looked down at his feet. He was. The whole room went asterisk, gasp, asterisk. Duke Basilian totally froze like a deer in headlights. "Every single word that other witness said is 100% true." The Count just kept spilling the tea. "The Duke used me to poison His Majesty and even gave me the poison himself." "Lies!" Basilian screamed, his face turning into a tomato. But Crusoe wasn't done yet. "And that's not even the half of it." He turned and stared right at the Duke. "Duke Basilian is the big boss of a cult that worships an evil god, or actually plot twist his daughter Regina is." You could have heard a pin drop. The judge sat up straight, his voice getting super serious. "I have made my decision. Based on all this evidence and tea that's been spilled, the accusations against Duke Basilian are a really, really big deal." Basilian stumbled back, his mind just racing. "Why? How did it all go so wrong? He was supposed to go kaboom from the evil power when he told the truth. At this rate, I'm never getting out of this palace." "Duke Basilian," the judge announced, "is hereby sentenced to a long-term stay in the Imperial Palace dungeons." Levan watched as the guards started to move in, but Basilian's face twisted up into a super nasty snarl. And then whoosh! Black energy just exploded from his body. The whole room shook and everyone started screaming. Levan, like a total pro, instantly threw up a shimmery divine power shield. "Wow, Basilian, how pathetic," he said, his voice ice cold. "To think the big bad power you've been showing off all this time was just on loan from the evil god." As he said it, Basilian's skin started to get all warped and gross. One of his hands morphed into a giant monster claw, and one of his eyes started glowing fiery red. His laugh boomed like thunder. "You really think you clonic losers are gonna rule forever? Get ready, 'cause a whole new world is coming? A world where even the god this empire worships is gonna get switched out." "Hey, do not talk smack about God," Levan roared. As Basilian's giant monster arm came swinging down, he yelled, "Your dinky little power will never be able to go up against the will of the real god." Levan met the attack head-on. "Now, Giselle," and poof, behind the newly minted basil monster Giselle appeared, her hands glowing with holy light. She let her power rip. A massive wave of purple and gold energy. It hit the Duke dead on. He staggered, but he was still laughing even as the light was tearing him apart. "It won't be long until my god rules everything, and when that day comes, you'll..." Suddenly, he just stopped talking. His monster claw twitched, and then it turned on him, wrapping right around his own throat. Levan's eyes went wide. "Giselle, wait, that's not me," she cried out. "I'm not doing that!" Basilian was clawing at his own neck, totally choking. A little voice Regina's echoed in his head like a flashback. "I'll give you some of my power, father. Use it to escape if you get in a jam." "Then why?" He gasped, his eyes bugging out. "Why is that power choking me to death right now?" The realization hit him way too late. "Oh, I see. I'm not useful to you anymore." With one last gurgle, Duke Basilian just collapsed. All the evil energy poofed out of him like smoke. Giselle ran right over to Levan's side. "Are you okay, Your Highness?" "I'm fine," he said, helping her steady herself. "What about you? Are you hurt?" "Nope, I'm all good." Levan let out a huge sigh, his eyes drifting down to the Duke puddle on the floor. "Well, this is going to start some serious drama. House Basilian, the literal backbone of high society, and the whole empire has just crumbled." A voice called out from the entrance. "Your Highness." Levan turned. "Isar, what's the gossip from Basilian Manor?" Isar looked super grim. "It's terrible news. Lady Basilian has totally vanished." Outside, you could see the sky was burning a crazy red. Basilian Manor was a giant bonfire. "The Basilian place has burned completely to the ground. There's nothing left but ashes now except..." I found this right in front of the gates. Levan was sitting in his room holding a letter that had a little flower pressed onto it. He was just staring at it. Then a knock on the door. "It's me, Your Highness." Levan immediately crumpled the paper in his hand. He started crying with tears just streaming down his face. "Your Highness," Giselle called through the door, her voice filled with worry. "Are you all right in there?" Through a blur of tears, he just choked out, "Giselle!" She immediately burst in, running across the room to get to him. He just grabbed her and started sobbing, holding her super tight and crying his eyes out. "I found out who killed my mother," he finally managed to say between these huge, ragged breaths. Basilian's daughter admitted it was her father. "The very first thing I thought when I read that letter was how unbelievably lucky I was that I didn't lose you. I just can't keep saying goodbye to people I love anymore. I can't. I know I must seem so pathetic right now and why." But Giselle gently cut him off, placing her hand on his cheek. "Your Highness, it's totally okay to say you're hurting when everything feels like it's crushing you." Her touch was warm, her smile was soft, and in that one tiny quiet moment he actually smiled back. After a beat, Levan let out a weak chuckle. "So anyway, what are you doing crashing my place so late? Planning a slumber party in my chambers tonight?" Her face went completely beet red. "No, that's not what I came to tell you what my game plan is for now." He just blinked. "A plan?" he asked. "I need to head over to Cetrion," she said, getting her cool back. "For the Emperor." "Yep, my dad sent an SOS." The very next day in the Cetron Empire's palace, the old emperor was sitting all alone taking his medicine. His hands were shaking like a leaf as he lifted the tiny tablet to his lips. The next morning he tried again but then stopped. His eyes narrowed. Slowly. Instead of swallowing it, he palmed the pill like a street magician. Outside his room, the gossip was flying. "You're kidding, right? He found the lost princess," one noble hissed. "And he's the high priest of Ronmer of all people." Another one sneered. "And let's not forget the former empress was the one who sold out our nation. He can't seriously expect us to serve her asterisk kid as our princess." A third guy's voice was practically dripping ice. "Even if it's what the great high priest wants, this is just Ronmer spitting in the face of our Cetron Empire. So I say we show him Cetrion's true feelings, by making sure she has a little accident." The door swung open. "Enough of this nonsense!" A frail but commanding voice thundered through the hall. The men froze and spun around. "Your Majesty?" The old emperor stood there, leaning on his cane for dear life, breathing hard. But his eyes were sharp as daggers. "How dare you talk about doing something like that to my daughter?" "Your Majesty, please," one of the guys said, trying to be slick. "You need to go back to your room. You're way too sick to be walking around." "I'll just tell the servant to give you some more of your medicine." The emperor's glare intensified. "Don't think for a second I don't know about your disgusting little schemes," he hissed. The noble flinched. Asterisk crap. Why isn't the hallucinogen working? How is he even up and about? Asterisk, he thought, smirking on the inside. Asterisk, well, it doesn't matter. A puppet emperor has zero authority. He turned to the others and announced loudly, "Everyone, His Majesty isn't feeling well. He's just told me to deal with the high priest and this so-called princess however we want." "You insolent little brat!" The old man roared, his voice echoing everywhere. "You wouldn't dare!" But the sound of footsteps cut him off. A cloaked figure had just walked in. "Who are you?" one of them barked. "This is the Emperor's palace. Show your face." "Intruder!" The cloaked woman lifted her head a little, her voice calm and sharp as a razor. "I already told you I'd be arriving today with the high priest." The men shot each other mocking glances. "Oh, so you're the princess, are you?" "Do not speak to her that way, you insolent," the Emperor started, but the goons just shoved him back. Now, Your Majesty," one said coldly. "Let us handle this fake princess ourselves." The cloaked woman sighed dramatically. "Ugh, I can barely breathe with the stench of bad guy monologue coming from you all." Before anyone could even react, her hands started to glow, and a sudden wave of power shot through the room. One of the men started convulsing and screaming. Gross black smoke poured from his mouth and eyes, twisting in the air like angry snakes. The Emperor's eyes bulged. "Whoa, there's some kind of black gunk seeping out of their bodies." Her cloak fell away, revealing Giselle, her power flaring up so bright that the shadows literally screamed. The old Emperor just stared at her through the blinding light. "Selena," he whispered. But then his expression changed as it all clicked into place. "No, wait, that's not her." He took a step forward and said, "You're..." Meanwhile, back at the Imperial Palace, Levan sat at his desk trying to write a letter to Giselle. "It's been a whole week since you left for Cetrion. Was the trip okay? How's the weather over there? There are so many things I want to ask, and it totally stinks that I won't be able to hear the answers to any of them." He paused, the quill shaking just a tiny bit in his hand. His eyes drifted to a small crystal orb resting in a velvet-lined box. "I'm collecting presents for you," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "One at a time." He touched the orb. A soft light pulsed from inside it, rising like mist before taking the shape of a pale, glowing moon that hovered there for a moment. "I miss you," Levan said quietly, watching the light fade. "And I hope to see you soon, Petals, my darling princess." At that very moment, far away in the Cetron Empire, the old Emperor's breath hitched. His hand trembled as his eyes locked on the young woman standing before him. He began weakly. Giselle took a sharp breath, bracing herself before raising her voice, pure anger flashing in her violet eyes. This is completely ridiculous. The Emperor flinched in surprise as she continued. Who do these clowns think they are telling the Emperor what to do? Just then the door opened and Pontiff strolled in with his usual calm vibe. Is it over, Giselle? She let out a breath, crossing her arms. Yeah, Grandpa. I really had to hold myself back from beating them like a dusty old rug. The Emperor's eyes went wide with disbelief. Wow. She's just like Selena. Pontiff turned toward her. The ring of Ranmer, the earrings of Hina, the necklace of Cetrion. You've collected all the legendary ancient bling. The Emperor hesitated. Excuse me, maybe you should get some rest and recover from your long trip. What do you say, my daughter? Giselle smiled softly and shook her head. It's all good. This is urgent. I see, the Emperor stammered, looking both proud and totally bewildered. I'll let you get on with your work then. Pontifex turned to Giselle. Take a good look at them, he instructed. Then turning back toward the Emperor, Pontifex added, Doesn't it seem like Giselle is a lot more like my confident, well, you know, and a go-getter daughter instead of you? The Emperor let out a little chuckle. Her violet hair is a mix of mine and Selena's, but those eyes and that fiery personality, oh yeah, that's 100% her mom. Giselle was totally in her own world, checking out all the shiny things. Pontifex shot a look at the Emperor, who cleared his throat. Pontifex asked, So how have you been feeling lately? The Emperor sighed dramatically. I'm on the mend, but that crazy stuff they gave me still has me feeling a bit loopy. Giselle came over, placing a hand on his. A soft light started glowing from her touch. Yikes, Dad, you don't look so hot. A warm light wrapped around them. Please take it easy, Dad, she said with a super sweet smile. The Emperor immediately sat up straight, puffing his chest out with pride. Worry about me, but, he boomed, his voice suddenly full of energy. I'm still good to go. I'm not checking out until we find your mother. And I'm not just gonna sit around, I'll be in my office. Giselle's cheeks turned a little pink as he marched out of the room. She let out a faint smile. Okay, I think I get why Mom is so head over heels for Dad. Pontifex scoffed. Oh, please. He's the one who fell for her first big time. Giselle got serious again. All right, Grandpa. Let's see what secrets this necklace is hiding. She sat down with her necklace in her hand, and its gems started to glow. She closed her eyes. The light was totally blinding, and then bam, she was plunged into this gloomy world of rain and ruins with the sound of water everywhere. Just endless rain, a sword stuck in the muddy ground, the air thick with ash and sadness, waves of monsters, people in agony, and the coolest civilizations ever. All just gone. She saw the whole depressing show. Right in the middle of all that wreckage, she was crying like her heart was being torn to shreds. No, for real, it was being ripped apart, and it was pure torture. The rain just kept pouring day after day for months on end, like someone left the faucet on in the sky. The rainwater flooded everything, and the rivers swelled up into a giant ocean, but the rain still wouldn't quit. It was like it wanted to swallow the whole world. Over thousands of years, grass and trees started to grow back, and new civilizations began to pop up. All the while, she just lay there in silence, watching over a world where the one she loved was gone. By the time I finally closed my eyes for good, a few thousand years had already flown by. Giselle's eyes snapped open. The chair went flying backward, and she totally wiped out on the floor. Giselle, Pontifex yelled, rushing to her side. Whoa, are you okay? She was trembling, barely breathing, and clutched her chest. Grandpa, those are my memories, she whispered. I'm the woman from back then. I'm Giselle, the hero who stopped the apocalypse in ancient times. Pontifex's eyes went wide as dinner plates. Giselle, he breathed, but she was already shaking her head, totally freaking out. Tears were just streaming down her face. No, it can't be. No way. Her voice cracked as she grabbed her head. The very air around her started to shimmer and crackle with wild violet energy she couldn't control. Giselle, Pontifex called out, taking a step closer. It's a lie, she screamed, her voice echoing like crazy. Giselle, you need to calm down, he shouted over the roar of her magic. The whole room was buzzing with her pain, but Pontifex stood his ground, putting a trembling hand on her shoulder. Hey, being some ancient savior doesn't change a thing. You are still and will always be my granddaughter, Giselle. Her powers flickered and then died down. Slowly, Giselle looked at him, her eyes full of tears. Oh, Grandpa, she whispered, then just collapsed against him, shaking. He held her tight. A little while later, Giselle was standing by the window, looking calm again, but her eyes had a new steely glint of determination. In her palm, a light shimmered, creating a little hologram. Two figures appeared wrapped in creepy shadow tentacles. The god of greed, she murmured, but most people just call him the evil one. He uses people as puppets, living inside their bodies like some gross parasite. Pontifex just listened quietly as she went on. If you take out his host, Giselle said, the evil one just body snatches the person who did it and makes them the next victim. Because of that, it's pretty much impossible to get rid of the god of greed. Unless you find a person who wants absolutely nothing, the evil one has a never-ending supply of bodies to jump into. Her power pulsed a little as she clenched her fist. However you conceal them, Pontifex stood up straighter. Seal them how? It's possible if the person holding the evil one loses everything they love, Jiselle explained softly, and they fall so deep into despair they don't want anything anymore. She looked down, her voice trembling. The evil one I sealed inside myself way back when. It clung to my life and lived inside me like a parasite for thousands of years. I have no clue how the seal broke, but it was only after the evil one left my body that I was finally able to, pass on. Pontifex frowned, looking super concerned. Most of my memories are back, but there are still some fuzzy parts. Jiselle clenched her fist. I have to get to Hestia. That's where the last piece of the puzzle is. Pontifex sighed. Okay, I'll get us ready to leave right away. The Empire of Hestia is boom! The doors burst open. Helito the Emperor stumbled in, totally out of breath. Helito, what in the world is wrong? Pontifex shouted, alarmed. Ronmer, there's been a rebellion in the Ronmer Empire, the Emperor gasped. Giselle's eyes went wide. A rebellion? The nobles launched a sneak attack on the palace, Helito panted, and the Imperial court got totally blindsided. Nobody knows who's even alive. What happened to the divine barrier? Didn't it work? Pontifex asked. But Jiselle was already on the move. She froze mid-stride, a total storm of emotions raging inside her. Then with a sudden look of pure resolve, she spun around to her grandfather. Grandpa, I'm going to Ronmer. What? No, Jiselle, wait. But before he could even try to stop her, a flash of violet light just swallowed her up. Poof! She was gone, reappearing outside on a horse like some kind of magician. The wind whipped through her hair as her thoughts went a mile a minute. This is all for nothing. If he's gone, if he isn't even in this world anymore. Then what's the point of any of this? She spurred her horse on, racing for the gates, only to see a total roadblock up ahead. Guards were blocking some rider's way. I'm a messenger from Ronmer, the guy yelled, totally desperate. You gotta let me pass! Giselle's heart just did a full-on stop, drop, and roll. She knew that voice. No way! That's... She screamed. Let him in, you guys! The guards jumped apart, and the man galloped through, holding a tiny pendant whose gem was shimmering like crazy. And then, holy cow, he started to change his face, his eyes, his whole vibe. Giselle, your highness. She practically flew off her horse and ran straight for him. Levan caught her, and they just clung to each other, both of them shaking, like neither of them could even get a word out for the longest time. Then another voice yelled, Giselle? She whipped around. Your Majesty, Marquis Taylor Dad. Levan just bolted over and gave him a huge hug. And behind them, would you look at that? Pontifex and Helito came stumbling out of the palace gates, and you could just see the thank goodness written all over their faces. They both let out this massive synchronized sigh of relief. Ah, meanwhile over at the Imperial Palace of Ronmer, a whole different kind of power was brewing. Yikes! A figure was lurking in the shadows, and when he lifted his hand, whoosh! This nasty black energy started swirling in his palm like smoke you could touch. Gross. Well, look who figured out how to use the big bad's power, Regina purred, her voice all echoey in the trashed hall. I gotta say I'm impressed, Archduke Ardan Clownich. Or, she paused for dramatic effect. Should I be calling you Your Majesty the Emperor now? Regina cracked a small smile, her red eyes gleaming, under the creepy flicker of black fire. So you finally did it. You're the big boss of Ronmer now, she murmured. Spill. How's it feel? Ardan's voice was low and flat. Don't care about the throne. Oh, right, she drawled, her lips curling into a smirk. Of course you don't. You just want that little missy, don't you? Regina sauntered closer, her heels going asterisk, click, 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 asterisk on the marble. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it, she whispered, laying a hand on his shoulder. As soon as my master plan is complete, the girl is all yours. But inside her head, she was cackling. Yeah, right, that's never gonna happen, 'cause I'm gonna be the one to personally take her out. Heh. So that same night, miles and miles away, Jiselle was just chilling under a lamplight, quietly flipping through a book. All you could hear was the soft asterisk flick asterisk of the pages filling the quiet room, until a gentle asterisk knock knock asterisk came from the door. It was Levan. Hey, am I bothering you? Jiselle jumped like a foot in the air. Your Highness! Oh my gosh! No, not at all. Please come in. He walked in and took a seat right across from her. I had this whole pile of stuff I wanted to give you when you got back, but I could only grab this on my way out. He held out this little orb. The second his hand left it, it started glowing and shot this amazing light straight up. And boom, a perfect little silver moon was just floating there in her room. How cool is that? Jiselle gasped. Whoa, it's so beautiful, Your Highness. He gave her this little smile, just watching her eyes sparkle from the moonlight. You know, he said softly, it just hit me. We've never actually danced together. So when this whole mess is over, we are throwing a massive party. Her eyes totally shot over to him like, really? Oh yeah, he kept going. We'll light up the ballroom with these insane sparkly chandeliers, get the best band in the entire empire to play, and I'll pack the place with all your favorite desserts and flowers. We can just dance forever. A super playful look came over his face. I just hope I can keep up with you, my little greedy petals. Jiselle leaned in her heart doing the cha-cha and gently held his face in her hands, and then, No words, just a kiss. When they finally pulled apart, they just stayed like that, foreheads together, totally silent, cause who would want to ruin a moment like that? Levan gently ran his fingers through her hair, his eyes so tender. Your Highness, she whispered. I'm going to tell you everything. She said after a beat, her voice soft but super serious. When I get that last piece of my memory back in Hestia, I'm just praying that even when you know everything about me, you'll still love me. Please. Her voice was all shaky, like I've been praying so hard to the heavens. The very next morning, it was go time. These awesome magic circles lit up, and in a flash of light poof, they were standing right in front of the shiny capital of Hestia. Izar let out a little whistle. A teleportation portal, huh? Mancetrian magic is seriously handy. Levan, being the perfect gentleman, offered Jiselle his hand as she stepped out. Easy does it. Thank you, she said, smiling a little before her gaze drifted over to the Hestia Empire. Welp, here we are, she thought. Hestia, the place with my last missing memory. Turning around, she saw water everywhere. Whoa, that's the ocean. The rain. It made all of this. Izar noticed she was kind of spacing out. Everything okay, princess? Oh yeah, totally fine, she said, shaking her head real quick. It's nothing. Let's get a move on. You got it. Right this way, everyone. When they got to the palace gates in Hestia Crown, Prince Lartan was right there waiting for them. The Dark Guardian welcomes the savior of our time, he said, bowing super low. It's a huge honor to see you again, Saintess. So after some quick hellos and a few snacks, he got down to business. If you two could just hang out here for a bit, Prince Levan, Lord Taylor. Jiselle looked back at them and smiled. Don't you guys worry, I'll be back before you know it. Levan just gave a nod, and Izar did a little bow. As Jiselle followed Lartan up these huge marble stairs, her hair was blowing in the sea breeze. You see, in Hestia, Lartan started explaining as they walked, we have this ancient spell that basically gives us a heads up when the savior is born and awakens. It's like a celestial pager. That's how we knew you were back on Earth. He offered her his hand to help her up the last couple of steps. We've been waiting for like a super long time for you to get your memories back and come find us. Giselle's voice was soft. So, that's why you gave me those ancient treasures. Lartan just nodded. All right, my job here is done, he said with a bow. May you accomplish the perfect will and all that. And right in front of her, sitting on a stone altar, was a golden sword all wrapped in chains. The thing was faintly glowing with this ancient light. Giselle's eyes went wide, like saucer wide, slowly. She reached out her fingers, grazed the handle, and bam, the world went full-on flashbang. Suddenly, the roar of the ocean was all she could hear. She saw herself like in a movie, totally drenched in rain, with tears just pouring down her face. Right in front of her, Levan was stumbling over one of his hands, already morphing into some kind of monster claw. Giselle! His voice was all gravelly. I'm begging you, Giselle. And then his voice just totally broke. One of his eyes was blacked out, and the other socket was just empty, spilling blood down his cheek. Yikes. Please! He cried out, sounding super desperate. Hurry, you gotta take me out! Levan's voice trembled like he couldn't catch his breath. I managed to swipe the big bad's power. I'm the new host now. Taking me down will cut their power by half, so you'll be strong enough to finish the job. Giselle's hands clenched into tight fists. I could have been the host. Why did you do it? Why did it have to be you, please, Giselle? Levan's voice was failing. I'm begging you. Do it before I start wanting to live. Before I start daydreaming about a happier future. End my life now. Her breath hitched and the waterworks started full blast. Giselle, Levan whispered, closing his eyes. She dashed forward, yelling through her sobs. I'm so sorry, my love. I'm so sorry for dumping this huge responsibility on you. The sword plunged right through his chest. The golden light flared up like a firework and then fizzled out. Giselle just froze, her shaky hands still wrapped around the hilt. Slowly, she just crumpled to her knees, collapsing over him, her tears falling onto his still body. Levan. Her voice was a mess. Levan, no, no. Her scream totally ripped through the storm. Levan, and right at that moment, back in the present, Levan's cup slipped right out of his hand, shattering all over the table. Water went everywhere. Isar immediately shot up. Your Highness, are you okay? Levan blinked, looking totally dazed. Huh. Oh yeah, I'm fine. But as he reached out to steady himself, his hand pressed against his stomach right over the spot where the sword had nailed him in that vision. Before he could say anything else, the door opened. In walked Giselle, clutching that golden sword of Hestia for dear life. Her expression was pale and distant, like she'd just seen a ghost. Giselle, Levan began. She turned on a dime, her knuckles white around the hilt. I need to rest, she said flatly, and just blew right past him. He was frozen to the spot, couldn't even move. His hand tightened into a trembling fist at his side. Ouch! A bit later, Levan was standing with Crown Prince Lartan on the cliffs overlooking Hestia's ridiculously endless sea. The waves were crashing like crazy under the moonlight. So is it true? Levan asked quietly. That there are still some of those ancient spells just lying around in Hestia. Lartan glanced at him, clearly sensing the heavy vibe. It is true, Lartan asked. Is there a specific one you're looking to cast? Then please don't tell a soul what I'm about to ask you, Levan said. That night, under a silvery sky, the portal to Cetrion shimmered open. All right, the portal to Cetrion is now open for business, Lartan said softly. Jiselle, holding the sword of Hestia, just gave a nod. Thank you. We'll be on our way. But before she could even step through, Lartan suddenly dropped to one knee. My dear savior, the Empire of Hestina will always have your back. I pray you'll give us the chance to pledge our loyalty to you. Jiselle lifted her sword high, her voice booming with some kind of divine authority. Then I command you. You who have bound yourself to my will. Gather the armies of Hestina and march to Ranmer. Let's go fulfill the will of the heavens and take back our land, because I'm gonna go battle the big bad and come out on top. Lartan bowed super low. As you command, exalted savior. The portal's light rippled, and Jiselle stepped through with Levan and Isar trailing right behind. The shimmer vanished, leaving just the faint faraway light of Lartan. As they arrived in Cetrion, Isar bowed and ducked out to get the carriages ready. Jiselle turned to Levan, her face heavy with a sadness she couldn't quite say. There is something I have to tell you, your highness, she said softly. The reason the people of Hina call me the savior is because... But Levan reached out gently, taking her hand. It's all right, Jiselle. His voice was warm and steady. You can explain everything to me once this war is over. Don't worry. I'll trust and follow you to the very end. As he pulled his hand away, something slipped into hers. She looked down and just froze. It was a ring. Her breath caught in her throat. Your highness, what? He only gave a faint smile, that same sad, tender smile she remembered from so long ago. Levan smiled as he watched her. Well, I was getting a gown made for you, and I figured I might as well get a matching accessory made too. Jiselle tilted her head. Did Ronmer send you an invitation? He let out a soft sigh. They did. Ardan is about to be crowned emperor, and they invited us both to the celebration banquet. I never in a million years imagined I'd get to take you to a ball like this, though. He patted her arm. Isn't it kinda ironic? Do you think we'll actually be able to dance? She asked. I don't know, he admitted. I think we should be asking if they'll even welcome us with open arms instead of, pitchforks. They moved together through the hall. When everything is over, I'll have an even more magnificent ring made for you. His eyes were sparkling. This is more than enough for me, your highness, she murmured. He tilted his head, smiling. I meant as an engagement ring. Giselle's cheeks instantly went red, her eyes wide. He teased. Why are you making that face? Are you not happy with it? Giselle's face was on fire. No, of course not, she sputtered, waving her hands all over the place and covering her mouth. Levan closed the door behind them and stepped a little nearer. By the way, you're also an Imperial princess. So isn't calling me your highness a little too formal? There was a soft clunk as he moved closer. Do you mean? With both hands he cupped her face. Jiselle. So are you gonna do me the honor of saying my name or what? Her heart did a little backflip. All right, Levan. Next thing she knew, he scooped her up and gave her the sweetest kiss. A few days later, over at the Sun Palace, Regina was on gate duty next to Ardan. The party announcers were in full swing, their voices booming, announcing Her Imperial Highness of Cetron Princess Jiselle Galati and His Imperial Highness of Hina Prince Lartan Cherit. Jiselle waltzed in on Lartan's arm, flashing a smile that could melt glaciers. Regina strutted over to meet them. Welcome, Princess of Cetron and Crown Prince of Hina, she cooed, her smile practically dripping with fake sugar. Ardan's eyes immediately locked onto Jiselle. Lartan just tipped his head. Keeping well, Archduke. Ardan's voice was pure ice. Don't tell me you forgot what this little shindig is celebrating. Lartan flashed a smile that was way too smooth to be real. Of course not. I just think it's hilarious you're throwing a party asterisk before asterisk the coronation. What's the big rush? Spill the tea. Ardan totally snapped. Are you seriously trying to pick a fight with Ronmer right now? Lartan's reply was colder than a polar bear's toenails. I'm not about to play nice with a traitor who cheated his way to the throne. Ardan got all puffed up. How dare you, how dare! Whoa there, I think that's my line. Lartan cut in with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Regina jumped in. So were you the one who told all the nobles to go to the Starlight Palace instead of, here? Lartan flicked his hand and this golden bracelet flashed for like half a second. Then in a total what the heck moment, his whole vibe shifted and poof, he was Levan. Regina's jaw just dropped. Levan? Nope, Levan said, his voice as smooth and sharp as a razor. They could go to whichever palace they wanted. I just, gave them a little nudge to repent and beg for forgiveness. Looks like you lost control of your fan club, Saintus. Outside, black smoke started hissing and slithering across the palace grounds like some kind of creepy shadow monster. Regina let out this wild, stressed-out laugh. Oh, honey, you still haven't kicked that little habit of making all the wrong choices, have you, son of God? The darkness pooled around her feet like a giant ink spill. You could see the guard's eyes just glaze over as the gunk took hold. No matter how much you little mortals flail around, you'll never ever beat a real God. The guards started getting shaky, their swords wobbling all over the place. Levan planted himself right in front of Jiselle. Regina was practically vibrating with rage. It's not gonna be that easy this time. I'll use up every last drop of my power if I have to, she screamed. But I am taking you down, Jiselle, look out. Jiselle, Levan yelled. Regina's dark energy crashed forward like a gnarly tidal wave, but Jiselle met it head-on with that sword she got from Hestia. The moment the black goo hit her blade exploded with this crazy pure light. Sparks and shadows went flying everywhere like a messed-up fireworks show. She held the sword steady, giving it the death stare. God of greed, she yelled, her voice cutting through all the chaos. Does this blade ring a bell? Jiselle stood her ground, the divine sword just blazing. A slow, entertained chuckle echoed through the hall. Ah, yes, it does look familiar, Regina purred. But that little butter knife isn't going to do you any good. We both know how this ends. It's going to be a repeat performance. Her eyes were sparkling with some serious mean girl energy. Child of the deity. With that, Jiselle charged. Her blade was a streak of pure light just bursting at the seams. She went for Regina in this epic glowing arc. Oh no, you don't! Regina shrieked, her black power erupting to meet the golden flash. Regina's face was a mask of pure fury as she gripped her own sword. How dare you try to hijack my body? I'm the one who's going to finish this girl, not you, you useless god of greed, me. Giselle's eyes were practically on fire as she balled up her fist, holy power crackling around her arm. Wow, someone really slept through the class on ancient power, didn't they? Regina's energy exploded like thunder, shaking the whole floor. Didn't your god ever give you the memo, she taunted, about what I can really do? Just then, a massive boom rocked the palace from outside. Screams started echoing from the city as total chaos broke loose. A monstrous roar just ripped through the air. Some huge beast taller than the walls was stomping through the city, its eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Help somebody, anybody, priests were scrambling to get people to safety. Quickly get to the temple for sanctuary! But one priest just froze solid as the monster's giant shadow fell over him. Oh no, it's going to eat! And then wham! A golden fist smashed right into the creature's jaw, shutting him up. The monster stumbled back, letting out this horrible scream. From all over the city, Ronmer lights started flaring up. The combined armies of all three nations were charging in together. Larton and Izar were right at the front. Their voices rang out over the noise. Allied forces who serve the savior, let's go. The world turned into a battlefield of light versus dark. Back in the palace, Levan was slicing through a wave of corrupted guards. His blade was a blur of divine light. One by one they dropped. He finally straightened up, panting, and stared at the bodies. What have you become? His voice cracked. Ardon. Ardon stood there, his eyes just empty black holes. A sword made of pure shadow materialized in his hand. You really don't know me at all, do you? He sneered. I couldn't care less about the throne. His stare was intense. I just need asterisk her asterisk. Levan's eyes went wide. I'm going to kill you, Ardon hissed. I'll kill you and then I'll take her. Levan lunged, their swords met with a massive clang. The impact shattered every window and shook the floor. Levan stumbled back, but a divine energy shield flared to life around him. In the background, the sound of Jiselle and Regina's fight was splitting the air. Jiselle! Levan yelled, distracted. Hey, where do you think you're looking? Ardon roared, pushing his attack. Levan blocked again. It was light against shadow, but every hit sent a shockwave up his arms. Divine power. This was getting intense. Man, this is way too defensive, he thought. I can't win just by playing patty cake with his attacks. He remembered that insane power from the Harvest Festival, like the High Priest went full-on supernova. But using that holy juice was a High Priest-only special move. Still, he gripped his sword tighter. I got you, he muttered. Told you I'd protect you no matter what. A little smirk crept onto his face, his eyes blazing with here-we-go energy. Sorry, Ardon, my dude, but she's not on your team. A geyser of holy light just erupted from him, totally washing out Ardon's whole gloomy shadow vibe. The light just blew up, swallowing his enemy whole. See, I can protect her because I've been hitting the celestial gym. Meanwhile, outside, the whole city was getting a really bad massage from the battle. Walls were coming down, there was a whole lot of screaming. And the air was just a chaotic mashup of angel shrieks and monster growls. From up in a tower, Pontifex was watching with a super grim look on his face. Okay, we've got a bajillion monsters here. If the big bad wants Jiselle, why are they trashing downtown instead of... You know the palace. What's their game plan here? Just then a huge tremor rocked the ground. Pontifex froze. Whoa, that's coming from... right above the Grand Temple. A ginormous red eye just blinked open in the sky. And chains started flying out of it, just squirming all over the place. The goddess statue. What in the world is happening to it? He choked out. And then kaboom, a massive explosion. Back in the palace, Regina started doing the world's most violent electric slide. Then she face-planted, gasping for air as her whole evil aura started to flicker. Her vision went all fuzzy. Okay, the evil one's grip is getting a little... clingy, she thought, forcing herself up. My knees were doing the cha-cha, not gonna lie. And across the hall, you've got Jiselle just casually floating, showing off that holy sword like it's a brand new iPhone. But I was like, oh, heck no, I'm not about to tap out now. I mean, after all the drama, all the hoops I've jumped through to get here. She lifted her freaky monster arm, shadows swirling around it like vape smoke. You could see these dark veins pulsing all over her skin. Just a little more, she schemed. If I can just juice up a little more, I'll... And then a loud crack echoed through the room. Regina froze. Her monster hand just fractured, then exploded into a puff of black mist. Are you kidding me? Her voice totally cracked. No way! The cracks started racing up her arm, just eating away at her. It's all leaking out. My power is ghosting me, she cried, stumbling back as her body literally started to fall apart. No, stop it! Outside, Pontifex was just staring his jaw on the floor as the giant goddess statue started to glow with this brilliant light. His eyes went wide. Selena, he breathed. Inside the hall. Regina gasped as the light bulb went on. Wait a minute. I locked that chick away where nobody could ever find her. Her feet started to crack and poof into dust. Then a whisper all smooth and snarky slithered right into her ear. Ooh, goody, purred the voice, which was now coming from a spooky little girl wrapped in shadows. You totally took the bait. The seal is toast. Now that all her holy moly power has left your body. The voice turned ice cold. Your little rebellion is officially over, Regina. Her other hand poofed into black smoke. The darkness inside her let out a little chuckle. This body, it hissed, is finally mine! Regina's eyes bugged out. Wait, the big bad double-crossed me. Her body just started to completely disintegrate. Giselle's sword flared up, flooding the room with holy light. But why? Regina's voice was a shaky mess. Why? Giselle zipped forward her blade, just slicing through the air. The sword went clean through Regina, and all that dark energy exploded out of her in a crazy storm of smoke and screams. And out of that smoke, a new shape started to form the silhouette of a woman made of pure shadow. I'm back, the darkness whispered, her voice dripping with that old-school vintage evil. My little child of the deity. The evil spirit shot forward, wrapping around Giselle like a spooky blanket before vanishing right into her. Across the hall, Ardon coughed up some blood, with Levan's sword stuck deep in his chest. He was just hanging there, held up by holy energy, his eyes totally glazed over as his power faded. Levan bolted, barely whispering, Giselle. He took off at a full sprint, screaming her name. Giselle! When he finally got there, he saw her just floating in the air, sword in hand, with this gnarly dark aura swirling around her like a goth tornado. The evil one's voice oozed out of her mouth. Oh, I'm not gonna let you die, sweetie. You're my ride. Then came this super cruel laugh. It took me like thousands of years to get my body back. So are you gonna do the whole, oh please somebody kill me, drama fest again, Giselle? Levan yelled out, his eyes wide with pure what the heck horror. The black spirit just mocked him. You gonna ask him to do the honors this time? Giselle turned to him. Levan said, Why, how did you get possessed? Giselle faced him dead on. One of her eyes was now as black as my soul. I'm so sorry, Levan, she said, all soft with a little smile playing on her lips as the darkness crept across her face. His face just crumbled. What no? Don't you dare! Giselle lifted the sword and pointed the pointy end right at her own chest. Giselle, no! Levan shrieked, lunging for her. The sword plunged into her chest. Blood sprayed into the air like some kind of tragic confetti. Giselle! Levan's scream ripped through the whole palace. She whispered, I love you, Levan, and I'll love you for a few thousand more years. In some weird in-between place, Giselle was just floating around in water and shadows. The evil one's laughter was bouncing all around her. You failed to seal me again, loser. You've had a taste of the good life now. So you're gonna give up way faster this time. But Giselle just gave a small, pained smile. You're wrong, she whispered. You made a whoopsie. The evil one picks the one who kills their host to be the next host, she explained. But this time you didn't kill me. Her fingers tightened on the sword and it started to pulse with light. Which means, I'm not your vessel anymore. Eviction notice, she whispered, all weak like, your sword. Yeah, that's the murder weapon right there. And bam, the blade starts glowing, pulsing with some serious holy energy. This thing has been with me for thousands of years, she went on. You gave it a soul and I gave it a 1,000-year-old grudge against you. Thanks to you, this sword is now a conscious immortal being that's gonna live like forever. The big bad darkness shrieked, That's impossible, you're cheating. Giselle's voice, though fading, was like half pain, half gotcha. What a perfect ending for Mr. I'm gonna live forever. Psych. The evil dude just screamed as his entire form shattered into smoke, getting totally vaporized in a storm of holy light. I'm sorry, Levan, Giselle whispered, her voice trailing off. I don't think I can keep that promise. To live happily ever after with you. Then, ocean sounds. Soft sunlight hits her skin. Giselle gasps, coughing up water as she wakes up on a beach half in the sea. She tries to sit up, totally shaking. Why? How am I still alive? This is awkward. Her eyes dart over and she just freezes. Levan is lying right next to her, and that shiny magic ring on his finger, it's literally crumbled into dust. Levan, she whimpers, the waterworks starting. Levan! Giselle's voice cracks as she pulls him into her arms. Wake up, you gotta wake up! Her shaky hands press on his chest, and then she stops cold. His heart. Levan, it's not beating. The tears are just pouring down now. No, this can't be happening. Levan, please just open your eyes. A little later, flower petals are drifting down over the palace like something out of a movie. Inside, Giselle's just sitting by the bed where Levan is looking totally empty. She balls up her fist, remembering what Larton said. I'm pretty sure Crown Prince Levan got his ancient memories back too. He asked me to make a pair of rings and basically said it was the last time I'd ever see him. He said he was leaving you and Ronmer in my hands. Her eyes drift over to Levan's still perfect face. It's been 3 whole months since he stopped breathing, since his heart stopped beating. And yet his divine power is still flowing like he's just taking a really, really long nap. Her expression softens. You know, now that I think about it, the cherry blossoms were going just as crazy back then too. She remembered that day under the tree. What you thinking so hard about, Jiselle? Levan had asked with a big ol' smile. Oh, nothing, she'd fibbed. Anyway, are you sure you're allowed to be ditching your duties right now? And why wouldn't I be? He teased. Right on cue, his guard pops up. Your Highness, it's time to get back to work. Levan throws the most dramatic pout ever. Jiselle just laughed. Busted. Your personal bodyguard is here for you. Just 5. No, make it 10 more minutes, he begged, grinning like a goofball. Jiselle smiled a little. Seriously, are you sure this is okay? Just then a cool breeze blew, showering them in petals. Jiselle, he said, suddenly serious. What do you think the opposite of greed is? She just blinked. The opposite of greed, not wanting anything. He gave a faint smile. In my book, the opposite is sacrifice. And the one thing that makes that possible is... Back in the present, Jiselle whispers the word through her tears. Love. Her hand trembled over her heart. Oh dear deity. I'm done being selfish. I'm gonna stop holding on to Levan like this, so please just let him rest in peace. As her tears fell, the ring on her finger just crumbled away. Oh, Levan. Jiselle gasped, totally frozen. Then a voice came from right behind her. Levan asked so gently, You're crying? Jiselle flinched. Levan just smiled, the sunset reflecting in his eyes. Is the sunset so pretty it's making you cry? Jiselle turned away, just letting the tears flow. Her breath hitched. Levan, how have you been? And then she just launched herself at him, throwing her arms around him. I've missed you so much, Levan. His arms wrapped around her, shaking a little. I've missed you too, Jiselle. The whole world around them got all shimmery like a dream coming to life. So changing someone's destiny by being totally unselfish? That was the ancient spell Levan had put on their rings. Back under the cherry tree petals were falling like snow. Honestly, Levan. Jiselle laughed softly. What was your backup plan if I was too selfish and never broke the spell? He just beamed. I always told you I believed in you, Petals. But this is way more important. He hands her a super fancy envelope. Her eyes go wide. This is our wedding invitation. I totally blanked on what flower to put on it, he confessed. That's why I need the expert advice of Petals the wise one. Jiselle looked around and spotted some nearby purple flowers. What about those over there? I feel like no other flower really captures my vibe, you know. Levan followed her gaze, smiling. You're right. The clematis Jiselle. She reached out and kissed him right on the cheek. Jiselle, he murmured. Levan, she breathed back. She smiled and finally said it. I love you. He pulled her in closer, his voice full of warmth. Me too. I love you so much, princess. Their lips met again under the blooming cherry trees with clematis swaying in the wind. Their love story officially stronger than time and way, way